Hello and welcome. That's right, for us at least, it's getting into the evening, which means it's time to bust out the dressing gowns and the cigars and get all fancy at evening and enjoy ourselves with some lovely NA Dota 2. That's right, my name's Noah and I'm joined by T. Sup, T? How's it going? You ready for this?
I couldn't be even any more ready. You know, I'll get to see some Duster play Dotes, some Skyward play Dotes. You know, I don't often get to do NA too much, especially not. I think. Wait, is this the first time I've done Div 2 NA? It might be. Maybe I'm lying, but this is gonna be a potential first for me.
Trying to remember when I might have done it, but to be fair, I don't remember when I would have done NA either. So maybe this is the first time for both of us. So yeah. Breaking new ground here. I mean, usually the NA don't want the Brits around, so we don't get asked around these parts very often. But yeah, we got some hype games coming today. But of course, we want to look back on the previous day of games first. So let's take a look at what exactly transpired on June 12th. Kind of sounds like something untoward happened on June 12th, but it didn't. Just good Dota. So that's all we're asking for. The first game here was C-Dub versus the lovely lads over on the side of Nexus Titans. What a name.
Quite the name, but for C-Dub, this is the tour. Last tour, they finished third place in the division. They weren't able to make it up there, of course. Could have been nice for C-Dub, relatively, I guess, newer organization to some degree to get into Division 1, but alas, they fell short. But this time around, already coming out of the gate swinging, sitting 2-0 right now in the leaderboards. They beat the Cut, which is often a big name within the Div 2 to Div 1 kind of bounce back teams. And of course, this Nexus team that does contain players that have graced the upper echelons of Division 2. But yeah, C-Dub starting strong.
They are indeed. I'm seeing dubs for these guys, and this was a second game against the lads over at Nexus Titans. And yeah, technically the team which was coming down from Division 1 Nexus Titans. So to smash these guys in such a convincing way was a pretty big win for C-Dub, honestly. It was just kind of showing how dominant this team is planning to be here. and how they're ramping up for the tour. I'm pretty sure they want to go in with dropping no games, basically. I'm pretty sure that's going to be their goal after last time. And, you know, so far, I can believe it. I can't believe it. They had one really messy game versus the Cut, but every other game from theirs has been around the 30-minute mark, which is very convincing indeed. So, yeah, one warm-up game and then straight down to business.
Yeah, I think quirky is a potential way of describing them. They've played in the offlane role. Brewmaster, Nyx, Timbersaw, and Anti-Mage. Like, doesn't sound like an offlane heroes pool, but alas, he's played all four, and yeah, now we get to see the Cut and whatever they were able to pull out in their series, which I believe this game, one at least, they lost.
Yeah. So this is the American goons they're facing up against. These guys, their logo is literally just an angry monkey, which has bloodshot eyes. I won't speculate on why. But he's having a good time. He's having a real good time. And this was a series versus the Gut. And as you can see, 40k gold lead is how they had to end this one. You know, sometimes you win when you've got like a 10k gold lead. Sometimes you got to get 20k before breaking that high ground. In some games, you just got to get 40k in the bank before you attack that ancient. Is what it is. And if you thought that game was long, then well, look at this one, approaching on 60 minutes.
Yeah, for me, the Cut, it's just kind of weird to see MTD playing on the roster. Of course, Finnish lad, and he used to play Division 2 Dota. Like, he was a staple hallmark name, I think, from the inception of DPC, pretty much, like 2 years ago. Yeah, in EU, he was there, always battling it out, bouncing around these teams, I think 2 or 3 different captains, and now he's just playing in NA, and it's like, I didn't expect that change to occur, but alas, he's here. And of course, this American Goons team, they are kind of the fan favorites, of course. Boris, Lil Nick, some Giant, Pingus, some relatively big names in the NA scene. And yeah, unfortunately for them, they did lose. So quite volatile, as always, is this region. Alas, yeah. Because like when I look at the teams in this region, I'm seeing the teams that I expect to like be contending for top 3 is American Goons, the Cut, and Wildcard. And then I'd put C-Dub in that kind of middle ground. But they've already shown that C-Dub are kind of stepping up. The Cut has already lost a series. American Goons lost to the Cut. So maybe that power ranking coming into it is a little bit wrong, and maybe it's C-Dub's turn to finally break into the top 2. I'm always down to see new teams try and battle up against Division 1 NA, because we have that weird extension of the 2 divisions, unlike other regions. But alas, new tournaments, new players, and wildcard. Did they win this series? I'm going to refresh myself. Yeah, they did.
Yes, they did.
All these favorites, they look like they're going to win it, and then they don't. So, like, Grin, they take a game, but they did the series. So, what's your thoughts on that, though, man? Like, Division 2 NA, not just clean sweeping with all victories. Does that make you confident for that team going forward into Division 1, or does it not matter because it's still, like, the testing grounds?
You know, for wildcard, I still feel like they shouldn't be struggling that. You know, I think they've dropped too many games already. I think 6-2, you know, okay, they're 3-0 series. Okay, very good, very good. But considering the teams they've played, I think that we expected better from them. I don't think that's unfair. You know, it's Sammy Boy back on the carry role, by the way. We got RCY playing in this team, who's the American prodigy, Fizz, honorable son, because he loves RCY, and I'll keep spreading that rumor until the day I die. Flea, who's been around for ages, Sunlight, who's been around for ages. So, you know, this is a team with a ton of experience, and you look across all the other players and all the other teams, and you don't see anybody who really comes close to the combined experience of wildcards. So
yeah.
I'm surprised, and I think it was a big wake-up call when they went to Division 1 and they just got absolutely smashed and didn't win a single series. And I think that, yeah, I mean, they've obviously shaken up a lot since then, but they're still finding their feet. And, you know, I'll give them time to find their feet, for sure. But, you know, looking forward to seeing some more from them and see them improve, most importantly, throughout this DPC season. Because we want more from you, Wildcard. We want to be wowed. We want to be wowed. I can't think of another one.
Sorry, both the teams are complimenting me in the lobby, so I'm just having to respond to them real quick.
Oh, wow, are they? Oh, what a big
Sorry,
problem for you to
I'm just
have.
getting
Oh, my
flustered
God.
for a second. My apologies. No, I do want to do a little bit of trivia with Wildcard if possible. So Sunlight did a tweet the other day, and we'll look at the leaderboard first, actually, and then we'll go back to my dumb trivia. So yeah, of course, Wildcard sitting at 3-0. C-Dub, who we are going to be watching. Why am I doing your part, Nomad? But who cares? Is going to be playing the Tilted Boys later today. But yeah, I think for C-Dub, you kind of want to beat Tilted Boys, kind of a bottom ranked team in the division, secure yourself as that potential top 2 team, and break the curse of not being able to qualify for Division 1 NA. This could be your tour, C-Dub. This could be your tour.
Why have Goon Squads chosen USA as their abbreviation?
I mean, they're all for America, you know, when they had all the qualified shenanigans. Yeah, they are. Come on. They rallied up
Goons
all
have
the
2
lads.
Canadians and a Mexican. They're actually majoritively not from America, from USA.
But they feel American, you know. I'm not American enough to make good jokes.
It's not about how American you are, it's about how free you are.
Hell yeah, and these boys are free to play Dota.
Well, if you're excited to watch them, then you're going to have to stay excited a little bit longer because they're coming up later today as the second series. However, the first series is what we want to get excited about because it's going to be C-Dub versus those lads over on the side of Tilted Boys. Now, Tilted Boys have had a somewhat tilting entrance to the DPC, I suppose. They played 2 series so far. They've won a game in each of those series, but have ultimately lost in the end, unfortunately. Tough position to be in. One of them was versus Wildcard, though, so credit where credit is due. You know, those, as we said, was one of the teams we expected to do very well in this DPC, and Tilted Boys actually started with a win against them, so credit on that for sure.
All right, Nomad, I want to ask you the dumb trivia question now.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know if I misunderstood Sunlight's tweet, okay? But he said, and I quote, current day, my mid laner didn't know that raindrops give mana regen. Do you think he was talking about his actual mid laner in his professional team, or do you think he was referring to a pub player?
That sounds like an RCY thing. RCY is just a lad, you know, he's not even been playing that long, so it's going to be like Ari, where he's like, oh yeah, I'm a position 4 player, but I don't have a single game on Iron. It's like, oh, okay. But they're just like ridiculously mechanically skilled, and like, you know, their brain's not full of rubbish. Who cares if raindrops give mana regen? It doesn't matter. It doesn't, you know.
He's not a support player. He's not some
everyone's trying to
who's
min-max
desperate.
when these guys are just flexing and just dropping dubs, and everyone's like, oh, you know, they're worried about the little things. They think it'll make them better. No, just grind some games. You know, just go crazy. Take some Red Bull or other unbranded energy drink, and get some dubs on the board. You know.
Right. And those dubs, of course, the team comparison. C-Dub sitting with 2 wins, naturally going to look a lot healthier due to the fact they're winning games. So all of their stats are relatively inflated by that. I think, if anything, the deaths are somewhat comparable to a team who's losing a lot. Often, maybe teams winning might have, let's say, I'm going to throw some numbers like 16, 15, kind of that territory. But the fact they're kind of hitting close, I'm going to assume that C-Dub is a rather aggressive team, especially with Duster on the team. He kind of likes to lead from the front and push his team forward. So, yeah, have a lot of deaths, but have a lot of kills. Want to get amongst it, doubling the assists. So I really am expecting C-Dub to get out of the gate swinging and just look to really fight Tilted Boys early. They got to be ready.
Yeah, you have to have a good plan, especially in the lanes. Like, if you lose the lanes to C-Dub, I feel like you're in such a bad position because they really do like just being really, really aggressive and taking the game by the scruff of the neck. You know, they play like this this kind of like flowchart Dota, but like at a really, really fast pace. And sometimes they just skip parts of it. Sometimes they're like, yeah, you know what? We don't need Roshan. We're just going to go take a barrack. And you're like, oh, we weren't ready for that. Now we've lost a barrack. That's a shame. Now we've lost Roshan as well. That's an even bigger shame. Oh, we've lost the game range. It's exploded. We're very sad now. So Tilted Boys, they don't want to be in that position. So you got to make sure you've got a really good plan. I say draft for the lanes and then work from there on out. I think that if that's the position you're in where you're currently 0-2, that's probably the best place to start.
Whoa. Look at this. Ready? I'm going to do the smoothest transition of my life. Oh,
Hurry
bam! Up. See what? I did the transition.
Oh, you were just...
No?
So your
I was
transition
transitioning
was,
from team to
there's
player.
going to be a transition now.
Yeah. Exactly. Don't do me like that. We got 2 star players on the scene. Is that isn't it got dust? Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Sanctified. Okay.
position 4, I believe.
Okay, no worries. I was a bit of a left field, but it's fine. So
Sanctified the 4.
no, Dust is the 5, but it's fine.
Okay.
Either way, I want to talk about Door primarily. That's the reason why I kind of brought Door to light in the comparison, because he's very fresh to the competitive scene. He's only ever played on Tilted Boys. He played during the open qualifiers, then the closed qualifiers, got into Division 2 last tour, remained in Division 2 after a tiebreaker, and now they're here again. So this is a team, or at least this is a player, that has been able to, from pretty much no team formed into the DPC. And I think that's the main reason that we want to see DPC, is to find these random new players that can just go from being pub players into DPC. And of course, we had a little look at the comparison. The stats look healthy. It's not as if he's like out of place or anything, but the reflection I was going to make was going to be against Duster. And Duster's a very experienced, internationally acclaimed Brazilian player who's gone to LANs, gone to majors. Obviously, he's had a bit of a downward spiral to some degree in recent years. But yeah, that was going to be the comparison Door to him. But yeah, very cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, would you say that Door is unhinged?
I mean, I hope to see him unhinged in this game. He's got to... someone's going to have to put a lock on him if they want to be able to win this game.
You can't knock him. He always tries his best. Anyway, we have the draft available, so let's jump into it. It's Tilted Boys versus C-Dub right here. And we're going to start things off with a Morphling ban, because that's what Tilted Boys have been doing pretty damn well with, to be fair.
Yeah, I got to look at my notes. Sorry, 1 second. How are we looking? Yeah, they do. They do like some Morphling.
Wow. You know what shows commitment from teams is when they have their guild set as their team. And
that is true.
Mark and Isla both have C-Dubs set as their guild. Meanwhile, on Tilted Boys, Volodka and
I've
done your research on this one. Yeah,
yes.
I was waiting for you to say
Ukrainian.
it so I could copy you, but then
my partner is Ukrainian. I actually went to her like desperate. I couldn't run to her like, how do I pronounce this? And she wrote it to me on Telegram, and I will double check just so I don't butcher it.
Okay.
Volodka.
Okay, that's really easy.
Yeah, so basically the B, if you're trying to be English about it, just ignore the B.
Ignore the B,
and then butcher the rest of the word in any English way possible, where you just go Volodka.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe not that. Don't go that English, but
okay.
Yeah, just ignore the B, pronounce it, and then you should be in a good ballpark. If they are to win today, and he is to do the interview, we can ask for the correct way. But I'm pretty sure we're at least close enough there. Oh my God, what, damn! Hold up. Boss man's are coming in with the shades. Oh, and the camera angle is all on the...
is a camera just in the middle of his monitor? Like, what? I'm so good. Is he playing on a sofa?
Wait, that is...
There's so much to break down
here. That is so cool.
5
Everyone else is like gaming chair kind of vibes. This guy's got sunnies on his side. Webcam
like
inside his monitor
on the sofa, just getting dubs. What a
Volodka is my favorite Division 2 NA player off the bat. Oh my God!
Wow.
All right, who's doing interviews actually? I need to see if they've already submitted their interview. I've got a request already. Okay, so it's unfortunately it won't be Volodka. I won't shame who is doing it, because then obviously you want to get there, and it's the excitement, the surprise of who gets to do the interview. So we'll wait until the end. But
yeah, you want to keep him hanging, you know.
Yeah.
Keep him
but
guessing.
it's not Volodka.
It's not Volodka. Oh, he's too cool to interview. If we had an interview with him, he'd just stare at us. He wouldn't say anything, or he'd give us like one-word responses, like, "Duh."
10 seconds remaining.
All right, we got some heroes picked up. Magnus, this hero I absolutely hate. I feel like the last 5 games I've watched it in, it just runs around farming for like 20 minutes. Like, oh no, a team fight, RP's nothing and loses. So, yeah, I think hopefully C-Dub shows something better. I mean, I'm sure the hero's good. I just haven't seen it in a while. Meanwhile, on the side of Tilted Boys, we've got a Bat Rider and Dime, which is just toxic, honestly. It's a filthy opening. Ugh.
So C-Dub's played this Magnus in both position 4 and carry. So unlike other regions where they only play it in the core roles, they have shown a little bit of support flexibility that could potentially cushion the issues of the hero, just because you're not always farming backwards. Like, the idea of the Harpoon meta is because it simplifies the skewer. But as soon as teams start picking up the Rubiks and stuff, then the Harpoon value goes down, and it's like, eh. So I don't mind it maybe going to support, but if it is, you need the rest of your draft to be laning dominators. Otherwise, when things go wrong and your mag support's running around the map, it's going to be a very hard game. And I feel that's maybe why C-Dub is banning kind of big laning dominating style heroes, because if it is a mag 4, there is no way your offlaner can solo into Bloodseeker or a Slug. So yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's already tough though. I mean, they've picked up 2 incredibly strong laners from the get-go, Bat Rider and Undying, whether the Bat Rider's core or not. is going to be an absolute beast to lane against. Undying just going to secure your safe lane. So they're doing exactly what I said. They are reading the Nomad handbook cover to cover, and they are focusing on the laning phase as a starting point for this series. And then hopefully they can kind of take the game by storm or learn from their mistakes after the laning phase and then work on it from there. I should be a coach.
Like a psychological one?
No, gaming coach. Mechanics,
cool.
Mostly. Yep.
Wow, nice.
I know some scuffed things which haunt the brain of any normal Dota player.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
There is a bug in the game which I'm convinced that if a pro team knew about, then they could potentially, if they used it in a match, it would get patched within the hour of it being used.
Ooh, look at you.
Yeah.
And the power you possess, the fact that you haven't even used it for social media gains.
Yeah,
that's
well,
truly the respect of competitive integrity.
That's the reason, yeah, definitely because I don't take ages.
Not because you're really
YouTube
slow at
videos.
editing.
Yeah, no, it's because I'm just a stand-up guy.
There we go. So for draft wise, at least for Tilted Boys, the opening is very strong, but it is susceptible to any of these illusion heroes like Naga, Siren, PL, etc. Even like Terrorblade is going to be good against them. So I feel like the Pangolier ban is a decent enough soft cover if CW was to... Sorry.
Radiant team.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the opening's good. I don't know. I went down like a logic train and then I just kind of lost myself. Oh, that was it. So yeah, but they go Ember anyway. It doesn't matter. We'll move on from that point. I'm clearly lagging right now.
It's all right.
I don't mind
it's all
Ember
right.
into Void Spirit. It's pretty good. Good lane, counter matchup. If Mag support, the main thing is like if they are flexing this Magnus, I just want this Mag to feel like I want him to feel terrible wherever he goes. If he goes to some Undying lane, he's a support who can't do
I wouldn't
anything.
feel
If he
bad.
runs to
Not even in
mid,
game. I just hope it feels bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
no, I mean in game. But
Just hope it's miserable.
back to you. I'm floundering.
Ember Spirit's pretty hot pick. I'm still kind of curious as to where the bat goes. I'm always like, if someone picks bat support, I'm always just like, they're a gamer. I'm all in on the bat support players, even though it's like not even a special thing anymore. It's been played for pubs. It's like one of the most popular falls in pubs at the moment. But I don't care. If someone plays it for them, like I trust them with my life. I know what they're doing.
I mean, it's been offlane so far from Ush, so hasn't been supported yet in the Tilted Boys DPC Tour 3 Div 2 run.
No.
C-Dub, they're taking a long time to think about their second phase response here. It's quite an unhealthy amount of time, I'd say. Only 30 seconds reserve.
You can't be having
it
a
is
healthy
good.
conversation past 30 seconds. Yeah, at this point, it's unhealthy conversation for sure. It's probably
It's
name
more
calling.
like, at this point of the draft, normally most of the lines of draft are relatively understood. So maybe things have gone a little bit different in their preparations. Going for a Sky, though, is very much a classic pairing. This draft just feels very kind of meta-driven. You've got the Mag, the Void, the Sky to enable the Void Spirit as well in the early rotations. Astral Step into Remnant, into Mystic Flare. Naturally is going to do a lot of damage and kill off any hero. You can rotate on Ember Spirit as well with the Ancient Seal to silence him up pre-Manta or BKB. So yeah, overall, very nice looking opening, but the Mag's the big question mark for me. Are they putting it carry? Are they flexing it? The other part was, are they going to pick their offlaner here to try and disguise that a little bit longer? And that they do.
Yeah, the mind games are at play from C-Dub. They don't want to give anything away yet. Tilted Boys, they don't know what's going on. They have no clue. Where is this Magnus going? Will it be carry? Will it be support? We just can't understand. But Skywrath Legion, hog combo. It is. It's something which even I can pull off. So easy stuff to just drop on someone. But no, very good for catching an Ember Spirit. You never want to catch an Ember Spirit. They not have enough damage inside of that lockdown to kill him off. So Skywrath Mage definitely helps with that. Also, Silence versus Ember is something I really like. I just think Skywrath Mage is neat, and I think he's underpicked.
Yeah, it's a very, very powerful hero, but it's susceptible to the map not going your way. You don't get to push out lanes. You rely on other people to do things for you to thrive. And that's when the game can get a little bit hard. So, okay.
Based Snake Lady coming through.
when I look at Tilt, like C-Dub's entire lineup feels like this kind of poetic, everyone's got to play with each other, right? The Legion's got to hit a Jewel for Mystic Flare to go off. Void Spirit needs the Magnus for the Empower and +1 to kill something. And then Tilted Boys, their entire draft right now just feels be strong in lanes, exist, and eventually you'll do well. I think C-Dub, where's the route they want to take? C-Dub banning the Shadow Demon themselves, actually. It would be a good position to save from the... Because like right now, it's single target. That's the only thing C-Dub rely on. Sure, there's like some potential RP AoE stuff down the line, but there isn't a lot of damage to pump into that. It's more about duel one guy, kill one guy, and for some reason Skyward's also put on sunglasses as well to join Volodka. But
Shit,
alas.
a bit of unity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they
What
picked
else is the
Sky
saving
Wrath
support?
versus Skyward. What does that mean?
It is, yeah.
10 seconds
Intimidation
remaining.
techniques.
Means a lot.
Dire team pick.
Really does. Alright, so got an anti-mage band down. But of course I don't want that being picked up against that Snake Woman. So, final pick from C-Dub. Is it going to be a carry? Is it going to be a pulse 4? I think it's probably going to be a carry. What carry is it going
10
to be?
seconds remaining.
Hopefully not a Baden, because we saw a Baden versus Medusa earlier and it was terrible.
5 seconds remaining.
I am...
Radiant team pick.
Oh, Silencer coming out. Okay, so it is going to be the Mad Carry. Much to my chagrin, but nevertheless, I mean, it feels a bit heavy-handed, right? Like going Silencer versus Ember Spirit, like, sure, okay, you can maybe catch the Ember Spirit out of the global. Maybe you stop Batrider getting away with a lasso or something, but that's kind of the spell, which is kind of hard to silence against. I don't know if I love this. I'll be honest.
It's an awkward pick. I think if we were looking at Batrider of the past, it would have been a great pick because of the sticky napalm, but because of the flame break and the Firefly technology we see with the blood grenades, it's not as prevalent. That Silencer is a good counter playing on punishing cooldowns and stuff. So it just feels like they're picking more for their own lineup, which is we want to engage on top of you, and whilst we're on you, we want to insta-kill you off. So Legion needs to assassinate the Ember, Void Spirit needs to jump for support with the Sky or something, and then from there, you play on numbers advantage. They don't really have a Medusa killer throughout this entire game. Sure, they can kite her around and annoy her with potential Legions and Void Spirits and Magnuses, but they don't have that perfect SD Disruptor, Darkseer wall her, Anti-Mage burn her mana, like, or a Slark for a Diffusal. So it is going to be a weird game from C-Dub. I think it's going to be a highly skilled macro game where they need to win lanes and dictate everything. And yeah, for Tilted Boys, they round out their lineup with just how do we protect our heroes? If things go wrong, we need to be able to have raw aggression, and they go for the offlane Spirit Breaker, position 4 on the Batrider. I like this. Like this Silencer pick, it doesn't cause impact in lane. It's only like a game-based hero, so this Spirit Breaker should have pretty good free farm. And unfortunately, Volodka just took off his glasses. He decided it's only for the draft. Maybe it's the early release of those Apple goggle tingies, and he's got the
he was like getting like a mind palace thing.
The
going
Dota
on.
buff
He's,
information.
like listing it all out in front of him in augmented reality. I am kind of glad though, because after we were kind of like having a bit of fun with it, I was like, wait, what if he's actually like has like laser eye surgery or something, or like cataracts or something?
I mean,
I was like,
it's fine. Even if he did, he did bloody cool with him on, so I'm not
still
upset he's
look like
taking
a
him off.
baller.
Yeah, he has the coolest setup out of any of the players I've seen from like
Plus,
DPC. The fact that he's on just like some big ass cushy sofa, like, there's limited back support there, so don't know how good he's going to be at carrying, but he kind of needs to in this game. On the
nice segue. Beautifully done. See, that was a good one. Earlier you hyped yourself up and you know, you didn't deliver, but that time, you know, you nailed it. So
all right, Mr. Knock Knock Door jokes. Jesus, all right, get it. His name's Door.
Hey, that was great. I've got like 20 more of those plans. So
you've already clipped it. That's
yeah,
going
I've already
your...
clipped it, shipped it. It's on my socials already. All right, but I mean, so what's the reason for this silencer and the Scarlet? I suppose like doubling down on the silencers also gives you the ability to use the global more kind of leniently to protect Isla if he's going to like hyper commit on the Void Spirit, or if Legion Commander wants to go in really hard, or even if Magnus wants to really commit to a fight. You can use the global to kind of like cushion that and then give them a bit of safety while still being able to have that point silence for if the Ember Spirit jumps in on the back lines. Now,
No, man.
yeah,
We're going to have to pause for a second, boss.
Yeah.
Because Mark, who's the mid laner, is playing Legion. And Isla, who's the off laner, is playing Void Spirit. So once again, this team is doing the utmost shenanigans within their heroes and player pools and whatnot. So to think about it, does this provide them additional strength in their laning phase? Of course, we'll have to get into the game, see and feel it out, but I'm skeptical Medusa's going to get pressured. I was expecting Legion in the offlane to do a little bit more potentially, but maybe they value this Undying pick to be so strong, they're scared of it. So again, C-Dub with some last minute changes with the heroes and the player combinations. Will it help them against a very OP Medusa Spirit Breaker lineup? Who knows?
Who knows? Let's get into it. We are now into game number 1 of this series, and of course, a fresh dawn on a new day of the NA DPC Division 2. Always a fun ride. Both teams kind of wrapping around, but neither of them going to find each other, as both of them kind of playing really safely actually inside their own jungles.
Again, we rarely see that proper contest from teams nowadays. It's always a lot of posturing. You throw out a quick ward. Teams are understanding how to check for these new wards now, especially on Radiant. The Dire side just needs to walk underneath that tier 1 tower, like the tree line area. If they get hit, suddenly, oh wait, they got high ground vision, don't take the fight.
Yep.
Yeah, both teams are just respecting each other quite immensely.
Immense respect. So, do you prefer the Legion matchup versus the Ember matchup?
I'm trying to think if I do or not. It's kind
I'm
of...
thinking that's base.
I think it's mainly just because it's Undying. I think both of at least C-Dub was wondering, okay, if we put Legion into the offlane and now he's going to get Undying, then decayed down, he won't be able to pack a punch. At least Void Spirit has some type of ability to disengage away from it. Of course, Legion against any melee hero in the mid lane should be able to utilize Moment of Courage to get those denied procs, to also battle up against December. So it should just be a pretty easy lane for Legion to farm up, but it's more how does he enter the game? How's he going to get these kills? What's his rotations going to be? And yep, you can see the 3-lane split here.
I do love a good 3-lane split. It just gives you all the information you could have. They should just keep it on this the whole game. They should do a 10 hero split, so you can just watch every hero at once.
Bro, we already struggle watching like 4 concurrent best of 3s during like TI group stages. We gotta calm down, all right?
Can you imagine if they like, do you remember how much people complained when they first introduced the tri-lane camera? You know, it's like people are like, I can't view 3 things at once. What the hell?
No, I think it's nice. It just sets up for like when the lanes are expected, then it's like sure. But when there's that little bit of X factor, like in this scenario, as you see here, we have this Void Spirit in the offlane. It's a hero that traditionally needs a lot of levels to feel good, and putting it into a side lane, you don't get those levels. You don't pressure the lane, right? It's going to be a little bit hard. I think this trade of the heroes is going to be on mode recovery for a long time, and it's all on Mark, who is a very high-level Legion commander, I must say, who needs to really step it up and kind of make the action. Sure, there's a little bit of poke and prod occurring here, but that's because Ferte is all by his lonesome. Door has been left wide open because he's not in the lane right now.
10 out of 10. That was a banger.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's pretty low on mana at the moment, so pretty vulnerable, down to only 250 HP. That naked pull, look, not looking good. You don't want to be relying on that at all. So, yeah. Meanwhile, in the top side, we got Skyward playing the Batrider, and yeah, it is a support Batrider. So as I said, I now trust Skyward with my life, and he knows what he's doing, in my opinion. So,
Not able to get the kill on Dusted this time around. Dusted does have the salve, so we will have full resources back. But this is the reason why I think they put the Spirit Broker into the core role. Just knowing that there isn't going to be any threat onto his life. If he gets skewered back, he can charge back down the lane. Silence isn't really pressuring him, and now the Batrider just going to be able to be a little bit of a nuisance. Who wins the Lotus Warfare? Oh, look at that. Batrider
Told you.
winning it. And I am going to mute everyone in this game because they love using the voice lines. Gone.
Oh, there's a sheepstick voice line. It's a great one. It's a banger.
I can only go mid so many times and hold hands so many times. I don't have enough moisturizer to keep my hands, you know, hand holdable. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Duster, he's actually dead here. He's super dead. Super duper dead. Easy first blood from the bat ride. I mean, this is usually expected. You hit level 2 on the bat. You've got a blood grenade in your pocket. Just pop both your spells on the blood grenade, and all of a sudden you just can't do anything. Add a charge on top of that as well, and you are dead as brown bread.
I especially like the players that have multiple blood grenades, because once you kill them once, as soon as they TP back in, as long as you get your cooldowns back up again, just replicate that play again, go for another kill. And already Tilted Boys, sitting healthy on the top of the CS, their draft will scale and thrive in this game as the game gets later. C-Dub, I feel like they will slowly but surely fall off, and they have about half an hour of this game to dictate how it's going to end. And Duster, he comes into the lane, because Skyward had that second blood grenade, already finding an opportunity. He's having to design himself.
Not going to happen.
Dead for 14, TP on cooldown for 40 seconds. It's now just a solo Magnus in this lane.
Oh, the tip's coming out as well. Oh my god. Can't do it to him.
Riveting NA drama occurring right here.
That is Duster. Show some gosh darn respect. My goodness. Ugh. How's our mid lane?
I expected mid lane to be a little bit better, like for this Legion. I understand that slight spam is super good, but I thought maybe because of like the moment of courage. Oh, okay, I know why. He has no armor on this Legion. Like when I look at this build from this Legion commander, he has bottle and boots. Like he doesn't have anything to provide him sustain within the lane. I expected maybe if you like rushed some chainmail or something along those lines, maybe even the helm, if he's going like an armlet route or something, he could just AFK in the lane, deny every creep and not get chipped out. But yeah, unfortunately that's not the case. And every single lane right now for Tilted Boys, they're just providing so much chip, and the zombie a little bit late to spawn, not able to get the slow.
Oh, that was close. Sanctified. Maybe he didn't even realize how close he was to death there. But
even Isla's getting hit.
No one is safe from the peppering of this Undying right now. They have been able to get a pretty good control. Dodge, nice, but doors coming in around the side. Isla's got to get up to the high ground, but Undying is chasing.
Hey, Nomad, is he swinging around?
Swinging around, yeah. And unfortunately, it's going to get bought on down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Duster. Oh no, he's suffering the same fate again. Skyward has yet another blood grenade. I don't even think he needs to use it this time. Mark's coming over across. He does have a duel, but doesn't really want to pop it on the Batrider in this situation.
Ooh, and the tips as well. Oh. How does a man recover from so many tips? Buy yourself a new cosmetic in the game.
True.
When you get tipped that much, you have so much economy.
You can get unusual couriers from that now as well, so yeah. That's something you want.
Oh, this is the reason why you picked the Sky. Yeah, nice. Sky levels to mid, gets a kill.
You still just dump out damage.
Yeah. It's just an extra little bit of something. And you know this is going to scale throughout the early to mid game, this combination. Anyone who gets seen, you hit the jewel, you hit some any CC, Sky will be able to connect. Of course, they are playing for the smallest of things in the lane, because when I look at that net worth, Spirit Breaker's at 3.7k.
My goodness.
I guess it helps, farming a couple kills, but yeah, he's having a joyous time right now.
There's a cash cow right there.
Sky gets the one wisdom rune, and Tilted Boys are very slow to get their wisdom rune. About 23 seconds slow if I calculate the move speed. 1, 2. Oh, okay, slightly off. My apologies there, guys. 1 second short, but yeah. Very late to the wisdom rune. C-Dub weren't in position to contest that. Of course, Duster, from dying top to dying mid, wasn't really on the map, so I can see why. 2k gold lead already.
Set up in the top lane here.
Ooh.
I see him. The sneaky.
Are they going to kill Duster again, or what?
Probably.
Okay, they've seen each other now, Door and Duster.
Oh. Duster, how did he get away from the zombies there? I have no idea how a zombie didn't spawn him. Is it going to make a difference? No, it is not. Duster's going to go down regardless. Don't do it. Don't tip him again. Man's had enough. He's had enough, gosh damn it.
Oh, wait, Ember's got
double
killed mid.
king. Okay, yeah, but Ember gets a
didn't see
kill
that.
in the mid lane. Double king is not going to go down here. Please recap us, Mr. Governor. What happened?
Oh, so Legion went for a duel. Ember didn't die during the duel because it was a solo duel. And then Barra just came in and gave him a cheeky little bash and was like, nah, see ya, boss.
A little slap on the bum.
Duel was not
no.
won by the Ember, but... And now, to repay the favor,
bottom.
Ember then goes bottom.
Yeah.
That is beautiful rotations from these cores.
Isla is dead, and Vlutka gets 2 kills, looking for a third, and probably just scoops up another one here, honestly. There's nothing to stop.
Will they high five?
Never mind, Mark comes on through here. Doesn't have the duel, though, and he can just slide a fist around anyway. Triple kill now for Vlodka. That is a bit of an issue. You mentioned how Ember is kind of the key to this game, and he is having a blistering start.
Yeah, I think C-Dub just... Their shenanigans in the draft have put themselves in a really terrible position. They're going to have to hit some miraculous smokes or movements on the map because, yeah, Tilted Boys are just playing incredibly well around this map right now.
Yeah, Dora in the middle lane just going to pop that ulti and start slamming away on Isla. Isla trying to catch the kill with the 7-8 and will be able to do so, including the
Doesn't even
Astral
die.
Step. But oh no, he's actually died. He didn't get the kill, he died. Perfect play by casting there, honestly. Sanctified
No, you
Ties
were
as
doing
well.
great.
Vodka.
just think about like the moves that occurred there. They're pressuring top, and then Ember nearly gets like killed middle, but then Spirit Breaker TPs in, saves his life. Ember then rotates bottom to get a triple kill, to then go back mid again. So in the span of
Blimey.
like a minute, the entire map has just been destroyed. And then Double King's using RP on a Batrider
He's gonna
to not
die.
get a kill.
Yeah, that's
Hold.
disastrous.
And now he's gonna die.
All right.
What on earth's just happened in the last 2 minutes?
Skyward's dead to Duster. Duster finally gets a bit of revenge, but might be in some trouble himself as Usher's just looking to chase him down, and there is nothing to deter this guy from just
Summon
clicking
the
there.
bash.
It's
Play
coming.
by play, please
This
help.
one. Oh, he
He
cancelled.
cancelled his charge.
Is under attack.
Okay, surely you tip now. Surely Duster tips now. There is no person that exists on this earth. Meanwhile, Thor unfortunately goes down to Mark, gives away the duel as well.
I feel so sorry for our observer. There's like so many random things occurring at every single part of this map. There's Legions dueling, Embers running, Spirit Breakers cancelling charges. There are some shenanigans afoot in this game, and it's all about Tilted Boys.
Yeah, shout out. Eosin.
Meanwhile, look at
He
the
has
bot
a
lane.
name
Look at
too.
Deucer. Or was it Ersin? Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't want
it's fine,
to
it's fine,
assume.
No, I know you don't.
Ersin.
You don't see observers.
Wait, I don't think I've ever
You've told
worked
me
with
that
Ersin before. This is really cool. Hi, Ersin. I don't think we've ever worked together, but hope you're having a nice evening. Hope you're good.
G Governor said observers aren't real people in my eyes.
What?
Yep, he said it before the cast.
My
Just making sure you
favorite.
know, Eosin.
I love everyone. Oh. I feel like you just gaslit me, and I don't know how to get out of it because I just feel too awkward because it's not true. But if
That's
I
how I
defend
get away
myself,
with
it'll sound. Oh, Ush get away with his gank on him in the top lane. Segue.
Bulldoze is a pretty strong ability, but he's used it now, and now he doesn't
ran
have
back
it.
in.
Without a bulldoze, he is simply a cow. But is it going to matter? They catch him with a pretty nice Oath of Remnant. They need it just a little bit more, and Isla is going to find it. Meanwhile, they will get the kill onto Sanctified with that lasso coming out, and Duster looks like he's going to go down as well. Isla with the TP. Oh, hold on. Finish the job. There we go. Isla TP's out. No cancels for that one, but still 2 big kills for the side of Tilted Boys, but they do at least get the Spirit Breaker. Yeah. You could kind of tell yourself it's worthwhile if you wanted to.
Do you know every time we've worked together and I've put my disgust towards silencer picks, it's always this type of game that I think about and why I don't enjoy seeing it unless there is a clear reason. I didn't really see the clear reason for the pick in this game,
Under attack.
and because of it, it's now a 1-6-0. I feel so bad for Duster. He is a speck of XP away from global, and the sad reality is, will the global have any impact? Probably not. It might help him get a kill, but it's not as if it's going to be some like game-breaking moment where they can suddenly do bigger things on the map. And I am excited to see how C-Dub can get back into this game. They are currently the 2-0 team in the DPC in Division 2. They have beat some of the bigger teams, and hopefully they have it in their toolkit, because often the games that they've won have been quite stumpy. I think they've had 1 hour-long game, which has been a bit of a back and forth. I didn't see it, unfortunately. But this is going to be the game that really tells me after this egregious of a laning phase, do they have it in as a team to bounce back? And it's going to have to start one gank at a time. Unfortunately, that gank doesn't connect on Ush once again in the top lane.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth mentioning that this is the only team which is currently undefeated in Division 2, at least in the in this NA DPC, and of course in Western EU as well. Everyone's been defeated at least once as well. So yeah, there's a big accolade to uphold, which looks like it's being threatened here. But it is important to mention as well that in their first game versus the Cut, it went on for over an hour. So they're no strangers to you know, dragging things out. I suppose we'll see how well they're able to play them out from behind. But there's a nice little kill they're grabbing onto Ush once again here up on the top side. So as long as Ush is happy to continue coming top, they'll be happy to continue killing him off. Sanctified might be paying the price for it. Let's see. Vodka comes on in deep. The silence is there, but it's only going to hold them back temporarily. Skyward continues to chase on this Bat Rider, and the Sleight of Fist will finish the job. Down goes the Skyra, unfortunately. Literally 1 point in armor, so Sleight of Fist just absolutely shreds him.
I don't even want to know the heat map of this Medusa. Like, we've been talking about this mid lane, the top lane, Ush dying multiple times. She has parked herself in the bot lane. 14 minutes in, got Manta, already, you know, a component deep into the butterfly. But yeah, very much, this is one of the most uncontested Medusas I've seen in a long time. Often there's at least one little bit of poke and prod to push her to the jungle, maybe to the off lane once the tower's taken. But no, she has 100% lived in her safe lane for nearly 15 minutes of this game.
The dream. I'm fucking dream.
I'm assuming, yeah, wow, that's so passionate from you.
I wish I've never had a game like this, ever. 10 years of playing this shit.
Never. So for Tilted Boys, though, they have hit a timing with the Spirit Breaker getting that Shadow Blade. I love the fact that they are rushing this item. Before, it would always be, maybe we go Phase Drum, or we go for a greedier build in general, maybe the BKB rush. But with this Shadow Blade, with elusive heroes like Magnus with the Skewer, Void Spirit with the Steps, always can lock on without detection being in play. So yeah, just sets up for Bat Rider Ember to follow up that engagement. Happy we're seeing that evolution with Spirit Breaker.
Oh my god, now Ferdo's got this whole big stack of Ancients to farm as well.
Oh, let's watch it real quick. Oh, this is so much gold. So what's the net worth right now? So we're kind of joining late, but let's say it was like 8.5 to start with.
Yet to die.
That's actually one of the most enjoyable things to see ever, is when someone farms stacks to watch the pour on
There
after.
is the duel going on, but
that's unfortunate.
Innocent gave up.
Doesn't win the duel though.
Yeah, Skyward does go down, but it looks like Mark is actually going to die in response to this. So C-Dub still suffering losses as Duster falls as well. Sanctified going to be the next target for Looker here. Just going to get another kill, and they've got so much catch on this team that it's just no effort at all for them to just turn it into +1, +1, +1.
Yep.
And it was even enough to pull Medusa from her
catch.
stacks as well.
Sure, they did do that, but it's Skyward with the 15-odd minute pipe. That's the reason why the duel doesn't win. The Mystic Flare is absolute zero. All of C-Dub right now is Legion Jewels and Astral, Void Spirit and Sky do the damage. Look at the breakdown. Silencer does nothing. Skyruff, because of the pipe, did nothing. They do just minimal physical damage. Like C-Dub, they are in a really dire spot, not because they're on the dire side, because they are struggling to do anything in this game now. This is such a big window for Tilted Boys to make their mark in their game. They need to make they need this 7k lead to become 10, 15, 20k. They can't let down. As soon as Medusa picks up Butterfly, go to Roshan, make the plays. C-Dub are so uncomfortable. Smoking again to hopefully find something, but maybe they run into Ember.
It's a big kill if they can find it. They'll drop everything they've got on him, and it will be enough. Big kill from C-Dub. They do not let off the gas. They keep trying to make this combo work, and eventually it does. But what can they find in response? Yeah, they're out. They're out. It's fine. Yeah.
700 gold. That's quite a gold swing, to be fair. 900 gold. So it's a 1.1k total when you think about lost gold plus gold gain. Yeah, Mark's got to do a lot of carrying right now. Like this Blade Mail, Legion, Blink, find the Ember, kill him again, keep him on going. Unfortunately, there isn't the Deucer counter, but Mark's got to do it all.
Yep. No pressure, Mark.
He's going to do everything. Yeah, no pressure, Mark.
Into the right click, bash, into the ultimate. It's always feel extra. I mean, probably dead there regardless, but when you get that little extra greater bashing for no reason on Spirit Breaker, it just feels so insulting.
I mean, it's delightful. What are you saying?
damn.
Medusa has left her farming world.
Oh no! Will she be punished for it? I mean, there's a bit of damage coming her way, but then also a whole team cuddling around her, holding her hand, saying, "It's okay. You can leave the jungle. It's all right."
Pumping a little bit of mana. There we go. All right, so how far away are we from this butterfly? About 700 gold away from butterfly, and the win probability, honestly, is rather respectable. Like
it is, isn't it?
They're I don't know what factor is really enabling C-Dub to have 37%. Right now, I'd shift it more to like an 80, 85, but maybe the value of Mark's jewels are coming into play a little bit. The fact that Magnus is such a popular carry, and he has been farming, relatively keeping up with Medusa, is the silver lining for C-Dub. We're not really seeing him enter any of these fights. It feels like we're watching Dota in like a 4v3, 4v4 kind of deal right now. Quite a lot of AFK farming heroes, and I mean, at any point, Tilted Boys easily could be out of position, of course. The fact that they are getting kills, often you chase for more. You only need that one chance for the map to get closed out. Just you gotta hope it's not the Deucer getting caught out on half mana or something.
Yeah, that's the big factor. And yeah, Forte still hasn't really recovered the mana from the last engagement. He has no mana regeneration tools available to him, so
yeah, he's kind of dicing with death here. The fact that his team aren't even in position to save him. This is very... It's hard, because C-Dub are against a lot of mobile heroes. It's not as if you see Deucer, you go. Like, rarely, as a team, do you say, wow, we see the Deucer, let's go and hit her, you know?
Yeah.
You need some proper counters for this, but... Yeah, Ferdy is dicing a little bit of death with how greedy he's being. Mark, he is looking for another jewel.
he sure is, but is he going to find it? Yeah. The only one around here is the Ember Spirit. Would be the best possible target, but at the same time, they don't have vision on him. They don't know he's there. He's looking like he's not showing any signs of defending this tier 1 tower, so...
This would have been a game I'd have loved to see Manta style on Ember. I think dispelling the silencer feels great, plus the Sky potentially, but also being able to just annoy Mark with sending out illusions sometimes out into the fog to maybe bait out that one jewel. Like, there could have been some mind games potentially available.
Oh, he's going to get smashed into by Ush right now. Then comes in the Nether Strike and also a Greater Bash on top of that as well. Another Bash coming out. My goodness, Isla trying to escape once again, but Vodka is here. No Searing Chains available. Doesn't need them. Has the damage regardless and brings down the Void Spirit. Meanwhile, over in the middle lane, they attempted to go for a little bit of a play here onto the Undying, but decided against it once that ultimate came off. Oh.
It's coming back. Ush is charging back in again. Shadowblade online.
Bonk. Oh, might have just drive-by Duster here by the looks of it. Yeah, Duster's getting beat down.
They have Jewel and the
an
Mystic
ulti.
Flare.
Doesn't want to use it, though. Yeah, Mark is just not healthy enough to go for a duel here. Too risky.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ush has Shadowblade Octarine. Of course, having Ring of Health in laning phase helps kind of accelerate your way to the Octarine. But he is going to be charging relentlessly.
Dire's top
It's a
tower
very angry cow.
I'm interested to see where he goes next. 'Cause, like, in this type of game, some BKB could be great just to get yourself into it. Normally, with this type of start, you just go Ags to amplify your damage, make sure you're keeping up the move speed to convert on the damage for the creeps, but Mark, he shows himself for a millisecond, but this time Medusa's here and
Down
goes
he
down.
goes.
Yeah, Ush is showing why this hero is so powerful. If you can get through laning phase, you can control and dictate the game if the heroes follow you. And look, Sky shows for a second bottom, but guess what, buddy? There's a phase boots bulldoze Shadowblade. Bang!
He never saw it coming, and there's another death of the Skywrath Mage. Meanwhile, Double King is still just 0, 1, and 1. Like, he's just not played Dota. He's just hits the neutrals, trying to dodge, and he's farmed, sure. How much is he going to do with this farm? Yeah, it kind of remains to be seen. Is this the best part he could take it in this game? I don't know.
It's the same thing that we mentioned in previous casts in other regions. It's like the Magnus is a hero in core that plays forwards in lane aggressively, but happily retreats to the jungle for quite some time. When he picks up Harpoon, he might join his team for an engagement, but he doesn't dictate the entire fight where he by himself can look to do things. And that alone, it just feels slow. And I think that's why teams are able to now play against it, because it's a very scripted hero. It doesn't have like the versatility of like an Ember that can make move. I mean, I'm comparing two different roles to some degree, but it's the same kind of concept. It's just a very well understood hero now, and because teams know what it does, they're going to be able to play around it. And yeah, Tilted Boys 12k lead now with the Aegis, an ultimate orb away from Skadi. It's their game to lose now.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with Magnus as well is that it kind of relies on the enemy team wanting to come and find you and fight you and kill you. Like, if you don't do that, then it kind of... You just don't farm as fast as, like, other carries do, really, like, somehow. Medusa's just always a bit faster, you know, Terrorblade, Naga, they're all just, like, all these hard carries are just a little bit faster, and he does functionally work very similarly to one of those. It just gives you a bit more team fight in the late game.
I don't think I could ever play with Ferte on my team, man. He does like the most like he's on 0 mana doing Tormentors or going to 0 mana. He's pushing tier 2s by himself. I have anxiety. Like he's doing all these plays. Of course he's got like incredible farm, but just the thought of it, like please don't die. We're winning. Please.
You're naked 800 HP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You're doing good, boss. Don't worry. But also going back to the Magnus, it's like, oh wait, he's actually found potentially a kill.
Oh, Skyward, can they finish the job here? They really don't want to RP this, and they won't have to. They'll be able to bring down the bat, and that will be that.
A lapse of judgment outside the base, Magnus will always punish you there.
Yeah.
And that is something Tilted Boys need to respect.
Yeah. And that was a kind of like weirdly a good reminder. You want in on a pulse 4, right? You want to have that team awakening on a pulse 4. You don't want to be reminded because your Medusa's under tier 4s all of a sudden.
Dire are scanning.
Got away with it now. Everybody sharpen up. Let's not do a 1-by-1 thing, but they do manage to catch Ferde here now. Let's not forget, Ferde does have the Aegis.
He's whiffed the duel, boss.
That is a duel. Okay, well, Mark might get away with this still. 4-star down to the low ground. He's going to be okay for the time being as it comes in to try and finish off the Medusa. The Medusa, they need a little bit more damage to bring her down, but they will eventually fall. But in the back lines, Volodka is just going absolutely ape. He's been able to kill off 2 already, and now he's looking to bring down Duster as well, and will be able to do exactly that. It's a triple kill for the Ember. One of the back lines, Verta's respawn, and Isla just has to run the hell away. Won't be able to finish off this kill. 2 heroes do escape on C-Dub. They get an Aegis, they get an Undying, but that is about it.
Just the small things in that as well. Like the Arcane Rune on Ember, being able to free cast all his spells, us charging through, hitting multiple hero bashes as he goes through. It's like, there's no way for C-Dub to position. We've mentioned it so many times. The damage just isn't there. I feel like it's only a matter of time. Like the only way I see C-Dub getting a glimmer of hope is to bring them to the tier 4s.
Well,
exactly.
Ask and you shall receive as a skewer back is there, but the Medusa is still doing so much damage. I mean, they've even thrown down the Fortify, they're throwing everything they've got at this right now. The Mystic Flare, along with the duel, onto the Medusa. She's gonna win, but she is going to die. You killed her, but at what cost?
Okay. I mean, the fact that they killed her and didn't lose racks is
Dub.
You take that as a win if you're C-Dub.
I see a dub, T-Gov.
We gotta see the small ones, and 0 dubs. I'm guessing the damage done from C-Dub is a little bit, you know, a lie on that breakdown. But still, I think realistically, for Tilted Boys, that will now instill a little bit of fear in regards to how they position going towards high ground. They are incredibly strong in these open fights where Spiritbreaker can run through everyone, when Ember can run through, but under the cover of tier 3 plus tier 4 aura, the bonus armor, the fact that it's just a squashed up area, they will struggle to convert this 20k lead into the fight. And of course, Dusa by herself, she's the only form of tower hitting, so that will simplify Magnus' ability to bring them under the towers. So this it could become an awkward game. I'm not saying this is C-Dub winning, I'm just saying it's like, it could take another like 15 or so minutes for Tilted Boys to wait for the next Aegis, get the resources, get maybe a BKB on Dusa, and then go again for that final blow to try and win the game.
Yeah, it's... we can maybe potentially it's chances for C-Dub to make something crazy happen, and chances for Total Boys to make an underestimation but overall it's a 21k gold advantage. Like I'm just looking at this bat. This bat is huge. It's more farmed than the enemy mid laner and the enemy off laner. He's got
he's
Pipe
about
of
to
Insight
overtake
and
the
Boots
Magnus
of
here.
Fairy. He's got the bongo boots, for God's sakes.
Yeah, with this type of game, with the kill lead that they've had, he's been part of quite a lot of them, 18 kills, so he's having a stellar game. Of course, yours will be very helpful against the Legion. In the duel, just yawl the Legion up, so then you can just mitigate that damage. Blade Mail is now not in play. So yeah, like that. Boots of Bearing Pipe, they speak for themselves, what they provide, just very good auras. Yeah, no, overall, I think Tilted Boys, I've not seen them play before, but in regards to the draft setup, the laning phase, the general way that they are playing, of course, it's not like perfect, but it has that kind of raw tenacity that you want to see from Division 2 teams, and it's a little bit refreshing.
It is, yeah. They're going out to take the game. They're not just like farming the map, holding on from the high. They've been going for it, and kind of to a detriment against the Magnus just then. But then again, you could still argue that like they're not super sad about that last fight where the Medusa died under tier 4s, but you killed literally every single hero on C-Dub. Like, it's still a big enough gold swing to make it worth it if you didn't take Rex.
They're not disheartened because Ferte's still going for damage as his build.
Yeah,
it's not as if he's going, I might need a BKB, boys. No, he's going straight for the Daedalus. And I've seen this occur so many times that I'm numb to it. Volodka just killing Duster. This is Duster's 11th death in the game.
Yeah, I'm not really...
He's got more deaths than the entire
really
Radiant team. Are we
anymore.
replaying his death?
Okay.
Is this like the first... I'm pretty sure this is like the first or second... Wait, have we seen a replay so far in this game?
Have we seen...
Have we? Maybe like one? But either way, that's kind of... I respect it. The one real replay that I've witnessed is just Duster's 11th death. Just in case you missed the other, 10.
For the real fans out there.
For the real homies. No, I really hope to see Duster on one of his specialty heroes in the next game. Some Oracle Disruptor style thing. Even his IO just... It's out of meta a little bit, but... I want to sit and pack a punch in the upcoming game. Whatever this poverty silencer has become. Less the player, more the hero.
Pauper silencer. Just walking around in ragged boots.
He's
with
already
the four of his
silencing
feet,
himself right now here.
begging for gold in the bottom lane.
Has he stolen
Tough time.
any... Okay, he has stolen 6 in. So that's
Okay.
something. Yeah.
Maybe you can sell it back to the enemy team for a profit.
Just meets in the river. I provide 6 of the finest intelligence. What can you provide? It's like, stick. Deal. I'm desperate.
That'd be wild, actually, if they had like a barterer here in the game who could like steal things.
Wait,
off
hold
you
up.
and, like, sell it back. Yeah, there's a
Lincoln's-
fight going on at the top side. They're going for Mark right now, and they're going to be able to bring him down. This Medusa is just absolutely shredding anyone who comes near, along with Volodka, as they take
has a
down
DD.
two. But yeah, you don't want to fight this Medusa right now. That's scary. About to run out though. So,
C-Dub just weren't in position, right? The fact that Tilted Boys are like preparing for the next engagement, they don't like Roshan's up in 2 minutes, but they're opting to go for the high ground.
yeah.
In a
think they were
closer game, this
probably-
could be an issue, but right now, it's like whatever, right?
Oh my god, they're just going in so deep. They're trying to get him back into the fountain, but he doesn't quite get him there, and he RP'd the bulldoze target. Oh no, tears are streaming down Double King's face right now.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Oh dear.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Tried to make the play 0-4, and unfortunately, Double King not able to get into the game. When you think about the active nature of Volodka and Ush crushing the map, Skyward's unnatural farm on the position 4, I can really see why he's just been a little old Magnus in the jungle. Insta yules up as well.
Instant yules. Caught out. Lasso is out, but cancelled out by Mark straight off the bat. Global is just popped immediately as well, so a lot of spells traded in that brief instant. And by the way, Double King is just holding on to 4.8k, which seems like an interesting thing to do when you're this far behind.
I'm quickly clicking. Who's holding the money, boss?
Magnus.
Ah, yes.
Saving it for next game?
Saving it for next game, but also what does he want to buy? Maybe he's just indecisive. Like he wants MKB for the Deucer, but right now, is killing the Deucer going to win you the game? Do you want to kill the Barrow or the Ember? Do you want to survive with the Satanic? Like there's a lot of choices, and realistically, he needs all of them. He doesn't want one, he needs two, he needs 3 items, and maybe that's why he's like, if I buy the item, it will force me to do something. So if I don't buy any items, I can buy 2 items and then tell you I'm ready.
Maybe he thinks he's earning interest.
Yeah, that actually could be a mechanic that they introduced to help comebacks. I think maybe MKB could be the option. There's already evasion on both the Spirit Breaker and the Medusa. If you are to hit that wild RP, you should probably be prepared.
Never refuse gold given.
It's not the best situation to be in.
It's really
Let's be real. You're 33k down at 33 minutes. You're down 25 kills. You're down about 1 billion towers. This is what, the second Roshan, which taking a bit of time.
Feels like it's going to be the game ender, though. I don't see what they do against Fert, just coming up the high ground with an Aegis.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
All right,
I'm going to be frank.
should I?
Fert is owning.
Go on. You're going to be so frank of you. Wow. Give me a next frank take in the next game. I won't be ready. It's way too frank for midnight.
They're waiting. The trap is set. I'm amazed that C-Dub want to fight outside their base right now, but probably better than fighting in their base.
The element of surprise when you're down this far.
The elephant of surprise. Surprising him by not dueling him. What a twist.
I mean, there's a Lincoln's.
Okay. Well, my bad. Skyward is going to get dropped, though, but now the Global Sun's coming down, and Volodka can just kind of unleash onto them. Mark's going to be the next target. He's going to get finished off. Ush is also going to be able to kill off Duster as they move across now and look towards the Skywrath Mage. Goodbye, Sanctified, as Isla runs backwards. Magnus, well, he's just kind of getting himself out and looking for another chance to kind of unleash onto this one. Sanctified buys back, but they have done very little damage here. They kill off the Batrider, sure. Okay, no pipe, no bongo boots, but still looking very huge, and they're going to try and go for the Deucer here, but don't forget they need to kill it twice, and these guys can just get into the fight so damn easily. 3-man RP, but no follow-up. They just have to try and use this to get away, and Double King's not even going to be able to do that. He can use some of his gold to buy back into the game, at the very least, as he will do that. But look at this, the illusions inside the base. Sanctified, run! The Medusa illusions always taking down the Skyround. All right, let's try it again. Didn't work the first time. Round number 2, there you go. You get a duel.
Do they have
very
Blink
nice.
Skewer? Okay, Skewer in 3 seconds.
Yeah, they got to try and slow her down, get her into the base. He's trying to get multiple, the greedy lad. And that's not going to work out. I mean, they needed something special like that. They're not going to find... Okay, oh, he doesn't even get into the fountain. Nice try. But unfortunately, doesn't work out for them. C-Dub, they will be dropping this first game here. And actually the first game in the DPC for them as Tilted Boys take a pretty clean win, honestly.
Yeah, an incredibly clean victory. Just across the board, both laning phase setup, draft setup. This was just a really comfortable game to play. Yeah, I'll gotta give it to them. I think for C-Dub, they seem to be, from when I look at their previous drafts, quite a creative team, trying to innovate in different roles and positions. And this was a game where the cards came crumbling down. Like, that creativity bit them in the arse. I think it was a little bit too far in the wrong direction. And when you look at, as we already jump into highlights, when you look at a team that's rounded out by Ember, Spirit Breaker, Medusa, Batrider, such prevalent meta heroes, and then you look towards an off-lane Void Spirit, a mid-Legion Commander, some Silencer support with a everything's a little bit compared to like the punch of every hero I say on Tilted Boys. So coming into this next game, C-Dub need to enter the game with a draft that is playable, because Tilted Boys are just going to run you over if they get this opportunity again.
Yeah, I think so. I think you need to come with slightly stronger ideas. This Legion in the middle lane was meant to do more. It's kind of unfortunate that it didn't kind of crush the lane when they made this rotation. I mean, maybe not crush, but you wanted it to come out with the win. You wanted it to come out on top doing something as kind of creative as this. So a little bit disappointing for Mark and not being able to really get into the game. Magnus, again, just not getting into the game, not really getting... I mean, he got decent farm, but still, it's not that hard carry, which you're thinking, okay, this guy can this guy can turn up, this guy can 1v5. All that really happened in the end was he tried to get some people in the fountain, and it didn't even manage to do that, unfortunately. He failed multiple times. It was tough. It was a really tough watch for C-Dub there, I think. Look at that at the end. That one was so sad. Like, you could have at least given him the Spirit Breaker kill, or at least got him into the fountain if you don't kill him, but he dies just like a pixel before he ends up the stairs.
Let's give it a little sign, but it just didn't occur. I think you get these games often as a team where things are a little bit off. When you look at C-Dub's previous games, I don't think if you remove the names and the players, like, you wouldn't watch this game and go, yeah, that's C-Dub playing, right? It's just like, things a bit off. So yeah, fair play to Tilted Boys being able to claw out the win here. And Tilted Boys, even though they're 0-2, they took a game off of Ravens. They took a game off of Wildcard. Wildcard team currently sitting at 3-0. Like, they are the team to consistently beat these upper teams. I am double checking, but they always win game 1 against these teams, and then they seem to lose game 2 and 3 after. Right. So if that's the trajectory we're going, we could be going for a 3-game series here. But maybe they've changed. After a little bit of time, they've morphed into it, and incredible scorelines. Of course, Volodka just super active from his M Spirit, going from mid to bot, breaking the game pretty much. But I think you got to give it to Ush on his Spirit Breaker.
Oh, yeah, of course. The Spirit Breaker fan picks the Spirit Breakers. MVP. What a surprise. We're all shocked.
I mean, there's funny numbers in the world, and kill participation is a really fundamentally key Dota attribute, sorry. But no, I think Ush, just in how he went from top to mid to give Ember the lease of life to then gank bottom, pretty much propelled Ember Spirit to play the game. And then obviously the Shadowblade build, going for the Octarine, just super annoying, soaking up a lot of disengagements, and because of him being at the forefront, this Ember just crushed the game. So realistically, I think Ember probably could have got MVP, but I respect the fact that Ush did a lot of the heavy lifting to give Ember his performance as well.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. I think, that top lane was just devastating for the side of C-Dub. Like, I haven't seen a lane go that badly in a while, to be perfectly honest. Like, they just got ran over. The Spirit Breaker plus Bat Rider was a brutal combination, and they didn't come equipped to deal with it in the slightest. And this poor Duster Silencer just fed away so much of an advantage. And sure, in the mid game, you can just be like, okay, it's a +5 kill. It doesn't really mean that much. But in the lane, it means a lot. It really enables the heroes to just get a leapfrog into the game, the springboard, if you will, into a beautiful pirouette. Some, I don't know, acrobatics, but either way, it looked great, and I'm excited to see what they bring us in game number 2, because this series is turning out to be a lot closer than I was expecting. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we're going to be back to find out what happens in game number 2. We'll see you in a sec. It's time for game number 2, friends. As we get into it, it is C-Dub Esports, a team which was previously undefeated here in Division 2, has now been taken down by the one and only Tilted Boys, a team which is currently 0-2 in series score. So quite the twist here. I mean, we've been casting a lot of twists here recently, T-Governor. We had the Nigma versus Ivy series where Ivy took the win. So, yeah, I don't know. Apparently it's a day for upsets. Are they going to be able to take it all the way, though?
I mean, history dictates that they're to lose the next 2 games. Every best of 3 they've played, they win game 1. They live up to their name of being Tilted Boys, but clearly for the wrong reasons. Tilted through that success and lose game 2 and 3. So I'm looking at Tilted Boys not to go crazy, not to make things weird, and just stick to solid foundation. And I'm going to go as far as saying, if C-Dub want to draft this quirky, heroes like Medusa, like Terrorblade, often are like the trump cards to ultimate creativity. So that's where I'm really leaning towards. Maybe C-Dub are able to contain themselves maybe a little bit in the next draft.
Yeah, I just think there's I don't know, maybe, like, I know I'm just being reductive because of the games we've been casting recently, but, like, I could have casted, like, 5 games in a row with a Silencer and a Magnus in it, and every single one, the same thing has happened, where a Silencer just feeds like crazy, and the Magnus just sits in the jungle doing nothing. So my mind is toxic, it's tilted, and it doesn't understand Dota anymore, apparently, because I know Magnus is meant to be good. I've seen Magnus be good plenty of times, but recently it just seems figured out. So I would like teams to move away from it. And Silencer has always been bad, in my opinion, in my advanced
in your little
mindset.
breakdown.
Yeah.
Okay, so to be fair, Magnus at Dream League right now, with obviously a lot of tier 1 teams around the world playing, 50% win rate, 44 games. So for a hero to have a 50% win rate, it's not some over 50%. It's just a bog standard average hero. In the right hands can do a lot of work, in the wrong hands can grief you. And I think that's a lot of things that happen. So when meta develops, you see what the top 10 heroes are. And great teams know why, how to complement it, what issues they have. Other teams like to replicate it, and it might not work so well. I think that's what a lot of these teams are doing right now, is even since the start of 7.33 months ago, you pick it, but without the true logic behind it, right? And now C-Dub, they themselves just yoink the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, they do. They don't look so happy though. I mean, I kind of get it. This is their unbroken streak now broken, so yeah, I just got to get down to business now. Meanwhile, Door has now put on the sunglasses, so looking.
Skyward took them off, so
need some
Volodka put them back
here,
on.
guys.
Door put them on, but Doors look more fruity than the rest.
They kind of look like a kid when you take your mother's sunglasses.
Yeah, that's the vibe I was looking at. Like, yeah. But again, somehow rocking them, so no complaints, Door. Still, Volodka looks like he's low-key working in like Men in Black kind of vibes. Like, if I look at him funny, he's gonna bring that little device and poof, you don't remember any of this. Maybe I won't when I wake up in the morning. Maybe I won't remember Division 2 NA. I think I will, though.
He looks like he wants to sell me something, which I would enjoy. So we'll leave it there. We got a Bat Raider Techies coming out for Tilted Boys as their opening. I'm absolutely not surprised to see them go for the Bat Raider again. They look pretty sick, but taking the Techies with it, kind of interesting. I guess it forces Bat into the core role, because I think Techies is always 4 as far as I've seen, and Bat Rider can't really. I mean, it's an okay 5. I definitely prefer 4 though.
So, in Western Europe at least, Techies is 5-4, and Bat Rider has been played mid, offlane 4, and 5.
Yeah.
So, if Tilted Boys have that flexibility, meta dictates it is viable for these heroes to still be in any lane, anywhere, any role, other than, of course, Techies being a core. So, you just need to kind of keep it up for contention. C-Dub going for the Spirit Breaker themselves and the Void Spirit. I don't want to see this Void Spirit go to offlane. I just like lock in the Void Spirit as your mid. Teams like Gaming Gladiators, they pick 3 heroes for mid lane. Like, sometimes they put a fruity Timbersaw in the mix or something, you know, but they don't chop and change. And I don't think C-Dub needs to either.
I agree with that. I think that's a fair sentiment. Like, some teams can thrive with the flexibility of having a flexible mid laner. Some teams, you know, I mean, I didn't hate the Legion pick, to be fair. I just felt like, I don't know.
It felt like a Legion first phase pick that they, you know, it didn't feel like a Legion pick that fixed the draft. It felt more like the Legion was picked earlier. I don't know.
I agree. I didn't feel gotcha'd.
Yes.
which you kind of want to from that sort of
Exactly.
thing. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, might as well have gone with a Husker or something like that. But I guess that's what Mark's comfortable with. All right, so as for bans, C-Dub are very much targeting the things which Tilted pulled out last game. They
Last
get
game,
rid
yeah.
of the Medusa, they get rid of the Ember, so just trying to not let them get into that comfort zone again, not let them hit that 5-man style of lineup. I think that's smart, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's also showing that C-Dub has like low damage heroes once again. Like when we mentioned Spirit Breaker a lot, it's survive through the laning phase and then look to play out the mid game once you get your Shadow Blade. There are scenarios where heroes enable you a lot, but teams can counter it very easily. So heroes like Ember and Puck on the mid lane, if it's a position 4 Spirit Breaker, you're never ganking these heroes. Same thing with like a Deucer in the safe lane. So it does feel to me that C-Dub's most likely putting the Spirit Breaker in the 4 role just based on their bans.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, it's early days. Tilted boys now need to unflex their heroes and show us a little bit of information now.
Yeah, it's time to put some cards on the table, lads. Why do you think it is that this team has... what does it say about a team if they consistently lose the second and third games of the series but win the first? What does that tell you?
That they probably have one really good idea
Yeah.
and they win on it, and then like all their prep is based on like when you enter a series, you have like this immense amount of prep. You go in, yeah, they fell for our trap, they gave us Medusa, sick, cool, bam. But game 2, teams develop, they shift up ban priorities, they change things around. Maybe the line of draft that you had prepared doesn't occur again, so your drafts go from kind of scripted ideas to in the heat of the moment. And that's the difference between like picking like a Medusa to a Weaver or something. It's night and day difference. So that's probably the gut feel. Boils down to kind of coaches and support networks and just your understanding of a team as a team. Sorry.
Absolutely. Well, here comes a visit from C-Dub, so this is something definitely a little different from them, but definitely locks down that Void Spirit in the middle lane, and this Vigil will be your offlaner, in theory at least. That would make the most sense to me. And that's what I want to see from them as well.
100%. A tried and tested strategy from Tundra Esports. The Visage offlane with the Spirit Breaker. On the Visage, you go Phylactery into Solar Crest, and you pretty much bully every lane. Tilted boys, they have the opportunity of maybe even going aggressive in this scenario. I could see a world where SD starts top with the techies, you pick up some like Juggernaut style carry, you get that kill level 1, Visage TP's back, you put him to half HP, and now he's scared to come to lane. Meanwhile, Bat is like skipping waves and just doing really weird stuff bottom. It's a scenario that could occur. I wouldn't mind seeing it.
10 seconds remaining.
What is the carry? Yeah. It's just a casual Jakiro. Just a, hey Duster, what do you want to play? Alright, play some Jakiro. Against Batrider, any move slows are very helpful in the early game. Ice Path, of course, long distance stun can help deal with the blast off on the techies. If SD disrupts his ally to keep him alive, easy setup for Jakiro. So overall, not opposed to it. It is a casual Jakiro. It's about lanes, right? They kind of lost all lanes. You should, in theory, go even or win your lanes right now in all 3 for C-Dub with the type of heroes that they picked.
Yeah, I mean, how does Void Spirit do against Batrider if Batrider is mid like it used to be?
I think Batrider's Void Spirit farms well in the first waves because being a melee hero, and then eventually there will be kill threat from Batrider, but scenarios where 1 TP in and Batrider dies and suddenly the game's way harder. Yo, I love this Naga Siren pick.
Even into Jakiro?
I think Jakiro is one of those weird counters that when the game goes late enough, sure, but in that mid game, when like Naga first picks up her heart, it's like a Jakiro is quite underleveled, can't do much. I'm thinking more about the lane as well. When Visage is trying to spam the Naga, you can dodge that Soul Assumption with the mirror image if you want to. Worst case scenario, if the lane does go bad, just go jungle, mate. Who cares? Just play a wider map. And C-Dub, they're all about find and kill. And finding and killing means your creep waves need to be in a good spot to indirectly see them. Against a Naga Siren with a techies, your creep waves will always be getting pushed out and shoved out in your face. So yeah, I don't mind the pick at all. completely different playstyle to the previous game to
10
some degree.
seconds remaining.
C-Dub's the one who are meant to be aggressive now.
Yeah, it's also a very tricky target for the Spirit Breaker to charge as well. You never really know which one the
Yes.
real one is. You're just constantly shoving out with illusions, so likely the real one's not even showing. Very tricky to really put pressure on the Naga Siren as a Spirit Breaker this game.
I think the last ban... Okay, Abaddon's first phase banned, which I didn't even realize, and I just clocked it now, and now I'm like, damn! I would have said banning it now would have been pretty good,
10 seconds remaining.
just because of he buys Radiance, he amplifies the push.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
don't know Double King well enough to know what type of aggressive carry he'd want to play. I am currently loading up his Dota buff as we speak to have a gander.
My thoughts in this game, let's see this banned out. So,
Team ban.
Morphling is gone first phase. Yeah, okay. So, heroes that are left, which could potentially be good against Naga Siren. There's not a ton. You could go Juggernaut and try to outpace them, which I can definitely see them doing with the Visage Jakiro. Alternatively, you can try and map the carry, go something like a Terrorblade,
10
go
seconds
something like
remaining.
Sven if you really want to answer this Naga Siren, but I think that would be kind of a
5
grief.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'd agree on the grief side of things. Maybe they could do like an Alchemist, because they already have the pushing aspect of Visage. The lanes are pretty stable. I like the Jug Call that you made. That's a good ban, but I could maybe see an Alch being in play. I could... It's difficult. There's not a lot of carries that feel super great here for sure, because it's like the heroes that you counter Naga now suddenly get kited by the SD, or they're lassoed by the Batrider. There's like a lot of
5 seconds
single
remaining.
target style heroes that get countered by the prior picks of Tilted Boys. But what was the hero I just mentioned before? Alchemist.
Alchemist.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
My final suggestion here, which I would personally like, would be Muerta, but it's not a popular hero at the moment. A lot of people don't play it, but you can do like the crazy build where you just go Maelstrom into Moonshard. It's what LGD do all the time. It would
Yeah.
work this game, but again, you need to be confident on that hero. I don't know Double King's hero pool.
Dire team pick.
Yeah.
Sven
See.
stands
All
Ready for
right,
this one?
we called it a grief, but it's going to be the pickup from C-Dub here. I mean, why did we think? Well, the reason I thought it was a grief was just because I think
I didn't comment on Sven just before you
Hey,
gaslight me.
you said you'd agree with the griefing part, okay? Don't
Okay,
try
okay,
and
maybe I did
set
say
me
it.
out into the ocean without a plan. Okay, we're in this
All right,
boat
I
together.
probably agree with you. You say your thing, and I'll see if I agree with you. Because I
All right.
agreed with you so quickly. You must have sold it to
I
me well the first time.
believe that Sven is not that good against Naga Siren because all you need to do is just not play Naga Siren in one big group, which admittedly is kind of hard to do in team fights, but also Naga's got a ton of armor as well, so even though Sven does have pretty overwhelming damage, if you're a little bit, you need to be pretty far ahead. You also don't farm any faster. In fact, you farm slower than Naga in most circumstances. So overall, I don't love the direct matchup, and that's pretty much the only reason you're picking it. You're picking it for the cleave. You're picking it because you want to beat up this Naga Siren. You want to be the big red boy, and I don't think he's going to be the big red boy this game. But I'm ready to be proven wrong. I'm ready for C-Dub to show me their ideas are better than mine.
So I think Sven is a hero that kind of plays with a more fail-proof of like these big cores, right? When he picks up an item, he's always hunting for the engagement. And he can fall flat if he mis-executes. He's very much tied into his Blink Dagger. He's the same like TA, Ursa, Sven, they all have the same playstyle. You farm a big item, you buy Blink, you initiate, and if you fail that initiation, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get kited out for the rest of the fight. And I like the fact that Tilted Boys identify that with their last pick, because now, in laning phase, you're probably not gonna kill off this Underlord. In the game, outside of BKB, there's Song. There's a root from Naga, a root from the Underlord. There's Flame Break from the Batrider, the reactive taser from the Shard,
It's like,
and then SD as well. You just go for the potential Ags way down the line, applying some break. Even before that, slowing him. Like, there is a lot of Sven kiting tools in Tilted Boys lineup. The trade-off for C-Dub, though, is this Sven will give Void Spirit and Visage way more confidence to fight early. And these heroes love to fight early. So I need to see C-Dub making all the moves, playing how they did in previous series, and really putting a stamp on this game, because the game gets later, Sven just gets kited and kited and kited.
pretty much. I think you need to get all of your fight done inside your BKB duration for the Sven. The fight needs to be over by the time your BKB is over, which is the big pressure from C-Dub, at least in the mid to late game. Obviously, you can just try to run the game over before that point, which I think is probably C-Dub's plan here. They do have reasonably strong lanes. I really like how these guys cover each other. Sven's a kind of weak laner, but you got Jakira, who's a very strong laner. Spirit Breaker's a kind of weak laner, but you got Visage, who's a very strong laner. So it does balance it out pretty nicely. I can see them being able to win every single one of the lanes, and honestly, I think they need to. Like, I think they super need to win these lanes. I think, yeah, maybe I was going to do one of those things which some analysts like to do, where they just like hyperbolize. I'm going to do it. I think C-Dub lost this game when Juggernaut was banned. Bam. Slap down.
Oh.
Yeah, that's one of those things.
You're not going to do the whole thing where it's like, yes, but no, the evolution of that is then people go, well, if C-Dub lose their second Aegis, they're going to lose the game.
They get like really complex
Ooh,
predictions, which are too complex for most people to remember. But if they do remember it, then they can go back to it later on.
I will make a prediction for you, Nomad.
Thank you.
If Naga Siren uses mirror image at exactly 28 minutes and 14 seconds, Tilted Boys will win the game.
Okay, big, yeah. All right. Throwing down the big gauntlets here in the cast, which obviously mean so much to everybody. Let's get into the game. It is, of course, game number 2, C-Dub versus the Tilted Boys. Can Tilted Boys close it out and get their first 2-0? Or are they going to do what they've done every single series so far and lose 2 games in a row here? Well, Double King's going to start things off with a pretty fat stun on the door, but he gets away just in time. Oh, he's going to actually be able to get out of this one by the looks of it. They're still chasing, but they really had a lockdown for the time being. Oh, never mind. In comes Sanctify.
He has disruption.
That is a big soul assumption as well.
Oh, he's very dead now.
No,
Who's going to get the kill?
Okay. Lucky. All right, first blood for the mid laner as well. In fact, I feel like that disruption could have been bad because all you're doing is ensuring that they get to decide who gets the kill, right?
Yeah, true. I mean, Spirit Breaker could have taken it, but if Spirit Breaker takes it, now suddenly he's already got boots in laning phase, and that's already pretty devastating to deal with. So I think that the real analysis there was the fact that he didn't have disruption already leveled. So when the fight broke out, he wasn't already going, you can't go on me, you can't use one spell, let me run away. It was, let me run away, get charged, and things change up. Of course, the repercussion Sanctified now starts with charge level 1, not bash. Often Spirit Breaker players like the bash just because of the damage output. When you get charge, it does limit your harass potential in lane. This shouldn't be too crazy. You still get level 2 relatively quickly.
What's Shadow Demon
they've done lane swap shenanigans.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, look. Sven's in top lane.
Oh, Sven's 5 in top. Oh,
I've not seen lane
the Naga from the start of the game. Let's go.
I've cast at least, 20 odd games now in the last week or so. I've not seen a single attempt at lane swapping.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've seen a lane swap.
Dota players have gone very tame, There's been like an agreement. Even though there's these portals, so you can swap really easily if you want to. I thought it was just going to break the laning phase, these portals. I thought everyone was going to swap all the time. You'd have like counter matchups and sports coming through and tri lanes just break it. But no one really cares. It's kind of a grief to be away from lane for too long.
Yeah, it's a grief, and also everyone can do it. So where's the value? The value used to be the psychological warfare of where is he? Is he going to TP? Is he not going to TP if we get there? And of course, nowadays everyone can do the same thing. And the reason why C-Dub probably did the lane swaps, they wanted Sven to farm away from this Underlord. And there is a little bit of poke potential where Visage can bully this Underlord in the early levels. Of course, time will change this matchup. I just don't know if it's going to help out or not. Naga Siren likes to play up against Jakiro. You can often dispel the dual breath if needed. And already, both of these heroes are incredibly low. Only a couple tangos left in the lane for them.
Jesus. Heavy trading going on across the board, to be honest with you. Everybody's kind of taking shots at each other, except in the mid lane where there seems to be some sort of agreement going on. They're just kind of chilling.
Volodka, double-digit kills and assists in the previous game. Can he replicate the same game in this second one?
Yeah, Batrider's a different beast than he once was. You kind of more likely to just grab the points in Flame Break now. Or at least 1 point in Flame Break in the early game and then get Firefly a little later on. But
Yeah, pretty much.
He was
I'm
really
really
chewed up.
For me, I need C-Dub supports to make sure their resource management is good in this game, because at any minute, Mark could get dived from Batrider, and if one TP comes in and you kill off the Batrider, you crush his game, and Mark suddenly hits level 6, 6-minute room, boom. Game's a whole different story. So I need to see Spirit Breaker or Duster on this Jakiro. Make sure they just keep in mind, in about a minute or two time, like, can we help him out? And already Mark just constantly getting attacked in the mid lane. Flame Break, 4 stacks of sticky napalm. It is so hard to play this lane.
Yep, it's really, really annoying. Batrider just clicks so goddamn hard. You give him a chance to get a couple of stacks on you, and he's just got to flame break you back, make sure he gets another. Realistically, he only needs like 3 stacks before he can actually start kill threatening on you, and they're even going to fortify for this now, so just making sure Rog can get this deny on the range creep, and yeah, just really kind of drain Mark of all his resources as much
Your
as
Door's
possible.
hitting
Top
multiple-
lane. Oh dear.
If Door was level 3, they both die there. He was doing such a good job at hitting 2-man poisons every single time. But yeah, unfortunately, only being level 2 with 1 point in poison, probably one of the worst spells for mana to damage transfers in Dota. But yeah, he hits level 2. Now he's living the... Or level 3, sorry, now he's living the dream.
When he eventually puts the point in, it's holding it.
Yeah, he was teasing me there. I was like, come on, you gonna put your point in it or what?
You know what he should have done level
Right.
1 is level disseminate and then turn around and just get them value right clicks off before he dies. Chad move.
If you want to take me, you gotta go for all of me.
Yeah.
What, 20% of 700 damage? Yeah, it's 140. Very good.
Top bottom lane. Charge out. Ush probably gonna go down here. They will catch him out with a soul assumption. Does just enough. Skyward stepping up here. He's got to be careful as well. You got to respect the soul assumption. And he will eventually do exactly that and back himself off. But yeah, this is kind of cool. Not taking Grave Chill on Visage. I'll be honest, I haven't really played Visage much this patch, so I don't know the build.
You don't need to. So because of the Spirit Breaker being so tanky, he eats through so much damage that your soul assumption is always going to be high value. And when you're against a techies in lane who just pumps out damage by existing, then yeah, the trade-off is going to be Visage will always be chipping down your opponent. And Ush is on the quest to get to Vanguard as quick as possible, just to at least have additional HP, a little bit more regen. A much better start from C-Dub in regards to just general approach to lane. I think the biggest issue right now is Sven is using a lot of resources to punish in lane. Sure, he's CSing, but it's not that fluid farm. It's the get a CS, have to bully.
He spent a
And
lot of
his
money
skill
on
build
regen,
potentially-
it feels like, as well. So I
Exactly,
don't know how
yeah.
far ahead he really is. Net worth is showing pretty much bang even between him and the Naga Siren. So far, so
Question
good.
for me is, okay, so he does go for a 4th point in cleave. I was wondering, is he going to change the build due to the lane he's playing in? Is he going to go for cleave? And
Fair turn.
he has to mirror image, so it should be fine.
Yeah, Duster's just really trying to force him to use it here. That is just holding on as long as possible. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, mirror image just isn't really going to be a spell in this lane. It probably use
6-minute
it
rune.
just yeah, farm it out. Let's see.
Who's gonna win it?
Sanctified. Just sit on this. I mean, this is going to be a lot of damage he takes for this, though. So we'll take the Arcane Rune and now just try and charge himself. Wait, interrupted by the Flame Break, though. Lurko trying to finish the job, but he's going to have to really commit to this one if he wants to bring down Sanctified. And meanwhile, Mark just comes in and kills off Skyward. That was pretty damn bad for Toilet Boys, actually.
And now Sanctified is charging top.
They lose the rune, they lose the hero. Door in trouble up at top, but it's Duster who goes down first due to all that poison stacking up upon him. And in comes Sanctified from the sidelines, getting 1, getting 2. They take him down. Skyward turns up. Is it too little too late, though? Can he do the damage to Double King? Yes, he can. Skyward cleans up the kill. A big catch there. They're muchly needed for the side of Tilted Boys.
Yeah, again, just to emphasize, this is a much better start for C-Dub. Mark, he had a level 6 advantage on mid. Sanctified taking that Arcane Rune, really helping out the lane for sure. And now you're going to get to see pretty much a whole level advantage on Voice Spirit. When we remember the early days of the spam of the Batrider, just wasn't enough to truly push him out. 35 CS to 21 denies. I guess through all that harassment, you kind of, as long as you survive through it, you're going to do God's work. And yeah, I didn't even see this, but yeah, it's actually very disgusting, the disparity. Like, it's kind of, I guess, like a fake matchup, right? Like, it looks really cool for like those 1 or 2 instances, but in reality, just Void Spirit is always regenning, chilling, hitting, and yeah. 1,500 gold
about
difference.
the creeps. ABC, always about creeps. Duster, he's going to get caught out a little bit here. They'll throw down the disruption as well, just to allow Further to get the illusions on top of him. The bomb comes out, but it looks like it's not going to be enough to take him away. He's got the poison on him again. Thor is just always stacking them up.
Ooh, and he's going for the 1-1-3 build. So I've seen Shadow Demons just not bother getting Disseminate. And you go for multiple points of disruption, lowering the cooldown, increasing the damage it does. But yeah, he's opting to just provide another damage source. And
Volodka, he's having a
getting
bad time mid, and
handled,
now
yeah.
he's having an even worse time in the middle lane. That's just
this-
not fun.
this is what I meant about the whole Batrider matchup, right? It's as soon as you get a couple of rotations and give Void Spirit that extra bit of breathing room,
Double kill.
he just takes over the game.
There's Spindle getting out of this. He's just straight up. Right click from Techies. Skyward finds it. Nice catch from him. Door in some trouble as the charge is going to connect. And they will quickly take over the Watcher as well, just to claim that area as their own.
I still think this is okay for C-Dub. Like, it's not pretty. This isn't the cleanest Dota, but like, your Sven's relatively up there with the Naga. Your Visage is complete free farm bottom. Void Spirit is completely owning the game. Like, Flat Tree's online, as you'll see here. Like, everything's just aligning for a very mid-game centric timing. Sure, you could Double King is out of position, right? Being in a small camp, it's 8 minutes in.
Dire's bottom
Everyone
tower
else is kind of just chilling, so you're giving opportunities for tilted boys to get a free kill or two. But it doesn't hurt at the end of the day. It's still like, yeah, whatever, brush it off.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Not great though. Certainly don't want Double King to make much more of these kind of getting caught out plays. I mean, a Sven you don't want to be playing from behind.
Look at Duster trying to take the stacks.
Yeah, greedy potato over here. I don't think he's getting away with this. Let's see. Volodka comes over and says, "Sir, what are you doing? This is illegal. You don't have a license for that." In comes Sanctified though, looking for a bit of revenge, or maybe just trying to keep his friend alive, or maybe even trying to turn the kill around as Mark arrives and just dumps the damage down onto the Batrider. Duster, he almost survives through it, but Skyward does finish the job before going down himself.
That is
Who gets the stacks? Door picks them up.
that is the most unacceptable play that I've seen today. Like, the fact that Volodka is level 8, no point in Flaming Lasso because of how weird the lane's gone. Then he tries to kill Duster. Like, if he had a point in Flame, like a Flaming Lasso, boom, instantly Duster's dead. But then it becomes a drawn-out engagement that he gets hit by charge that he can't cancel a Flame Break. Like, Duster should just be dead. Like, he's greedy in that position. And now suddenly it becomes like a good fight. And kind of crazy. And now Volodka goes to a different area of the map to farm up. And he's getting
really
charged
running
again.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, this will probably give
He
it
has
away,
Flame
but if
Break,
it gets them
though.
a kill, then hashtag worth it. And yeah, just got to come crashing on in, and well, this is going to be an easy kill for them. Doesn't even oh, he doesn't have the ulti. Well, doesn't matter. They'll kill him off. 3 heroes just come charging on in. Poor old Volodka just not being given a game at all after last time as well. This is brutal. However, the other boys do get the return kill onto Isla. Isla's just been farming down here, basically like chilling out, listening to his favorite tunes and hitting his favorite creeps, but does finally get punished for that.
Yeah, the issue for Tilted Boys now is their Batrider has been absolutely removed from the game to a point where Door, this Shadow Demon, who's really performing quite well, is only 600 gold behind him. Like, this Shadow Demon could overtake the Batrider, potentially. Like, you'd never want to hear that in a game of Dota. Like, he's already on his way to Aetherlands. And they
That's
kind
my
of need to
mid laner
play...
right there. That's
Say
my
again?
fucking mid laner. Door is my mid.
Like, I want to see Shadow Demon and the lads play around Underlord in bot lane. Like, Underlord is incredibly tanky, and as soon as you throw a Pit of Malice against Spirit Breaker, you remove his ability to play the game. Like, you can't charge store it. And already C-Dub identify that. They move away from this bot lane, take Isla towards the tower, and yeah, just start progressing the game. Dodge Underlord, hit towers. That's kind of the theme for C-Dub right now.
Yeah, I don't want to play anywhere into this brick wall hero. This guy sucks. That Ash is just so annoying. There will come a point where you can Fiend's Gate into fights, which he hasn't really been doing so much of lately because the fights have been so quick. As the game goes on, heroes get more health, but I mean, Mark is just absolutely eating heroes at the moment. He's got the double damage. They'll do their best to try and keep Ush alive here by using the disruption, and that's actually going to do the job. So he will escape. Again, beautiful play from Door, this time sacrificing his own life, but for the greater good.
Well, they tried to go into double king top. They're trying to usher him into the bat ride. No! He was right in front of you!
My goodness.
I'm pretty sure Batrider had vision most likely
There it
because
is.
of the
There's a tip.
daytime. That's
There's
a
a tip.
good tip. It's a good tip.
Gave him enough time to cook about it as well, to be like, oh, maybe I'm not getting tipped for it. Maybe he didn't see it.
Did we have vision? Did we not have vision? Should I have gone for it? Wait, he was right there. Bam! Tip comes in. Absolutely scathing.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, no, double king, even after such a weird and wonderful start to this playing in the off lane, but obviously being the carry. He's got an Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, overtaken the Naga Siren at this point. A lot of the moves Tilted Boys have made have been trying to save the Batrider. A lot of just defensive movements, which gives Sven all the freedom in the world in this top half of the map.
Dire's
He's
bottom
moving.
tower
He's moving. He's grooving. He's getting that farm. Top net worth now. Exactly what you wanted to see on this this span. You know, the one way to make it work is to give him a good start and catapult him into the game.
Yep.
Give him the space to use that cleave to get as much farm as physically possible, and yeah, having a great performance at the moment.
Look at Furty trying to be all cheeky. He's now like running into the Sven's territory. Meanwhile, Isla's
No song, by the way. Does he have a point health?
for 40-minute wisdom rune fight, no
Whoa,
man.
whoa, 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 there's a fucking brawl going on down here. Looks like the Shadow Demon's going to be the first to fall, but actually maybe that honor belongs to Skyward. They're both running himself away, but Mark's going to be able to get on top of the tech. He still can't quite finish the job, and now Mark might be the one overextended. Isla's the one to drop as Verde comes in with a backstab maneuver. Store to go. Desta also in some trouble here as Ush will be able to finish him off, and Mark, he's in too deep. He's going to go down. A sweet, sweet revenge for the Batrider for all the rustling that's been done to him throughout this game. Sanctify stops for a D-ward, but Verde says, no, you will not get this D-ward. Dude, this
Will
guy
he get the
is
charge off? Will he get the charge off?
Oh,
No, he got ruined, of
boom,
course.
Skyward times it very, very nicely indeed, and that's going to bring him down.
Truly unfortunate.
Wait, Sanctified still got the Observer Ward. Worth.
Worth.
That's a worth.
C-Dub, lads, you're ahead in the game. I respect that. 40-minute wisdom room fight sounds good, but
Dire's structure
to bring all the numbers, it's... I won't lie, a replay would be banging for that engagement. There was a lot to digest from that one, and it just didn't feel like the most optimal of plays. Killed the boys.
52% win probability to see that. That is not very much.
But look at Mark, he just keeps going at it. Dude, Mark's a loose cannon. I'll be honest, he is a loose cannon.
has fallen.
I wish someone would describe me as a loose cannon.
I mean, we could talk after this cast, and we'll see how you go.
Cool thing to be. I want to be a maverick. I want to be a renegade. A loose cannon.
All right,
The guy in the corner of
All right,
the
stop
police
casting right
department
now.
with
You
shades.
go live the life you want to live.
No, I don't want to be a policeman renegade. I want to be a casting renegade.
Oh, okay, sure. Say something really based then about this game.
Really what?
Yeah, you heard me.
You say really based or basic?
Yeah, no, they're based.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to, pander to the NA audience.
Oh, big jump in from Skyward here. Is he going to be able to clean up with this one? Well, this was able to run himself away. Duster, maybe not so lucky, but the Sven's coming in for a bit of revenge. But guess who's here? It's Ush, and he's got roots to throw on the ground as well as a Crimson Guard, meaning Double King thinks, you know what? This was a farming ulti all along. Just kidding, guys. Let me hit some creeps.
Yeah, Tilted Boys, they are reacting to the early game awkwardness just through having the numbers, right? You got the Crimson Guard on this Underlord. The SD still is absolutely popping off in this game once he isn't charged. And now they're smoked up. They're running head on into high ground vision and a Sven with ultimate.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the Batrider's actually saving this a little bit because he gets the lasso out onto the Sven to just stop him chopping everybody up, which actually gives Tilted Boys a chance to reposition in this fight and bring down Double King. Mark's still going to be able to kill off the kill onto Skyward, but in comes Sanctified charging onto Door. Door's also going to eat a few spells from Isla as well, so there's going to be enough to bring him down with Mark helping out. Yes, it is. Isla gets a double and Sanctified backs away, and now they look towards Vlodka as well. Vlodka, he doesn't
Underlord's
have a way
coming
out
back.
of this one. He does have himself a Vanguard, but it's not going to do enough. Ush comes in, trying to finish off Mark. The tick damage will bring him down along with the illusions from Ferde, but Ferde now in some trouble. It was on top, finish him off with a soul assumption. Now looks over towards Ush, but Ush, those birdies are doing absolutely nothing to him. The soul assumption will help out just a little bit, and then
now
is
Tekis
a
is
Spirit
back.
Breaker charging on over, but I'm not sure how much he's going to be able to do here. Might just have to call the whole thing off.
For both teams, they learned a lot about how their drafts is going to scale into this game in the future. Jesus. Skyward, that was so aggressive.
Yeah, I
Disruption?
don't think you get away. Oh, hold on. Door says, you know what? You can get away with this, my friend. Because I am here for you, as a good friend is, and also kill or sanctify as well. A good friend saves
And now
you and
Bass
kills
back
your
again. When's the
enemies.
fight going to end? Okay,
Now
fine, the fight's over.
You get to
But-
talk.
But both teams understood what their drafts are going to be able to do in the future. Tilted Boys, all about the kiting. We mentioned it during the draft. Every hero has a way of prolonging an engagement and making it annoying. Of course, Nagasai just picked up the Orchid. And for C-Dub, if Sven can get in the position of ultimate in choke points, double stun into cleave, he will do damage. But of course, he needs a BKB. He can't get disrupted. He also needs ult to be running the entire fight. He used ultimate at that fight was like 5 fights separately combined. He used fight in like Act B of that engagement. And at the final act, it was expiring, and that's when he hit the big stun, and of course, no damage after. So C-Dub need to play around Sven Ultimate a little bit better, and be mindful that Tilted Boys are going to kite you to the end of time if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have the heroes to do it as well. They have great heroes for kiting. As we mentioned in the drafting phase, all these heroes have some form of being able to move around this fight or control up the enemy team, or just simply get out the way. So now, C-Dub, they are able to have the strength to take objectives. That is a big difference here. You know, this team is just very strong at the moment. They've got massive objective taking potential, and they're going to try and use that for Roshan. And it doesn't look like Tilted Boys are going to be contesting this one, even though there is no net worth advantage. In fact, even a slight net worth advantage going on with Tilted Boys. So, kind of surprising they don't try and fight this, but also, yeah, no, I think they should be.
It's a nice call from C-Dub. Tilted Boys aren't really ever going towards Roshan. They might have been able to secure the area with a nicely placed mine or something, but no, in reality, it's a nice Aegis to claim. It accelerates the point in which the second Roshan will respawn to be able to take that decisive, we crush you, second Aegis, look towards your base. So I like it when teams who are in the lead poke their heads in, quickly do it, and go back towards their merry, jolly ways of farming.
Kill that kobold Jakira. Murdering kobolds in the river. Like a pure savage. Meanwhile, Knuckle Siren is kind of farming behind enemy lines right here. Sanctified, I wonder if he's going to try and do a bit of detective work and locate the Naga Siren, or simply just clear out these waves.
It's always scary because Naga Siren players nowadays, they always run the main hero with one other illusion, so it looks like a pair of illusions, and then suddenly you're orchided, mirror image is reused, and boom, you're dead. So this Spirit Breaker, he can try and look, but if at any minute he bumps into the real one, he will just insta-die. So I respect the fact that he isn't truly going in, and beautiful dodge there. Both Duster and Mark are smoked up, so the sixth sense from this Naga Siren to ensure her survival.
You want to know a secondary reason why Naga Sirens only use the 2 grouping method?
Why is that?
This is big carrying knowledge, by the way. It's because creeps, a lot of the creeps won't use their abilities on 2 heroes, but they will use it on 3. So if you walk around as 3 or more, then you'll get stomped and stuff.
I was going to ask if it was for Centaur Stomps, but yeah, nice answer. Good job.
No, just say, I didn't know that. Thank you for teaching me something new about the game.
No, I mean,
The
it's
knowledge
really
is-
cool. No, the fact that you described
Thank
it in that
you,
way,
thank
like a
Yeah.
lot of viewers wouldn't have really thought about that. So I think that is really educational, and I thank you, Nomad, for helping the viewers.
You're welcome. You're all welcome.
We are about 7 minutes away from that 28-minute 14 Naga Siren mirror image usage. Don't worry, I have remembered.
Was it 28 minutes or 24 minutes? I thought you said 24 minutes.
I wrote it down on the notepad. I put 2814.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter if I wrote it wrong, but I made sure it was
But it's very
documented for its
important
importance.
information to remember. So
I mean, if
I'm
it
sure
happens,
it's
I'm going to
correct.
lose my shit, I'll be honest.
Under attack.
Okay, alright.
Dire's
Yep.
tower has
Naga Siren very close to Heart. Heart's one of those deceptive items. In some games, a Naga Siren Heart can absolutely break the game, and in others, doesn't do a lot. And in this game, I'm a little bit torn. I'm 50-50. I think Sven plus Voice
It's
Spirit
rubbish.
damage, yeah, it's gonna really overwhelm the Naga Siren, and pushing her up to like 3k HP, it's cool, but is it really gonna help compared to, let's say, a Butterfly or even like a Skadi? I think Heart is always the type of item that you buy it, you feel cool, but maybe I now need this item. We'll see how it
Yeah.
plays out. She could honestly be tank enough to survive the Sven stun and initiation where SD isn't in position. Then you turn around with Underlord, auras, roots, and everything. And that alone is now her avenue to play out the fights, right? It's just be a bit of a damage soak.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, we'll see how they play around it. Clearly, they've got an idea around the Heart. They've all subscribed to it. They haven't like forced her to buy a different item.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, yeah, it's usually the carry player's decision on what they want to buy, right? You gotta just trust your carry and accept what they're saying is they're eat.
Did you see that charge, Nomad?
No, I wasn't watching.
Brother, you gotta keep your PGM on like full screen.
I've got 2 screens. It is full screen.
You need to be cross-eyed like me, all right? This Wisdom Room fight you are late to. Spirit Breaker just went and tickled Batrider's tail as he was TPing out, didn't bash, just survived. Ooh-wee.
Exciting stuff. I'm sad I missed it. Sorry, guys.
Batrider entry.
I'll do better next time.
Just don't click on Batrider. It's despair mode. This is like
Yeah.
this is like pub level Batrider. Not in regards to like playstyle, but just like the items he has, right? Normally pro players with the help and assistance and whatnot, you always seem to get BKB out of nowhere, and it's just been a rough game. Oh, Skyward.
Yeah, this is
Another charge, will he live?
oh, how exciting as I watch it.
It's happened twice in a row now. 2 times he's been like a hair's breadth away from cancelling the TP.
Wow.
Thanks for watching it with me, Nomad.
Yeah, no, I'm glad we shared that moment together. Thank you. Thank you,
Ayrton,
as
for
well
catching it. Yeah.
Yeah, the real goat.
He's probably watching, like, doing this, like, oh god, these fucking guys, man.
We probably missed like 3 other plays which have gone on, and he's just been like,
Oh,
okay.
don't group me into yours. I'm actually thoroughly enjoying watching the PGM today. It's good.
The problem with PGM for player players is like it's just like a fraction of a second behind, and every second counts. That's the issue. For example, Sven is going on to Skyward right now, and can he finish the job? The reactive taser is doing a bit of work, but not enough. As Double King still able to get the kill. Song comes out from Ferte, but there's a BKB stun coming out from Double King. It's huge. Ferte now needs to get himself away. The Heart isn't going to do enough. Split comes out, but the damage is there. Double King and Mark bring him down, and now they're going to follow the
TPing into
TP. Where does it go? Who knows?
To the base.
We're going to find out
to the
together.
base.
It went to the mid lane. Interesting. Well, they're there now.
Just saved like 20 seconds of C-Dub's time. It's like, oh, you want to come hit our high ground? Please. Welcome to our base.
Nice little portal over here. They actually had vision on the portal, so they knew where it was. That's kind of unfortunate for the Underlord.
I mean, really beautiful stuff there from C-Dub, Double King specifically. Identifying the fact that if he just BKB blinks and cancels that TP, killing off the Naga Siren, and we mentioned the fact that Heart doesn't feel that punchy, right? Look how quickly she died in that isolated fight. Sure, it was multiple heroes battling on top of her. She wasn't under the disguise of which illusion's real. So something to be mindful of. This Naga Siren isn't the GOAT carry with 17,000 net worth that's able to do everything right now.
Yeah. Well, she's not all that. She's not all that. Really want to see this butterfly completed before they take the next fight, but that's kind of on C-Dub's terms. If they want to go high ground and shove into them, then I mean, they might try it, but it'll be risky without an Aegis. I feel like that's when the next big engagement's going to come in. Roshan's going to respawn in 1 minute plus the extra time, so we'll see what exactly that is when we get there. It's a bit like football with extra time, isn't it, T?
A little bit, mate. Just get a couple dives and injuries, and then bada bing, bada boom, +8.
Yeah, that's terrible, this game, isn't it?
Kind of. We are
Well,
actually,
we had
way
a-
more importantly, a minute 24 away from that prediction.
Okay, no. Please keep us all informed. Thank you.
That's right.
Is there any way Tilted Boys can get out and contest this Roshan is the question, because they need to...
I don't know if they
Basically-
need to. Like, we're mentioning Butterfly being such an important item for them. I think as soon as you take the fight out in the open, wait a second, they just found Visage all by herself.
Dude, Visage trying to get in the portal. That was such an interesting method of escape. I'm kind of sad it didn't work. I think he actually cancelled the TP at the last second. Shard is going to give him a chance to regen a little bit of HP, but there's just bombs being put under his feet, and Ferde is going to be able to grab that kill. And, oh.
Yo, all right, I'm just going to say, by the way, Nagasarin just, ooh, it could occur.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm so fixated on this right now.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's fine, that's fine. There's action happening right now, so I'm good. Sanctified's actually going to get just flat out ultied in the middle lane. Dur is now upon him. Make sure he's dusted up as well. Get all the good shit upon him. And now Sanctified, well, he doesn't really have a way out of this one, but there isn't a Macropire thrown down on top of his head, but it's not going to save him. And now actually with the lasso coming in as well, a cheeky half-second song as well. A song of victory, I would say.
I was 10 seconds short. I was 10 seconds short.
For a spell of 25-second cooldown, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I know. Great stuff from C-Dub. Sorry, not from C-Dub, from Tilted Boys there. Like, the fact that they had this vision on the super south side of their map to then be able to gate onto it, but everyone be ready. You kill off Visage and then sweep to mid. Like, fair play to Tilted Boys. And this is the eventual plays that they can make. And you were asking how do they get back onto the map to contest Roshan. At the current state of the map that they were in, they couldn't. But with these pickoffs, it gives them a little bit of breathing room. And something that we haven't mentioned yet is Shadow Demon plus Naga Siren. Not only do you have Naga with Manta and her illusions, you then have SD creating additional illusions. So even when C-Dub are in a commanding position, all three lanes will have Manta, Mirror Image, or Disruption illusions running down them. So there's a lot of kind of just macro resource management you need to do on C-Dub to get this game over the line.
And I love this gambit which teams have to play now. Like, which side is Roshan going to respawn on? Is it going to respawn in a couple of seconds, or is it going to respawn in a minute or so? So
yeah, true,
Skyward is currently setting up at bottom. Now, I think on Dire's side, you can get 4 bombs in. On Radiant's side, you can only get 3 in. But these have all just been blown up immediately. But Sky's actually committing to this one, and they've got the portal coming through as well. They're going to try and take this fight. So far, 2 heroes are through the portal, both of which are getting completely shredded. Sanctified trying to run himself away. Skyward and Usher staying on top of him right now. As Isla's got to be careful. Everyone's coming through this portal. The Sven, he's been lassoed up for the time being, but Mark's also just dealing so much damage for the Holodka. It's going to get taken down. Ferde, meanwhile, on top of Isla, gets that kill onto the Visage. Skyward has fallen as well, but now they've got the stun out onto Ferde. Ferde, he needs some help. Is he going to find it? Here comes the Sven. I thought he was going to go chop out the Naga, but Naga just says no and turns around and owns him. Nice stun out from Duster, buying them the space, but C-Dub actually need to retreat from this. And don't forget, Roshan's respawning in just 10 seconds, and C-Dub, they're the ones on the defensive, so they might not be getting this Roche. Let's see if anybody else can escape. Does look like Duster. No, finds him. Door gets eyes on him in the tree line. Now surrounded by illusions. Duster will get dusted. And that is going to be 3 big kills on the side of C-Dub. And now Ferde should head over to that pit.
Again, just C-Dub just getting a little bit too relaxed in their positioning. The Visage dying and then the pickoffs into then... You asked me about 6 hours ago in a different cast about the twin gates and if TP teams should respect it when TPing in. C-Dub just didn't respect it. Techies was set up, Underlord TP'd in. In that engagement though, I will say that the Batrider, got my brain. Volodka, sorry, I had to really think for a second. Volodka, he misplayed a lot. He actually clicked on the twin gate plus the Underlord's Fiend's gate a couple of times. So he was channeling it, then cancel it, channeling it. So rather than like lassoing and using spells, he would just BKB channeling, then channel a different thing. And it was just really messy. I think that messiness, especially for C-Dub, Sven, he didn't get any of his big damage off, right? BKB ultimate and just getting kited non-stop. They need to be careful. They are a couple fights away from this game getting very hard.
Yeah, I think it's already pretty damn hard. I mean, that fight just inspired a lot of fear in me for this Sven, as he went basically for the 1v1 versus Naga in the middle of the engagement. And,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's not itemizing to kill her either, right? You got Silver Edge. You would argue that MKB's needed. You could even say that potentially like an AC or just additional attack speed is pretty pivotal. But of course, with his current route, like he has Mask of Manda, sure, but I feel like he's missing, with all the net worth that he's got, he's always been missing that one item to actually threaten her. And I think like MKB, Daedalus, maybe what's the upgrade to the Is it Harpoon? Harpoon's the upgrade to Echo Saber, right? Just before I.
You mean
yeah.
the,
No, I think
Disruptor?
Harpoon. The Disruptor.
Wait,
What's that?
Harpoon is Echo Saber's upgrade.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So like, I think if he went for Harpoon, and that's
Oh, I
some,
see,
yeah, I'm just trying to work out how he fixes his build right now. Because like buying Harpoon now, it's like sure, I'm progressing my items, but it's not helping him. I guess he just buys
It's a
MKB
lot of
into
stats,
Satanic.
but
Yeah.
not only a strength hero. Yeah, I think for me the biggest issue is the Silver Edge. I would have really liked to see just crits in response to it. You know, like Silver
Sure,
Edge always
yeah,
feels
that
to
also
me
works.
like if you're against like some PA or some, not even necessarily a breaking hero, but like maybe even like I don't know, just heroes which
Can I
don't require you
counter-argue
just
quickly?
absolutely blast out damage. Yeah, sure.
So counter argument is right now Shadow Demon's being very disruptive towards him, not literally, but the fact that he is ulting him. So I think having the invisibility tool, you have the small crit built into it, and the fact that you can surprise your opponent, right? Sven needs the element of surprise. This hero is so bad when he is seen and kited. So I think for that route, against how many defensive tools are in Tilted Boys, to suddenly go boom, you're dead, it's warranted. But combining it with the lack of the extra something, again, Sven's such a difficult hero. I feel like one wrong item on Sven is amplified by you not getting a kill, right? So just the
absolutely.
reason why the hero isn't as popular as other carriers.
Yeah.
Ush is by himself right now.
But also he's 6k gold behind the Nagasaki, which is a pretty big deal. The Double King unleashing onto Ush right now has been disarmed on the Spencer. Going to take a little bit longer. Dora is here as well. Wondering if he wants to go in for the disruption, and well, will not be doing that. As the Aegis is actually triggered onto Ush here. He's going to be coming back into the fight. So out onto the Spen. They're trying to control that Double King right now, and they might just be able to drop him. They absolutely will. Ferde gets the kill once again. 2 dead on the side of C-Dub. They thought it was a freebie, but in the end, it was just death.
Going for an aggressive play onto an Aegis, especially it being the Underlorder, a rather
So,
low
like-
value kill, because
Yeah.
what best case you kill him, he just buys back with a Fiend's Gate, he can join the fight. He's incredibly tanky, as we're pointing out here, still with the Crimson, of course, from early game, but plus the Halberd. He just fully bought out for the Sheaves as well. Like, I think C-Dub just not really able to make the collective team calls to get this game over the line. And
Honestly, like it's not my job to make judgments, but it is to speculate. I feel like C-Dub, the communication about the Aegis might not have been there, which would be pretty bad, but I feel like there's no way you go for that otherwise. Meanwhile, Duster, he is going to get brought down as he tries to make this defense. He's doing a decent amount of damage. Skyward getting very low here. Mikey's in the middle of everything, but he's rooted right now. Has to use the Manta to get himself back, but does get the kill onto Blood, because that's not bad. Sanctified just gets torn apart by Ferde and his mob of Naga Sirens. They're going to look forward for more, but actually Mark's attempting kill, but he's got the invisibility and they don't have the detection to bring him down in time. And now, no, they've actually kind of caught out
Sven's
Naga
back
Siren
alive.
here, but Thor is there. Nice disruption coming on through and actually can turn aggressively. No, sings the song of his people and gets
double
himself
kick
the
is
hell
big
away. But Thor! Oh, he does the illusion. He stuns the illusion. Oh no, I didn't actually see him. Is that the death of Ferde? There's no way this is how it goes down, but there's
Underdog's coming
the
back.
team's coming.
Disruption,
The team's is there.
disruption.
The disruption is out. Oh my goodness, are they turning this one around? Tilted Boys, there's no way. There's no way. They're on top of the Sven right now. Can they finish the job? Naga Siren's tearing him a new one. The Sven is dead without buyback. Oh my goodness, how this play turn again. Isla's in trouble now as well as they'll try to finish the job. Nice stun coming out from the Techies and Duster as they slow them down at the moment. Door on the chase. He throws down the disruption, but under the tier 4 towers, is that a play they can really go for? Not really, but they'll focus on those barracks. Jump in from the Void Spirit. He's controlling it up right now. Skyward, he's rooted. As the Manta, he kind of needs to use it, and he's not going to be able to.
both cores don't have buybacks. Luckily, their tier 2's alive top, so at least mega creeps aren't on the cards. But
2 lanes at least.
2 lanes at least, and maybe even the GG.
The pings are onto the tier 4s. Oh my goodness. If Tilted Boys 2-0 C-Dub, then wow, that is a shock.
The Norton
One tier
2
4
team.
down. 20
Have they
seconds
finally
on
beat their
Sven.
curse? Yeah.
Sanctified jumping on through, just trying to disrupt them at the moment. They're going for the second tier 4 simultaneously. Fede looking to try and secure the kill here onto the Visage. If they can bring the Visage down, that would be absolutely huge. No buyback available is, by the way. The Shard's going to buy him a little bit of time. They'll turn around and focus on the tower a bit more now. Turn around, they'll deal with Isla. Isla is gone. 1 second left on the Sven. He has to do God's work right now with God's strength. Will he be able to do so? He's rooted straight off the bat. Lasso comes down as well. No way, he's gone. And that's it. GG comes out. Tilted Boys, they will get the 2-0 over C-Dub. Oh my goodness.
Coming into this series, I didn't expect Tilted Boys to get a 2-0. With how their performance is, the 2-1s, the volatility, for some reason, Volodka's got the sunglasses on at the end of the game. Did he just put them on now? Has he been wearing the entire game? So many questions I need the answers to. But no, yeah, Tilted Boys, they've already, they've been bested 2 times before. They've lost 2-1 2 times. That is the worst feeling in the DPC. Losing 2-1, knowing that one draft change, one gameplay change could have given you the win. But this time, they finally beat C-Dub, the undefeated team so far, and claw them back into reality that Division 2 is no easy feat. The contestants are trying their hardest. I just made it sound like a game show, but either way, fair play to Tilted Boys. Thoroughly enjoy it.
All competing for this big prize here tonight. Yeah, very important thing to mention, by the way, the ending scoreline was 2-3-3-2. So there was a 3-3-2 in there somewhere, which is really important for us to mention because it is a funny number. But yeah, what a game. What a
this fight here. I mean, this is the undoing, just to be very clear. 2k gold lead. C-Dub decided to dive deep for the 14-minute rune. In doing so, the barrel is kind of half there. Sven's fully top. And then meanwhile, everyone on Tilted Boys is coming to this engagement. They're thoroughly behind. They feel the momentum against them. And then, you know what? Let's bring the numbers. Let's go for the fight. And in doing so, they get 4 big-ticket kills and push the Naga Siren right back into their game. And, I mean, Double King made some cute plays. BKB cancelling Naga Song a couple times. But, yeah, at the end of the day, they did not respect this Naga Siren. They did not respect this Underlord. They did shut down Batrider. He had a pretty awkward game. But they didn't do the motions that a team needed to do to sufficiently beat out what is this beautifully scaling defensive counterplaying lineup that Tilted Boys drafted themselves.
And ultimately, what did you need to achieve on this Batrider? I mean, the answer is just lasso the Sven. He's still able to do that. Nothing stopped him from just getting in and getting those key spells off. Fede was able to do the majority of the heavy carrying, so what more can you really ask for? Wow, that was a crazy game. The Sven just not really. I mean, I don't even want to say it was the Sven not working out for them, to be honest. That was a kind of minor factor. The Sven could have been fine, but just ended up dying a bit too many times in the late game, not able to get into a lot of these fights. And then the last 4 fights in a row, I think the Sven was just getting killed by the Naga. He just couldn't fight it. Really surprising. I don't know what he could have done differently. Again, it kind of just comes down to not really the heroes, but more the momentum. As you were saying, a couple of messed up fights, and all of a sudden the game just looks super difficult for them. And that's going to mean that they get 2-0'd. The first time they've lost a game, and they lose the whole series.
And fair play. I will happily entertain the MVP before we even talk about the scoreboard. My man Dor sitting at 7-6-25. This guy crushed it in the laning phase. This guy crushed it with the clutch disruptions in the mid to late game. And my golly gosh, was I happy to see the position 5 Shadow Demon thrive in the competitive space. Fair play, boss. You really did do it well.
Yeah, he crushed it. He disrupted. He owned. Saving in some critical moments, making more Naga Sirens to make more of a misery of C-Dub, getting some big saves, and yeah, at the end as well, the huge turnaround play. I mean, that was actually sick. Fede had the cheese the whole time. Who knew that? Screw Aegis. Who needs Aegis? Cheese was a big play of this game. Fede having the cheese, being able to pop it, and then the ultimate coming in from the Underlord, Ush turning up at the right point as well, bringing his whole team with him. That was super sick. Really, really nice play. Great call from Tilted Boys as well, because if that doesn't work, they're screwed. Their game is really, really difficult. But yeah, who knew that cancelling a TP could be so detrimental for Double King? It's a bit of a feels bad.
Yeah, I don't really know where I land with this one as well, because I think C-Dub probably expected to do a lot more in this series, and maybe I think. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Also, I don't really know what the history of Div 2 tiebreakers are for NA teams. Is 2 wins normally the place for it? Is it, sorry, not 2 wins, God, 2 losses? Is it 3 losses? Like, where does it land? Because, of course, Tilted Boys are in this, like, awkward spot now. I think I'd like to see them maybe progress a bit deeper, but again, early days.
Man, I mean, it was a great story. It was a great series. Let's talk to the winners. Let's get our interview underway. We got Mr. Skyward here to chat to us about that game. Skyward, how are you feeling? You 2-0 the unbeatable team.
I mean, unbeatable is it's a stretch here, but I guess 2 series in, we were also the worst team, right? So
yeah,
it's all relative. But yeah, I mean, it feels great. It feels nice to finally close out a series in 2 and not 3. So it's nice.
And was there any secret to breaking that curse from you guys? Was there anything you did differently this game after game 1 to then actually pull through and get the second win?
I think what we found in our previous matches was that we have really good ideas going into series, but our ability to adapt has been kind of questionable. And so this series, we basically said, game 1, they gave us second pick and we beat them. So let's keep the conditions the same. We took second pick ourselves and we tried to force them to change. We're going to keep playing our game. And that's exactly what happened. We just kept playing our game and we knew eventually we would pull that second game out.
Good. Effective strategy, see?
Hello, mate. How you doing? What was I say? So, Tilted Boys, they've been around since Tour 2. Of course, they went through open qualifiers and whatnot. How was it you joining quite like an established roster? Like, was it they already had all their ideas? Like, kind of what contribution are you bringing to this roster within, DPC?
Yeah, so last season, I was playing carry. Season before that, I was playing offlane. So I've kind of been around everywhere. And then towards like a couple days before the sign-up block, they were really in need of like a 4-player. They had tested out a couple players. I hit their line and I was like I played 4 my whole career, so I might as well give it one more shot. I joined up and let me tell you, I couldn't be happier. Like, I genuinely think that this is like some of the best group of guys I've gotten to play with. They're all super energetic, super dedicated, and all really good at the game. Like, they make my job so easy. I just have to like not throw and not feed, and like it's just so simple. So it's really nice when anyone can carry a game, whether it's Ush, whether it's Volopka, whether it's Ferrete. There's just a lot of cogs in the wheel that make it spin.
Sure. And I guess the obvious question here that everyone's wondering, what's the sunglasses situation here? Like, you're all wearing sunnies during draft. Is this like a coordinated meme? Is this like Volodka style that you're trying to copy? Like, what's the lore behind this?
Well, so it started with our coach and our manager, J-Mac. He wore sunglasses by accident the first time because he was like driving home or something. And I was like, yo, the sunglasses look sick. So then I pulled these out, right? And I was like, yo, boys, we're kind of turning up right now. Then Ush had the one lens glass, and it kind of built from there. And now we just wear the glasses. It just keeps the vibes up, keeps the energy great, and I mean we look great doing it. So,
I mean, you look fabulous. And I guess another thing about vibes, then we couldn't help but notice that Volodka's setup looks incredibly cozy. Am I right to say like he's playing on like a sofa rather than like an actual chair?
I don't know the exact conditions for what he's playing. All I know is I think it's what Ferrete is, the one with like the full black, like you can't see anything but like barely his face. I think that's Ferrete.
Yeah.
Well, one of our players is like you can't see anything, and he's like our ZXC player. You're gonna pick this guy Naga Siren last pick, and he's gonna go carry your game if you just don't feed. So that's the vibe that we got going on.
Nice. He's the guy with the anime profile picture and like X Darkness XX screen name,
100%.
which carries your game without saying a word. Nice. So, I mean, can you tell us a little bit more about Verte and Volodka, what they're like as people, and Ukrainians playing in US? Like why do they make that decision, and what do they bring into the team?
In terms of like their personal stories, I've only been on the team for a couple of weeks, so I don't know them that in depth. The only thing I can speak to is, the times that we scrimmed together, the times we played. I mean, they're always high energy. They're like always, these guys are they're starting series at like midnight where they're living, right?
Yeah.
Especially given all the conditions. It's miserable, but they're still willing to truck through, and they're just always positive, always bringing the energy. We have some like double kill level 1. I hear Ferrete go, yo, tip them, yeah. He's like clapping and getting all hyped. So, not only do they provide the fact that they're extremely skilled players playing from Europe, which is one of the better regions, they just bring immaculate energy, and it just makes everything work really well together.
All right, well, sounds like the vibes are immaculate. T-Gov, you want to hit him with one more question?
Yeah. You've lost a couple series. That puts you not really too much in the running for top two, maybe tiebreakers. What is your perspective now on the DPC run? Is it seeding for TI qualifiers? Is it in the hope to still make that top two? Like other teams I've talked to already, it's like we only care about TI qualifiers. Like, what is your current position right now in DPC? Like, what are you really focusing on?
I think the standings shows us 1 and 2. In my mind, I see 5 and 2. I think as we start to fit the pieces together and sort of get an understanding of each other's play styles, as I start to adapt more into my role and get more confident playing with Ush, I think that we're definitely a team that wants to see ourselves up there and maybe see a tiebreaker scenario. I think the one thing about Div 2 is it's pretty even. Anyone can take games off anyone, and whichever team is the most consistent is going to be the team that goes up. So that's why Ravens, maybe they lose to wild card, maybe they lose to another team. The next thing you know, we have tiebreakers, and we're definitely ready to give it to them again.
Cool, nice. All right, good luck with that, mate. Good luck.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Thank you so much for going to talk to us, Skyward, and best of luck in your journey here in the DPC. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yep, always a pleasure, boys. Peace.
All right, see ya. Bye-bye. Sure, nice.
Great stuff. Great attitude. Yeah, seems like the team are kind of all on the same page and kind of have that same mentality where they're like, yeah, we are coming in at a point where we're kind of not super newly formed stack, but we shuffled a little bit and we're just looking to find our consistency. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they improve. A shock result here for the first series of the day, and we'll see if the next series can repeat it. Is of course Ravens versus American Goons coming up. Team USA apparently coming up as the next series of the day. So we'll see if American Goons can kind of pull it out the bag here and start getting some wins under their belt, because it's been a really rough start for them so far.
Yeah, I think we kind of took it from the interview as well that Skyward he mentioned Ravens, for example, and that they could lose, but then he didn't mention wildcard. So it's like, so what's his power ranking? Is he saying wildcard's the best, Ravens the best? He didn't mention this American team, so it's like, does he not think that they're going to be the top two? Are we going to get more upsets? Who knows? But no, I like the idea of him thinking about stability, trying to get to that 5 and 2, and Ravens. I don't know who's going to take that game. I honestly don't. It'll be an interesting one nonetheless.
Yeah, Ravens have had some pretty good performances so far. Italiano Gangster always turns up for these Div 2 matches, always performs. So got to be one to keep an eye on. We'll see how Ravens are able to do in their next series versus American Goons. Going to be a very exciting one, so stick around for that one. But we will be throwing it over to a slightly longer break because this one did go for a 2-0. So stick around for that one. We'll see you very later on for the next series of the day. But for now, goodbye, and thanks for joining us for this series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to another series of NA Division 2, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back to another day of NA Div 2. So how the hell are you doing?
Feeling great. We already had a pretty exciting series to start us off here. Tilted Boys, of course, finding their first win. But in this one, the American Goons up against Ravens. This should be a pretty close one, Mikey. I can see this one going the distance. It's been a little bit more up and down for the American Goons, but Ravens having a much stronger start to show off here. Keen to see how this one goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if there's any series that might go to a third game today, I think it probably would be this one here, American Goons versus Ravens. Should be a pretty close matchup, but we can only wait and see, I suppose, as stranger things have happened in A Div 2, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-0 stomp if it, if one of the teams is feeling a little bit spicier today, but we shall have to wait and see. Again, I think these two teams are relatively close. Yeah, American Goons, though, they have been struggling. Like, they are at a 1-1 scoreline right now, where Ravens have gotten a 2-0 victory in terms of their series. Though I dare say Ravens probably have had the easier time so far, as we can have a look at the team comparisons and see exactly how the stats do measure up. But overall, right, like Ravens, the teams that they've played against, it feels like they may have had an easier time, because like American Goons, they've played against Grin, which they won, but they also played against the Cut, which they lost 2-1, and I'd argue Cut is also looking like one of the harder teams to beat in NA Div 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting comparison with the teams they've played against, and it's also very interesting in the stats here, Mike. Pretty close across the board, with just a few more deaths for American Goons. Again, maybe down to the fact that they've managed to drop a series here. So stats-wise, very close for these two teams. Should be a very, very competitive matchup, and even in the rest for stats, I believe it should end up being close, and it is. Again, around 2.7 up against 2.5k in GPM. Building damage is similar. XPM's a little bit better for USA, but could be down to the fact that their games might have been a little bit faster as well. So I don't think we've had such a close matchup stats-wise. It is very similar across both teams. Heck, even the drafting, I think, is fairly similar for both sides as well, when I have taken a look here on what they've picked previously. So I'm, again, very interested to see how much of that carries over here in this matchup. Of course, I do believe we also have our player comparison here ready, and we are looking at our off lanes here. Last time I checked, I believe we've got Lil Nick and Italiano Gangstar for that one, which is also a really interesting point. I think it feels like the off lane is the launching point for both sides, and Lil Nick has had a bit of a better time here in comparison to Italiano. That could be down to the fact that we've seen some games for Italiano where he gets off to a really rough start, a really rough lane, and he's just kind of sacked for his team, whereas Lil Nick tends to just get a little bit more out of his every single time. His matchup does feel like tends to be favorable. So again, that's also something I'm keen to see here. Whether or not that's a priority for Ravens to correct, or whether or not the Goons just get away with a pretty good time for Lil Nick.
Yeah, so I mean, to be fair as well to Italiano Gangster, the thing is, I believe Lil Nick has played Doom every second game that we watch him. So, Doom stats can be a little bit skewed, to be fair. And Lil Nick certainly is the kind of core player that does take a little bit more time farming from the offlane than say other offlanes we're used to watching. So there you go. I mean, we'll see how they do perform in the head-to-head once we do get past the game, I think, and. I'm sure the stats will differ quite a bit, but it is all about impact in these games, right? Like, yeah, you can farm all you like, but if you don't have the impact with all that farm, then it won't really matter too much. As we are going to be heading into game number 1's draft rather soon between these two, Ravens versus American Goons, set to get underway rather soon. I guess scoreline-wise, you'd have to favor Ravens going into this matchup, but it is a bit of a hit or miss kind of... It's kind of hard to predict the favorite in all of this, because I do believe these two teams are pretty close when it comes to the skill level, I suppose, Jonathan. Like, you can draft well, but gameplay-wise, they do look pretty similar, at least from what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't think it's too far apart. Again, both teams are pretty veteran teams as well. It's weird to say that about American Goons, even though they've come in from our close qualifiers, but these are all players that have played in the DPC before. And Ravens, of course, being another NA team last time around, also having a lot of experienced players in their hand. With the draft opening, we see the Techies and Dusa being banned out by the American Goons. Ravens taking care of the Bat Rider Timbersaw. So again, we've seen an evolution in our priorities. Doom's been allowed through a little bit more often. Stuff like Medusa being back into the bans. And Ravens already going into the Magnus Ember combination. So they've got a solid way of just empowering their Ember, just a really strong combo to start off with. American Goons with a Void Spirit plus the Rubik, nothing too strange. Rubik tending to be that counterfoil for our Mag, so don't mind that too much. I think just gives you a good way of lifting back when you do see the Harpoon out. If you're fast enough, you've got the RP to steal, and that's been pretty impactful, especially for the side of American Goons when we do see it come out. The Giant's been an absolute beast on the Rubik, so this is a really strong comfort pick for the Goons.
That it certainly is, Jonathan. That it certainly is. Spirit Brothers coming out as well, none too surprising. The Mag being picked up by Ravens. Universal heroes are a thing after all, so it's there we go. Multiple Universal heroes coming out from both sides. Bans to come out though. It's like both sides going to focus on support ban-outs now. I mean, at the very least, Ravens hasn't got any supports yet, so I imagine American Goons will focus on any support bans that they can get at the moment. I do wonder at what stage we're going to see these Universal heroes getting nerfed again. Like, when's the sub patch where we see the nerf coming back?
I don't know. Maybe right before Bali, maybe for TI Regionals. I feel like it needs a knockdown to 0.6, but I am having fun with it. So it's like, it's so weird. You're at the point where you're like, yes, it's busted, but it's really damn fun. So like, do you want to stay busted? You probably do. I don't see at this point, like, you know what? Leave it. I think what could use a buff is maybe just non-universal types getting an additional bonus from their main stat. I think that's one way to, you know, like stay to the Dota philosophy of everything's busted rather than nerfing things down. I think that would be an interesting way to go about it. Wouldn't be, Mike? Like, say, if Strength had increased stat resist per game for Strength attribute types, or Agi gave you additional, maybe a little bit of evasion per stat of Agi you get for a main Agi type. Stuff like that, I think, makes it more interesting. American Goons into the Doom. Not a very interesting pick, but a very safe one for the Goons at least.
I'm surprised it made it this far, honestly. Like again, we've seen Lil Nick play this over and over again, so I'm pretty shocked almost that Ravens actually allow the Doom to go through, especially considering that their draft already kind of has a Mag Ember, both of which don't necessarily enjoy playing against Doom, but well, there it is. American Goons will go for their comfort in the offlane Doom. I mean, Ravens must have known this was coming. If they've done any homework, they would they'd be very well aware the Doom is probably going to be incoming here for Lil Nick. Thing is as well, like we've seen it every second game. From all the pro matches we've been casting recently, John, it feels like Doom is always picked up if it is not banned. It's a very versatile hero. You kind of can't not pick it if it is left unbanned. But Ravens surely has an idea as to what to do against this. Like, if they've left it, and they're going to go down the Morphling route, so they've left both their support duo just for the final pickups.
I don't mind this too much. Again, we've seen some teams kind of opt for Tricore pickups to start off with. And this is a really strong Tricore from Ravens. Like the Morphling game here, turning into Void Spirit, having all those stats. I've seen a Morphling with what? 380 damage with still adds on top of that. When he does have the axe, that 40% stat steal across the board is insane. So I don't mind that at all for Ravens. And for Ravens, they get to pick up the Mirana. That is something that we've seen them play quite a fair bit on Wake Me Up. Of course, you've got the Ember Mirana to play with. Chains into arrow setup is pretty damn good. So you don't mind that too much. It is still maybe a little bit funky for you to pick Morphling into a Doom. I think that is still a mild concern, as you are going to be the priority Doom target. You could argue that Dooming Morphling means Ember can dance around here, but if American Goons kind of pick maybe a harder control to come out here for their pause 4 or 5, then it's not the worst thing in the world. You can still look for a way to pin down the Ember. I think the priority will be shutting down Morph here for Lil Nick for sure. What options are left for the Goons? They could go for their core pickup now, seeing all of the commitment coming out from Ravens. Boris Doesn't have a lot of his favorite options we've seen this tour. Bloodseeker being taken out, Morphling being stolen away by Ravens. They could maybe opt for the TA, but I don't really feel like TA is a high priority in this kind of matchup. You do have enough DOT from just the burn of Ember to kind of make that annoying for you. We'll see what else is presenting itself here for Boris.
Shall see. 4th pick, American Goons. Thinking deeply. Wouldn't hurt them to just go for another support pick unless they felt like they needed their POS 1 to be picked up right here and now, but they're going to go down the Disruptor route. Fair enough, why the hell not? This hero is still pretty popular, especially against heroes that are so mobile. Like, there's a lot of value for this Disruptor this game. Like, every hero that Ravens has got is super mobile. So the Glimp's going to be paying dividends, I'm sure, here this game for American Goons. We are going to have our final banouts to come. Of course, American Goons are still lacking a position 1 pick. So Ravens should have an easy time with these bans, I think, to see the position 1s to be banned out. Unless we're seeing something like a POS 1 Void Spirit, but I don't think so. We've hardly seen that come out.
Yeah, I wouldn't hope so for American Goons. I think your mid lane matchup is stable anyway. You don't really have any pressure to kind of give Esk something else to play with. So it should just be your Void Spirit mid. For safe lane options, there's not too much left. I do appreciate the Abaddon ban. That has been something that's been rising in popularity. Granted, I feel like this game's maybe not the best for an Abaddon POS 1, but still a stable way of breaking off the arrow chains combo for the Abaddon to save someone else. What options are left for the Goons? They've got illusion spam heroes if they would like to go that route, although Ember is somewhat of an answer for that, but stuff like Naga can come out, gives you the Naga Disruptor combination. There's this PL as well that we've seen slide through as well every now and again. Maybe a CK, but CK's probably been one of the less popular illusion heroes. I do believe that's been mainly, well, when we do see the CK, it's mainly someone like
10 seconds
Yves or Yamson kind of picking that up. So I don't think it slides through here. I mean, I don't think it's a priority for the Goons. Maybe a pocket Alk pick could come out, but again, Alk also dropping in stocks as we've gone through the patch. Probably not.
Dire team ban.
Ravens. They'll get rid of the Storm Spirit. American Goons now, final ban out for them. Obviously still banning out supports here as American Goons.
If you did flex your Void Spirit to 1, a mid matchup to crush the Ember would be pretty nice. Like, we've seen stuff like Omni Knight, Snapfire is back in the discussion as well, up against the Ember. Pretty smooth matchup for something like the Snap. Omni Knight can kind of crush it. There's a funky mid pick of something like Winter Wyvern, which feels pretty good with a physical lineup of Ravens. So you wouldn't mind that either for the Goons. I just feel like the tempo of Winter Wyvern mid is so dependent on the laning phase. Like, if it falls behind in its initial itemization, it doesn't feel amazing. And you already have a Doom kind of trying to soak up farm, a Void Spirit who needs a little bit more to get going as well outside of Echo Saber, especially on safe lane. I think a Void Spirit safe feels like it needs even faster timings, unlike Echo Saber Manta. Ravens will just pick the Witch Doctor, which, you know, we haven't seen too much of. We used to see a lot of it on the offlane with certain combinations like, say, the IO. It still feels pretty good, just a lot of sustain. Really strong lanes coming out from Ravens as well. Like, you've got a decent amount of control. You've got this kill threat with the Witch Doctor in hand. I think American Goons will have to be a little bit cautious here. We'll see what they do pick up. Again, some flex that Ravens is considering with the Storm ban as well.
Templar assassin.
Well,
Let's go back to the
go
TA.
to the TA pickup. Yeah, I mean, why not? Not really too much in terms of like good picks against the TA, apart from the Ember, I think.
It's not the worst. I think you have enough burn just from Kara if he does manage to survive through, say, just pop his W, pop the heal. That is actually decent burn damage to deal with TA shield as well, along with a flame guard. So from that factor alone, it's not the most straightforward for Boris. Trying to melt through something like the Morphling as well, it's a little bit harder, just because he naturally has a lot of stats. He has a lot of agi he can shift into. It's a lot of armor, meaning the minus armor strat of Boris is not going to feel great. Overall, in the draft, I'd actually lean towards Ravens here, Mike. I think their draft is just a little bit more solid in scaling up. You've got some really strong Magnus combinations. The Morphling will have a field day turning into Esk, so that's always a concern as well coming down here. And I know I don't feel like this is the worst TA game. At the same time, I don't know if you can really pop off on the TA here. Like, trying to burst down Wake Me Up is going to be hard. He can just pounce away. And trying to burst down Kara, you could do it, but chances are the Witch Doctor's never going to be solo. Like, this support in particular will stick to a core as much as possible. So I'm not sure how Boris feeds off some kills here.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Ravens, I mean, at the very least, you know, the team that should be favored here based off standings. American Goons obviously looking to get some victories underneath their belt, trying to overtake Ravens if they can in the standings. We can head to game number 1 and see exactly how game number 1 is going to pan out. I'm not sure how these drafts are going to work either, Jonathan. We're about to find out very, very soon here between these two. But I don't know. We did see Boris TA the other day. He looked fantastic on the hero. So I think going back for some comfort for him is always going to feel pretty damn good. They have smoked up. They are running right towards each other. But it is the standard just warding mission here for the mid lane. See if we can get a level 1 team fight to break out between these two. Seems like the Goons are probably more happy to kind of go for that team fight than, say, Ravens are. At the very least, they are prepped for it. They might find somebody too, because Wake Me Up's running right towards them, but does decide better of it. Gets a nice D ward off as the Mirana. Has held on to a skill point in case he needs to leave charges anyway. So it seems like he's going to be just fine. And a quick tip out for Esk, just for good measure.
Big mess. Someone called the doctor?
Gonna break off now. Just gonna look for the runes. No big engagement. I feel like a big engagement for Ravens if they get the level 1 paralyzing cast could have been nice. Maybe they could find a little bit of punishment in Lil Nick at least. Not quite.
Yeah, Lil Nick's gonna be just fine. May as well start off as usual with the mid lane. Of course, you're gonna have Esk there on the mid Void Spirit against the mid Ember. So one of these more even matchup, I'd argue, here with the Void Spirits. But we do see a lot of Ember versus Void Spirit at the moment, so people seem to love prioritizing the Ember pickup against this hero. But how do you think this matchup should go here, John?
It's fairly even. A little bit easier for Ember with some initial itemization, but it's back and forth in that Esk can't melt through your Flame Guard, and his Resonant Pulse Shield will impact RL's harassment. To be fair, the uptime of Sleight of Fist is a little bit better than Resonant Pulse, so by level 3, RL should be able to harass back fairly well. I think for this one, it's down to whether or not Esk can land a Remnant and get a couple of extra right clicks to harass out RL. Otherwise, the Ember does start to pull away, especially once the Blightstone comes in. But for now, Esk is doing a pretty fantastic job of at least wasting some resources from RL. Not one-sided at all for either side.
Oh, top lane, First Blood already drawn. Wake Me Up going down here to Pingus here on the Disruptor. So already a fantastic start for the side of the American Goons as, well, they lose their Mirana on Ravens.
It's a little bit more surprising. Wake Me Up did opt to level up Starstorm. So if you are chased down with the initial Meld plus the Glimpse out from Pingus, that is a lot of output from Boris. I think he will have to respect that. The Mirana needs a little bit of that escape potential here. With the Leap, that is still giving Italian Gangster a pretty decent lane. This is not going to be the hardest lane for Boris, to be fair. It is up against a melee matchup, so you can kind of line up your side blades pretty nicely once that's up. Once you hit, say, level 4, the TA is going to be really stable. So you can't really stop this from Italiano. But as long as you ride through the lane fine, you should be pretty alright.
Oh, Wake Me Up's in trouble again. Static Storm, or rather Kinetic Field, going to hold him down. Wake Me Up going to go bye-bye once again, Jonathan. That's going to be a walk of shame back for the Mirana. Even worse is Italiano Gangster ended up losing his Wraith Band on the Courier. So you kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone here as Pingas. In this top lane, I mean, Boris is going to have the freest lane of his life at this stage.
This is the one thing you don't want to give out here on Ravens. the TA again, a pretty stable hero. It doesn't feel like it's the best in terms of bursting down certain characters in this match, but giving him a strong start like this into the Dragonlance Desolator is going to be a little bit scary. Still taking a look down bot, the last lane we haven't really talked about here, Mike. Lil Nick on the Doom, Giant on the Rubik, up against Kara on the Witch Doctor, and Argus on that Morphling. And this is a pretty damn stable lane for the Morph. You can't really easily zone him out as the Doom. You can't really do too much on the Rubik either to kind of set up for kills. Once attribute shift is up to level 2 as well, that's kind of an impossibility. You can farm up at the very least on Lil Nick. You can just devour and focus in on that farm. Lil Nick does have the prospecting aura as well, so hey, free 20 GPM for him and the Rubik. That's nice.
Oh, he does too. There you go. I mean, well, it's a pretty silly amount of gold, to be fair, but why not, right? Like, you know, I guess at this stage of the game, like during the laning stage, it's not the worst passive to have. You know? It's like a poor man's Philosopher's Stone. Like a really poor man's Philosopher's Stone is top lane. Wake Me Up for the third time is going to go down. This is almost 4 minutes in, John. Not even 4 minutes. He's almost died 1 time per minute.
Yeah, he's not having a good time with the Mirana. Again, maybe just
He's
down
still
to that
level
level
1.
1 Starstorm. Yeah, it's stuck there. Without the leap, you're just kind of sitting duck here. Pingu's doing a fantastic job of isolating that Mirana. I mean, the Taliano Gangstar, to be fair, is still finding decent farm, but certainly having your support kind of bleed out like this is not helping the cause, giving a lot out to the side of goons. Let's see, level 2 up, Pounce is up, so surely Wake Me Up doesn't die the same way.
Yeah, well, he's got the leap, but Blood Grenade's going to land. Wake Me Up still being chased down, but they won't have the glimpse any longer, so he is going to survive. Happily for the Mirana, he's still going to be here instead of making another walk of shame back, though I hope I haven't jinxed him as he's being chased. Glimpse is now available, so Pingus could go for that if you do see Wake Me Up overextend another time. It seems like Wake Me Up actually just going to stack the triangle. I imagine him, Italiano Gangster just told him to leave the lane at this point. Just get out of here. Stack the jungle, sir. Catch up later, you'll be right. And he's maybe going to go mid lane. The problem is he doesn't have an arrow, so it's not like you can really hope to land a nice arrow on Esk. You can't really do anything as his pos for Mirana at the moment, so it's back to the top lane. Meanwhile, Lil Nick should be dead. But he won't be. He's all right. Survives on 20 HP.
More than happy, and he's getting a lot of value from that prospecting aura, Mike. Not being punished for that greed, he's just able to farm up.
Top lane again. More aggression coming out. Italiano Gangster going to try and go after Pingus instead of trying to escape, and he will drop. I'm surprised he didn't go south with the skewer. Actually deciding to try and go after the disruptor. There was no glimpse available, so if he went south, he may have actually just made it.
Yeah, maybe hoping that Wake Me Up would maybe get enough damage with the Starstorm out. Doesn't really pan out that way. And again, the off lane for Ravens is the real big hurting point, because everything else is pretty fine in terms of creep score here. Like, you're having a really decent lane for RRL up against Esk. Level 6s are up. So neither side has major kill threat, but he's managed to harass out Esk on the Void Spirit nicely. You're having this very stable lane coming out for Argus as he drops low, tries to regen up.
Akara just casually shows up into the mid lane. Wake Me Up, meanwhile. Top lane again, going to be okay. Pingus getting... Oh, he's been brought back into the Mirana. Italiano Gangster handing Pingus another kill, and Pingus is running. Oh, he's all right. Wake Me Up. Poor guy. Had to die a 4th time for this.
Yeah, you know, I feel like there's very different modes for Wake Me Up, Mike. There's Wake Me Up when September ends. There's Wake Me Up inside. This is definitely more of a Wake Me Up inside moment for Wake Me Up. He's suffering, Mike. He's suffering.
I mean, I think even Evanescence would be blushing here, Jonathan. I think even she would be blushing. This is a real poor start here for Wake Me Up. Not that I blame him for that last death, to be fair. It's the kind of death where you immediately unmute your position 3 and start talking some crap, John, I'll tell you. I would not be too happy if I was that Mirana that time. Still, in 0 to 5, the way of the American Goons, they have not come to play around today. It's even mid lane. There was a little bit of a group up here. Pingus was showing up on the Disruptor, but I don't think he can really deal with RRL at the moment, so RRL going to go for a bit of a reset anyway. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Lil Nick going to be chased a little bit by Kara. It's only a level 1 Melodic though, so Lil Nick is going to be just fine to passively heal up with the Vanguard he's got. The one saving grace right now for Ravens is the fact that their mid-Ember is having a pretty good time. Now, RRL, top of the CS board right now, is being jumped, but does get away and is not going to go down. Seems like RRL is probably going to have a lot of work on his hands this game.
Yeah, he's got to be the launching point now for the side of Ravens. 0 to 5 start. It looks pretty damn bad, but again, I feel like you're okay with this just because Argus and RRL are having a decent enough time. You can always fall back and farm up the stacks you've built up here to kind of recover on any of your cores. So it's not the worst thing in the world, especially since he did manage to go for level 3 Empower here on Italiano, going for the 1-3-1 on that mag. And they are getting a lot of pressure on mid.
Yeah, Kara is going to die for this. RRL forced to try and fight it out, but does Remnant towards the south. Glimpse is going to be there, but he's got another Remnant to play with. He's okay. A mid-tier 1 tower, though, is not really okay. It's 68 HP from just dropping. So they might just go ahead and deny it off now, or they might just hold it for the TP point. Seems like Esk does not want that, so he'll just deny it off.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
So at least you get the mid-tier 1 tower here as Ravens. Again, the Ember's been doing some very good work. Very important RRL keeps this up, though. Now with the tier 1 gone, he probably could start rotating and try to get some kills in the side lanes, but at least for now, he's going to take some time to farm up. I mean, why not?
Take the time to build up a little bit more. Did manage to clear the stacks here on Italiano, so if you look at the net worth difference, it's not that bad for a mag considering this lane. The one outlier is really just Boris with all these kills. Like, it is a concern to have him go 2-0-3 with the Dragonlance power treads up sub 10 minutes, going to the Deso. That's going to be really quick timing on the TA. This is the one here that you will struggle to kind of hold down until you've got more items up. Collapse onto mid.
Arcane Rune picked up here by Giant.
Ooh.
A nice static storm here from Pingus holding down the Ember, but can they hold him down long enough? The answer is no, they cannot, but a nice Aether Remnant gonna land still. RRL does get Giant, and it seems like Pingus will also go down. Double pick up here for the side of Ravens. 2 kills now on the board.
Radiant's top tower is
That's kind of what seems to need to happen, right? Like, just get with your supports as the mid-Ember and start making these rotations. Obviously, it was a big dive into the power runes here, so that's kind of why that happened in the first place, but it does seem like with these supports around you, you can make some big plays happen, as RRL was thinking about going after Esk, but he will Astral Step away.
Plays it a little bit safe here on Esk. He'll get a bottle top up on Giants. Respawn. I have to say, those kills in lane kind of cost us Pingus. You know, it's a big streak to give out to RRL. Again, farm distribution's rather even across the board between both sides. Only Boris being the outlier. And we'll see if Ravens can start to apply some pressure onto that TA. I mean, Mike, he's only one part away from a Deso with Dragonlance power treads. That's insane timing.
Yeah, he's huge. I mean, he's 1.3k ahead of his own Doom, which is, not something you see too often here, but that's where we are for the American Goons. Boris is having such a fantastic time as... this is why I really had no doubts when I saw his TA come out. I was like, oh, I've seen this guy's TA. He certainly knows what he's doing. And that Desolator timing is, I think, something even Ravens, after that poor offlane start, aren't going to be quite expecting here. I'm not sure if he really gets involved once the Deso's up. Like, you might still just opt to go for the BKB first before you get involved. You could go for things like Roshan, though, to be fair. You could just sneak a quick Roshan as... Bottom lane, Argus. He's going to survive. They couldn't hold him in the static storm long enough. He's just fine.
They did hold him in. It's just that he managed to get the attribute shift off. Rather unfortunate, not quite enough DPS coming out from Esk just yet to find that kill. As they have the right idea to apply pressure on the morph, but the hero is pretty hard to lock in until you get some jump. They're still watching Boris up top here, but they're not seeing a good angle to kind of come in. Echo Saber done on Italiano, but needs a harpoon to kind of gap close. And Boris is just fine.
Radiant's bottom
Again, just go back farming. Because Deso is going to be online. You mentioned having Boris hang back and farm. I think with a TA nowadays, it actually feels like you want to join in. As Argus again.
Bottom lane. Picks around here, bottom. Little Nick looking for a Doom attempt perhaps, but Argus already got the strength morph off. It's pretty hard to land the Doom if you
has fallen.
don't get some disable onto the Morphling first.
Spared you future.
Little Nick will not bother wasting his spell. Meanwhile, top lane, the tier 1 tower does end up going down to Italian Gangster. Able to get that done with the rest of his supports. They're trying to hunt down Boris, but Boris is being very, very careful, understanding how good his timing is going right now.
Radiant's bottom
Really doesn't want to get caught out. Does have the Deso and 2 gold, so that's huge. It's on the way now. He's still ahead of the Magnus here, Italian Gangster.
Radiant's bottom
Doing a really good job of like catching up on the Mag considering his laning stage, but still behind the TA.
Yeah, it's just free farm, basically. For Boris, still pretty much uncontested. I have to say, I admire that Lil Nick's been able to stick to the prospecting aura for this long. Like, he still has it. It's still just 20 GPM. It's like,
Yes, yes it is. That's 20 good GPM, Jonathan. It's not fake money. That is 20 gold per minute that he's getting. I mean, why not, right? Like, if you're going to play a slow game with this Doom, and I feel like every time we see Lil Nick, he just spends a long time farming. Why not just have the extra gold, you know? I don't see the problem.
that's true. I just wish it leveled up. You know, at least get 25 perhaps, or 30.
Top lane.
Perhaps 40
Boris is being
GPM.
jumped here, top lane, John. It's a big wraparound, but he's hanging by the tier 2 tower. Though I say that, he's running right into Ravens now. He needs help ASAP. Boris is going to be forced to try and fight back, but they've got the control for him. Lil Nick at least going to move in to take down RRL. Now Kara also going to drop. At least Wake Me Up is able to get himself out. But that was a pretty important kill. Like, you gave up a lot for that, but you do finally pick off Boris.
Yeah, that's a big one. Costly one. I don't think the side of the Goons will mind too much, considering that you didn't actually get that much for the Boris kill for some reason. Like, he's still worth a hefty chunk of gold, but it's not as much as you'd expect. Or RRL, it's worth almost as much in terms of how much you trade in net worth there. So overall, Goon's still sort of happy about that. But again, that's the kill we've been talking about, was necessary. That's the kill that needed to come out. And Boris just going to be held off a little bit. They see him with the Deso now. They know how big of a threat that TA is going to be. Mid, RRL playing
Mid
tag.
lane. RRL didn't realize the Static Storm was going to be there from Pingus and will go down. Argus trying to at least trade. Should eventually find the Disruptor as an RP.
Ooh.
Comes out. Italian Gangster holding down 2. Lil Nick now looking for an escape route, but cannot find one. 3 down for the price of 1. Ravens just rushing down American Goons. Now, I mean, considering the fact that like they were so far ahead on the dire end of things, I'm very surprised that Ravens are still able to be this aggressive.
And to be fair, again, I don't think the net worth was too different between the Goons and Ravens. At peak, I think it was maybe a 2k lead up on the side of Goons, and that's down to very, very incremental leads on each core-to-core matchup. And the outliers were pretty much just Boris and Lil Nick, but you expect the Doom to have as much gold as he does, especially when Lil Nick, he was hanging on to that prospecting aura, has the Midas, he has the Devour. You'd expect that Doom to be up there. The TA really was the outlier, but beyond that, it's been pretty competitive from the side of Ravens in keeping up. And now you've got Italiano up on number 1. He's got the full Harpoon up, Blink only 100 gold off. The side of the Goons setting up for Roshan, and we'll get right into it with that Deso and Boris. Would not take too long, but the side of Ravens should know what's happening. Arrow to scout out. Maybe they managed to make something happen here.
Well, they'll know about it now. Giants trying to get some vision down. They'll see the Mirana. American Goods immediately trying to punish us. Now Kara's going to show up, but they're both under vision at the moment as they will see the Obs Ward. Kara, though, not being jumped at the moment. S does eventually go in, but now the backup is here. Death Ward immediately popped. The Italian Gangster moving on to Boris now. Boris! Oh, he's gone! Oh boy. They lose S to boot. This is a really unfortunate game for American Goons because the way they've played this, Sean, it's really not paying off.
No. Again, I appreciate how much Boris has done in lane. I appreciate that this man should find a lot of punishment. This is not a straightforward TA game. Despite the fact that, again, you don't have a lot of DOTs outside of, say, Flame Guard and your Voodoo Restoration here. But it's also not a game where, as a TA, you can just burst down a lot of heroes. Especially without setup. Like, if you're up front like this, you're not waiting for setup from Pingus to lock them down, but a kinetic field. They can dance around you, and they can also start to itemize to just prevent being physically bursted. Big win from the side of Raven, stealing away to Roshan themselves. They've got the Linken's Prick Argus, so he's more than willing to show up now on the Morph. The one big spell he's worried about here is that Doom for Lil Nick, and, well, with Linken's up, it's going to be a little bit harder for Lil Nick to find that targeted spell. Ravens, 2k lead up now for themselves. They didn't have RP in the last fight either. It was still on cooldown. Italiano has it now. So they could take an even bigger fight if they wished here.
Well, they certainly could. Things are looking very, very tough now for the American Goons. Mid lane, they are having a look at it for another gank here. Looking at Giant mid lane. The Rubik going to get caught out, but no. Nice sleep away from Giant. Always seems to have the right spell on hand. Top lane in the meantime, Lil Nick trying to defend the top tier 2 tower, but it seems like Argus is going to get started. Not really too much the Doom can do at the moment. And that top tier 2 tower really is just not going to last very long. And it's gone. Like, there's just no defense. They're trying to push the bottom tier 2 and they will get it. TPs are incoming though. It seems like Ravens want to try and fight. No chains out from RRL though, so nobody gets held down, and well, eventually American Goons at least force the defense from Ravens. Mid lane, oh, Giant. A weird remnant here from RRL, but it looks like he does get Pingus in the end. Yes, he did move into the mid lane, but can't really do much.
Quite a lot they can do. At very least, they can find the bot tower here from Ravens from taking that kill on Pingus. You remove the Disruptor, you remove Static Storm. You basically remove a lot of the team fight on the side of the American Goons right now. And that is the big concern here. I think when it just comes down to team fight, you are so reliant on Static Storm and Kinetic Field. And there's a lot of backline jump from the side of Ravens to just remove that. Even if you land that Static Storm, as long as, say, Argus in particular manages to get the attribute shift off, it doesn't feel like it's enough. Like, this is just not a very simple game for you to execute as 5 here. Tormentor going to be stolen away, right, in the nick of time here as well. On the side of Ravens, they get a freebie for Wake Me Up. So he's got the nice farts coming out when he leaps. I do not know lore-wise why that happens. There's some things that we are better off without knowing, Mike.
It's 4K advantage now here for Ravens. I wonder what American Goons would have to say about themselves after this. If they lost this game, like, I wonder what you'd kind of say to yourselves here, because it's just, you know, all the TA timings they had. When Lil Nick was farming very well on the Doom, but just, you know, obviously it has not paid off right now. Ravens are looking at the mid-tier 2 tower. Argus will move in. But now it's just going undefended.
Again, just gone.
Yeah,
All tier 2 is just
No
gone
contest.
like that. No contention. I think if you're the side of Goons after this kind of start, your main issue really is the fact that I don't think you have enough team fight. You need to play pick-off with this kind of lineup, and with the advantage, they didn't really look for pick-offs. You know, they went for Roshan, they got punished right in that pit. And from there, it just falls apart. You really need to nail in the Static Storm usage for the Kinetic Field and get a good Doom target out for Lil Nick. He needs this blink up ASAP. Once you can find that, it starts to feel a little bit better here. One component of BKB killed off in the Courier of Boris. So a little bit stalled out in that, but the full gold's still a ways off anyway. You don't mind that too much. I think what's really given Ravens this kind of opening is this really good ward vision they had. Like, they kept track of top, and it was all down to that first kill on Boris. Like, sure, they had to sacrifice RRL, they had to sacrifice Kara, but that kill started to give them the openings. And it just slowed down the TA. It forced the side of the Goons to feel like, all right, we're going to need Aegis now. We need to play with its advantage. And that pressure just kind of got to them.
Oh, the bot jungle. The Ravens are going to be moving in. A nice static storm to hold them back here from Pingus. Meanwhile, Nil Nick, though, never got to the low ground to try and escape, so he's in pretty big trouble. He'll try for the BKB, but the RP's there. BKB TP is not going to work out. Of course, Italian Gangster has no hesitation with the RP, to say the least. At least Giant did get skewer for himself on the Rubik, so you have some high ground defensive play with that, but the Ravens are just showing no signs of slowing down. The Morphling now from Argus, the highest net worth on the map, and they are just looking so dominant. RL's going to jump in again.
Oh.
Chains out. No follow-up to the chains yet. The arrow was extremely late here from Almirana. I'm pretty sure Wake Me Up was out of range, which is why it came out so slowly. And still, I mean, Ravens, they don't need the kills. They just control the map, get the farm going, and they know they have the better scaling draft anyway.
Yeah, it's tricky for the Goons. I mean, Skewer is probably one of the better spells Giant can steal. He does have the maxed out Arcane Supremacy, so he has quite the range in getting the Blink Skewer back. The issue is finding the right hero to skewer back. Because the Ember is highly mobile, the Morphling's highly mobile, the Magnus perhaps arguably could still be punished if you skewer him in. But again, it does feel like you kind of lack hard lockdown here from the side of the American Goons. Like, you drop Static Storm, if you don't get the follow-up, everything falls apart from there. You've got the Blink ready on Lil Nick, but you have another Linkens up on Italiano. So again, not the easiest game to get that Doom off, but they'll go hunting here.
They shall. Down towards the bottom lane, the American Goons.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A bit of a gander around here. It's going to be a very nice scan, though, from Raven, so they are going to know that this is happening. The American Goons not exactly going to get anything out of this, sadly. Pretty unfortunate for them. Like, every attempt they make just never pans out in this game one. You got to give big props here to the side of Ravens, just not giving them the openings they've been looking for at all. It's bottom lane Ravens, they'll just start the push. Like, there's nothing to really stop them from doing this. Just having a fantastic game.
A tool to teach.
Mind you, their only objective now is really Roshan into high ground, and Roshan's still 20 seconds away from even telling us when it's going to respawn. So they could try for high ground a little bit earlier if they want to, but we never see any team really doing that in this current patch. Everyone's waiting for Roshan, which has been that way for quite a while, though. As I say that, John, I may have just jinxed it because Ravens are moving up. But a big team fight could help them go high ground, and they might just find that now because there is vision on that high ground, seeing the Rubik. Giant immediately just getting deleted. They just did not realize there was vision on the high ground. So one down will allow them to go high ground now. Argus, he'll make very short work of this tier 3 tower by himself. You do have the Doom up, but it's very hard to land it with the Lincoln Sphere and Argus. They've got double Lincolns to make matters worse, so you've got... In fact, they've got triple Lincolns to make matters worse.
Yeah. You know.
Jump in, Lil Nick, he'll break one at the very least. Now they've got the Morphling held down. Argus, he's gone. Not reacting quick enough. No Doom even required. And that's why you wait for Roshan, kids.
That is, Mikey, that is. They get punished. They do manage to find a tier 3, so it's not the worst scenario here for the side of Ravens, but a pretty big
It's an early
pickup.
Roshan. It's an early Roshan, John. That's the worst part.
Yeah. That's going to be a little bit painful. Boris can try to clear it out himself. And with double meld, this shouldn't be too difficult. The side of Ravens can contest, I will say. Italiano can still run up and try to make something happen here. They don't have a scan, so they don't have a way of just checking Roche for free. Perhaps Wake Me Up comes in with the arrow, but Roche will fall. Solo, though, it's not the quickest. So there is still room for punishment. They are starting to drag the heroes up, but backup is coming for the Goons. So they find an opening off the back of that. A really nice win coming out for the Goons to even out the game a little bit more here.
Ravens, do they even realize this is happening? Like, they're coming. It's just very, very slow. Pinga's going to see Wake Me Up, forcing the leaps in the Moonlight Shadow, and Roshan is just gone. I think Raven's probably a little bit annoyed about the fact that the Roshan came so quickly,
Rune of invisibility.
realizing they probably could have gone for it. And now they will not be able to get away with it. So Roshan very freely being given the way of the American Goons. Not really sure exactly how much it's going to change, but it's definitely a good start here for the American Goons. Like, had they given that Roshan away, or had it been going the way of Ravens, then you would have been in pretty dire straits. But at least for now, they will get away with that, which will buy them more time to try and find a way back into the game. So you do have that going for you. It would have been pretty much GG had you not got the Aegis.
Pretty much. Like, that's your high ground just set to melt if the side of Ravens found it. They're trying to get an aggressive play out with the smoke, so they might be able to ambush more here. Mid defense still, mid tier 1 still stands. It's hard to find more objectives.
Mid lane, Argus, Skadi up now, but the Static Storm is dropped. Still, they cannot hold him within that Static Storm. Lil Nick trying to get in for a Doom attempt. They've got Pingus down, though. The Disruptor is gone. Lil Nick trying to run with the BKB, but Ariel's right behind him, and Lil Nick is down. It's a nice attempt, but there's a bit too much hesitation with all these Lincolns coming out. Like, you aren't seeing the Lincolns being broken on Argus, so he can just do whatever the hell he wants.
It's so tricky. Like, they managed to get the good angle in. They couldn't entrap with Kinetic Field. And that's more than enough for Argus to just run off. And even if the Lincolns got popped by the Glimpse, I mean, you're too far away in the Doom. So with just that one kill, high ground still siege. They're the ones without Aegis on Ravens. They'll still go for it.
Yeah, so I mean, why the hell not? Ravens. We'll just keep going. Top racks to be secured. Even without the Aegis up, they just know how powerful they are right now. Esk will make a quick jump in. Won't really help, though, as now Italian and Gangster looking for the Harpoon skewer back. Won't get it, but still sets up a kill here. He does need to back off. Boris trying his best to get something done. Will move back in onto the Morphling, but Argus is just tanking through all the damage, and Esk is the one in danger. He'll eat the cheese, he'll be able to retreat, but Lil Nick is going to go down as now another skewer back from the Gangster is going to find Pingus. And Ravens, they're not done. Who needs Roshan, they say?
Yeah, they don't. As long as Argus isn't doomed up and he isn't melting in that Static Storm, you can't handle this. You don't have enough. Like, it's not the comfiest game for a TA. There's just so much control to worry about. And no one to melt. Look at that. Boris comes in with a melt. It doesn't even tickle the Mirana that much.
Yeah, I mean, there goes Giant. Buyback is here from Giant. They've got to try and defend this final lane of barracks, but it is not lasting very long, and Argus is taking 0 damage at the moment.
Call?
Wait for me, and GG is called. Yeah, I mean, they've had enough. They realize how far behind they are right now, and they're literally still holding onto the Aegis as it finally does go down here for the TA. But that is just the story of the game. Like, Ravens, they were off to a really bad start here, John. The American Goons did a fantastic job, at least during the top lane, to ensure that this TA had so much farm. Well, Wake Me Up died 4 times in 4 minutes. The first 4 minutes, mind you. He was level 1 at 4 minutes. And they still just come back and win the game like it was nothing. But what the hell is that?
Yeah. It's just down to your core matchups. Like you mentioned, it's a decent TA game. Sure, it is in the sense that there's not much to melt for Refraction, but you had enough DOTs just from Flame Guard and the Voodoo Restoration. I think as a scaling hero, TA up against Morphling, like up against Magnus and Ember, it's not the smoothest time to scale up. So you really had to play tempo there on the side of the American Goons, and you really had to nail this team fight. You had to get max value from Static Storm every single time. And it just felt like we weren't seeing amazing impact from Pingus despite having that Static Storm. Like in this mid fight that we see in our replay immediately, you catch RL in Static Storm. That's nice. You have 3 heroes collapsing onto the Ember. It wasn't enough. You know, it's like, it's just not enough. In some fights, it feels great, sure.
We can see why they left the Doom as well, John. I think the Doom being left in the draft was just on purpose here by Ravens. Because I'll tell you, Lil Nick did not have any impact this game. You know, just zero impact was made by this Doom. I know, I feel like they left it on purpose just knowing they could build 3 Lincolns and he wouldn't be able to do anything. It's like you have a safe lane that needs time, you have an off lane that wants time, and you have this mid lane Void Spirit who wants to fight but just never ends up taking off. It's, yeah, I'm not sure. The impact just was like, you're talking about the Disruptor, and I agree with you with the Static Storm usage, but I mean, I'm looking at this Doom, John, and I can't see any impact at all.
I can't fault the Lil Nick for that. Like triple Lincoln Spheres. That is just an impossibility for a Doom to find an opening. It's really just down to that. Like, I'll
make it very clear. I'm not blaming Lil Nick here. I'm saying Ravens just outsmarted them with letting them take it and just building 3 Lincolns. But it's it's pretty tough. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, you know, poor old Lil Nick just had no gameplay in this game 1. As we are going to have an MVP, of course, Italiano Gangster is going to be our MVP. And John, this guy, he surprises me every game. Like, he had a rough landing stage. His pos 4 was, you know, feeding a kill every minute, giving him a huge handicap. Still ends up being one of the most impactful heroes in the game.
Yeah, look, maybe Wake Me Up. All he's trying to do is give Italiano Gangstar a challenge. You know, it's like yeah. All right, you're having too good of a time. We've seen Italiano pop off before, and that lane was not the most fun time, but he did do a good job again of falling back, of just farming up. He had a lot of room to clear out those stacks. He had some really impactful RPs. And they just coordinate as a team well. Like, I think the big thing we're seeing here for Ravens is how well they work together as a team, because that's a very coordinated effort to build 3 Lincolns, to counter 1 hero. That is a lot of gold just to take care of 1 hero, but it pays off in a big way. There's just no fight coming out there.
Lincolns is so popular ever since the BKB nerfs came out. It makes it's a great item, and they had so many universal heroes, John. It's like, well, why not build Lincolns? It has a lot of stats, it gives you some good stuff, and well, with that, John, we'll head off to a short break, of course, and right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft here between the Ravens and American Goons. We'll see you all very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second draft here for game number 2 between Ravens and, of course, the American Goons. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, game 1, American Goons were off to one of the best starts I've ever seen, at least for their TA. 11-minute deso timing with the Dragonlance up and treads up whatever else they had. It was a pretty insane timing for this TA, but it did not pan out, to say the least, Jonathan. Game 2, what would you like to see changed up? Because I can't say that was an outdraft, or at least a complete outdraft here by Ravens. I think they just completely outplayed the side of American Goons, as we can bring up the draft. But speaking of draft, John, is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed up here to give the Goons a better chance of getting to a game 3?
I think you take care of the Magnus. It feels like Italiano got away with way too much. Again, the laning phase, not quite, but down the line, just his recovery and farm, his plays with the harpoon, with the blink, with the skewer, it was way too much. I think that was one aspect as well that made that game way too hard for the American Goons. I think you'd also want maybe something else that, as a core, has a better core-to-core matchup for the TA. Again, you had a pretty good time in lane, but down the line, how do you expect the TA to melt through 2 universal heroes and a morphling? It's a tall order for the TA to play the burst game there, and I think you just wanted something maybe with a little bit more presence out from Boris. Despite those fast timings, again, he couldn't really handle the cores when they were in an ideal circumstance. Now, as long as your morph is also shifting around with strength, it is a little bit too much. Ravens, they get to start off with a Timbersaw, and that's already a little bit of concern here, as they haven't really seen anything to counteract Timbersaw, and it has had a lot of flex. A mid Timbersaw up against a lot of melee matchups will always favor the Timbersaw. So I think RRL has himself a good start if that is going his way. The Goons will pick up the Magnus Rubik themselves. So they covered the Magnus with a Rubik, preventing any sort of lift or steal plays here. And I like this change. This is the kind of change we needed. This can be our little Nick hero. I think for the most part on the side of the American Goons, it has been more of the offlane. I don't think we've seen Boris play it safe lane. So this should be what we're expecting. You know, solid lane to come out, solid team fight, much better team fight, I'd argue, actually. Ravens still with a counterpoint, silencer out. So as long as you react fast enough, you don't tend to see too many fast BKBs nowadays, unless you need it. So I like this coming out from Ravens. It's your team fight breaker. You know, prevent Magnus from RPing, you can win a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a brilliant start here for Ravens once again with this draft. The silence is still proving to be very, very popular in the patch, and certainly proving why with all these fantastic global silences we've been seeing. Let's see what American Goons do want to respond with, as we are going to have to wait out for the next ban phase before we do continue. I worry about the mental place that you might find Boris in right now, because I'm sure Boris was sitting there last game being like, guys, I've got this incredible timing going on right now. There's no way we lose this game. And that did not work out, obviously, as I've said multiple times now. But yeah, I mean, John, I don't play carry, but I imagine from my experiences with Position 1 players before, they tend to get very upset if they're off to a good start like that and they could not pull off the win. So I wouldn't be too shocked to hear he's not too happy.
Yeah, I mean, it is frustrating that you get a free lane like that and then it just doesn't amount to much, but I feel like you needed it's not like the free lane was a bonus. You needed that free lane as the TA, and then you needed to tie in to a much faster timing there with connections from Esk and Lil Nick, and they just kind of played a little bit too passively once that Deso was up. Like the first Roshan didn't go their way, kind of collapsed from there. They get second Roche, but it just doesn't matter at that point as they lose the rest of their team. They're not quite in sync. We needed to see a lot more team play to play around these timings for the Goons, and just fell flat. And see if they recover. I think mentally, that can be a rough game to shake off, but that's what's necessary, Mike, when you go into game 2 here.
Yeah. We shall see, John. We shall see. Final ban to come from American Goons. Bit of a mix of bans here. They'll get rid of some support. They'll get rid of some carry. Not wanting to have to deal with the Argus Morphling again, which is fair enough. Especially when you've got a mag on your side of things. Rather not give the Morphling away to a player that clearly knows what he's doing with it.
Radiant
couldn't help but
team
notice as well, John, they've left the Doom available. So if you wanted to run a position 1 Magnus, you could go for a position 3 Doom, but instead they're going to go for the Venomancer pickup, which I suppose we do see often enough against Timbersaw right now, the Veno pick. So is a nice hero against it. I do still feel as though Veno is one of those heroes that is kind of weak. Yeah, I don't think it's as strong as people assume it
5
is.
seconds
But,
remaining.
you know, it's a good game for it. So I can't blame them for taking it.
Yeah, I think with the Venomancer, it's a little bit weird. I actually feel like it's better as a core with like the Gleipnir build-up. I think it actually shines a lot more in that position than it does as a support. Why does Italiano Gangster have a Crayola right up his camera?
I thought you were about to say up something else, Jonathan. My God. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's got a Crayola there, John, but he's, you know, he's got
That's his
one.
weapon of
maybe
choice.
Maybe he'll talk to us again after if they win this game. He's been doing all the interviews, so maybe he'll explain it to us. Or maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just be like, no, you guys can think about it.
Maybe he's sending a message, you know. This is him just drawing lines, you know. He's not even playing the game. He's got a coloring book on hand. He's an Italiano gangstar, Mike.
That's right, Jonathan.
This is his weapon of choice. You know, just like John Wick with a pencil, that's him with a Crayola.
Radiant team pick.
That's a good comparison. There's your Spirit Breaker coming out. Speaking of John Wick, Jonathan, I mean, Spirit Breaker's been looking like John Wick recently. Fantastic hero to pick up here for Ravens. Great game for it, by the way, because Rubik and Veno both don't enjoy this hero very much. Pretty easy to take these heroes down if you do get a nice charge off. American Goons, how do they want to respond? They've got 2 more core pickups to make.
I think there's one interesting thing for the Goons. At least you can steal charge. So there is that. Nether Strike is pretty nice to steal as well for Rubik. So either one is a pretty strong way to set your position up in the Goons. But you will also die if the Spirit Breaker comes in. Once Shadow Blade is up, that's going to be the key timing for the Spirit Breaker. I am curious what Ravens does with the Wind Ranger. Are we seeing that mid? Are we seeing it safe lane? It's sort of open if you want to kind of do some funky stuff here with both the Wind Ranger and the Spirit Breaker. So a lot of flex. You can still toss the lanes of this Timbersaw around. American Goons go back to the TA, which, again, it's a very strong comfort pick for Boris. You do have, I suppose, the Silencer is your easiest bet to burst down. The Wind Ranger, not as much with a Wind Run. So you can kind of try to melt. There are some solutions from Ravens, though. Chakram itself is already a pretty good way of melting through Refraction.
5 seconds remaining.
Timbersaw doesn't get bursted down. Neither does a Spirit Breaker. So your 2 cores, at the very least, assuming a core Spirit Breaker, aren't going to melt to the TA matchup. And that should lock it into safe. So that means we are getting the Little Nick off lane. Magnus waiting for a mid from the Goons. I feel like last picking your mid here is just going to help Ravens kind of figure out their own draft, right? Because it's a lot less flexible in American Goons to change the lanes here. Whereas for Ravens, you could still run Wind Ranger mid, you could still run Timbersaw mid, you could still run a core Spirit Breaker off lane, you could still run Wind Ranger safe lane. Like, you have a lot of options just to figure out what you want to get out of these lanes. The Goons will ban Terrorblade, just to be sure. Ravens taking care of the Shadow Fiend, freeing up the mid matchup a little bit more for the Timbersaw. So again, the flex for Ravens is what scares me in the end of this draft, Mike.
5 seconds remaining.
It is scary. Final banouts to come. Ravens will remove the SF. He be removed from American Goons. I have to think about their final ban out here. Of course, they're looking for some mid lane bans, unless we see the TA mid, but I highly doubt they give a mid TA over just giving it to Boris. But you do have that flexibility. It's just probably not advised. Ravens, 30 seconds left of reserve time to think about this final ban out.
I suppose the one here you can't really handle on Ravens is maybe Storm, but if they pick a Storm mid, you run Wind Ranger mid, and that kind of settles itself in terms of like laning matchups. It's a little bit tricky. They're taking
Radiant team
all the way. Are they? Okay. the ban faces. Well, I was a bit concerned that they would just leave it empty to send a message, but they do not. So it's been a while since we've seen a no ban on the bans, Mike.
It'd be a little bit rude, just a little bit. And I'm sure, I think, I could have sworn in one of the interviews we had with either Lil Nick or Italiano Gangster, they did say that they were friends with each other, these two teams. So don't think they're looking for the BM this game. I guess you never know. We are going to have the Slark ban. You know, in Australia, Jonathan, we always BM each other. It's kind of just, you know, if you're friends, you're more aggressive towards each other. In fact, as they do go for the Abaddon pickup, which is, well, here we go again. The position 1 Abaddon coming out. Not any good answers towards it yet for American Goons. I'll tell you that. This hero could have a very free game.
I love Abaddon safe lane, Mike. I've been playing too much Abaddon safe lane, granted in turbo games, but boy oh boy does it feel oppressive to play against this hero. Just laning buildup of double bracer into an Echo Saber if you're fast enough, maybe the Radiance instead. Like, this hero can just curb stomp very fast. I think your one issue here is that it is highly kiteable, the Abaddon, for sure. Like, stuff like TA can dance around you, especially with your... I feel like your shard is pretty important here for the TA. The silence onto the Abaddon is going to be big. You can kind of slow him down with the Venomancer, and you can kind of lift him around as the Rubik. So there's some answers in terms of kiting. They do close out with the Void Spirit coming out, so now Ravens can make that choice of where to lane their Timbersaw. I feel like you just run it for RRL. Crush the mid lane.
Ooh.
No, actually, to go with the Esk TA, Boris safe lane Void Spirit. So you can make the choice in Ravens and still switching around. An interesting shakeup. I suppose as a safe lane Void Spirit, you've got the Magnus, so it's not too bad. Although I'm still not sold on Void Spirit safe. Granted, we did see it work, but that's when Void Spirit kind of farmed up like literally any other safe lane melee core. We saw like a Battle Fury AC build up, which I don't know if that's something Boris will gun for. Oh, interesting way to close out. Ravens, they're still not showing where they're laning here.
Oh, they've got 5 seconds left here to make these decisions. Italiano Gangster is going to take the off-lane Timber, so they are going to put RRL on the mid-Wind Ranger, and of course the position 1 Abaddon here for Argus. I think they were thinking about whether they really wanted the Timber off-lane here against the Void Spirit, because he's going to have the support of Pingus. So against the Void Spirit Veno, you might be a little bit annoyed as the Timbersaw, but you see the smile on Italiano Gangster. He doesn't seem too concerned by it. I'm sure he's still going to be perfectly fine, quite frankly. Like, it's annoying at the start, you know, maybe at the level 1, level 2 timing as the Timbersaw, you get a little bit annoyed against this lane of Veno Void Spirit, but I think, you know, you hit a couple levels, you get level 2 reactive armor, and you just stop caring. You know, it's classic Timbersaw. And I think as long as Wake Me Up's around, he's probably not going to have too many issues, right? Like, you know, worst case scenario, you get caught by a gale, you know, Wake Me Up charges in, chances are you're just not going to die. So it could be a little bit rough against position 5 Veno, early levels, but apart from that, I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's a massive issue for Italiano. I think overall, I'd lean towards Ravens draft. Again, I feel like with an Abaddon core, it's just really hard to lock him down. I'm wondering what kind of start he gets, what kind of initial itemization he goes for. Like, again, if he has a good lane, a Radiance Rush on Abaddon is not fun to play against, especially with your physical lineup here. So there's a lot of good itemization that you can get out from Ravens. And for the Goons, we have to see them play their lanes a lot better. Like, again, Boris had a great lane last time, but your off lane did not. So I want to see a little bit more coming out here from Lil Nick. Want to see him be able to get that farm up, get some stacks going to clear out with your mag or your TA. We'll see if that's something we get here. Smoke out, nothing breaking despite the ward draw. So both sides get to sneak their wards away.
Yeah. That they will, at least for now. But last game around, I believe Esk lost his mid ward pretty early on. Not sure how to feel about these role changes here between the TA Void Spirit. Like, I'd much rather see POS 1 TA over POS 1 Void Spirit, quite frankly. But I think after that last game, like I said, I don't think Boris will want to play TA again, because you're not going to find the same timings as you did last game, and it must be a pretty annoying feeling losing a game like that so easily to to Ravens, but that's exactly how it went down. It felt like the farm was just non-existent for Boris that last game, even though it really was there. Bounty runes to come up. Looks like it's going to be a pretty even start of 2-2.
Battle begins.
No real kind of contest here between these two teams over the bounties. Can start with the mid lane as per usual, and you're going to have RRL, who did a fantastic game on the Ember last game. It's going to be on the Wind Ranger against Esk on the position 2 TA. I wonder how this lane goes for Esk, because last game around against the Ember, he did not have the greatest time. Ended up losing the lane pretty hard in terms of the CS war. On the TA versus Wind Ranger, I don't want to say it's going to be a harder matchup, but I don't think it's going to be that simple either.
It's not a simple lane. Like, you can't really force out with Sideblades. Wind Run's always going to feel good. Although I suppose, okay, never mind. Sideblades does pierce through the evasion, so RL's not going to have as fun of a time as he'd want to here. Once you do have the value point and refraction, RRL has no easy way of clearing that out either. So this should be a pretty stable lane for a TA, unless he gets shackled and focused down close to that level 6 mark. But beyond that, if you can land your Sideblades, this is a pretty annoying lane for RRL, though he is still doing a good job of getting some early harassment off. That is something Esk will have to watch out for. Should be a lot more back and forth. I think Esk should be able to manage this one maybe a little bit better as the levels go up.
What about the side lanes, John? I mean, top lane, you're going to have Argus there with Kara against Lil Nick and Giant. Giant already taking so much damage here from Kara. Kara ends up going for the Glaives of Wisdom build up here with the skill build. So it looks like it's paying off right now. This safe lane for Ravens, it does feel like it should be pretty safe. Like, sure, you might not be able to slow down Lil Nick very much in the position 3 Magnus either. But I think Argus is obviously much more concerned about his own priority in terms of farm. Kind of sad we don't get to see what kind of itemization Argus wants yet because he hasn't queued anything up, but I'm sure we'll find out very soon. Thing is as well, like with this offlane for Lil Nick, the skill backs aren't really going to amount to too much because Argus can literally just turn around and man up with Curse of Avernus and of course the Aphotic Shield, and chances are he will win that harass war.
Doesn't really care too much. You come in too close as Amelia here, you get punished. Giant's constantly zoned out by Kara, already having to pop the Salvin lane. Kara is starting to run out of mana at the very least, so not going to be able to keep that harassment up for too long. But you're doing a great job of just giving Argus that strong start here. He is finding farm. Down bot, the last lane we haven't really looked at. It's Pingus on the Veno, along with Boris on the safe lane. Void Spirit up against Italiano Gangsters, Timbersaw, and Wake Me Up on the Spirit Breaker. Not a good lane for Italiano so far. Again, this is a lane that's a little bit challenging for the Tim. Will take levels to really start to feel better there. Has to go for the chains as well.
Yeah, charges out. Pingus in a bit of danger. As Italiano Gangster still going to find the kill. No whirling death necessary. He'll chain away, barely avoiding the Aether Remnant. Gets a CS while he's at it. And he is fine. Boris could not secure the kill. Not at level 2 he can't. And this is kind of what I was saying, John. Like this guy on the Timber, early levels he might care about the Veno, but even then it's not really that bad.
Yeah, he drops low, but right through the hard part of that lane. Has level 2 reactive armor up, so it's going to be a lot harder to zone out Italiano with a Ring of Health. And you have to hammer in those Gales every single time. You see Pingus miss there. Every time you don't land that, well, Timbersaw is free to just do what he wants. Again, core-to-core matchup, very favorable for the Timbersaw here.
Yeah, nice chance through here from Wake Me Up. Pingus trying his absolute best here to just zone them away. Aether Remnant's going to land. Boris, I don't know how long he can really fight, though. See, the cooldowns on the Timber Chain just so low at the moment. Only to get even worse here. Top lane. Lil Nick. It's going to go down on the offlane mag. Giant even getting dived, though Argus will finally drop. But it looks like Kara might clean up as he does get another 2 in for himself, but he's also going to die. Nice resets though here for the safe lane of Ravens. See, winning out that top fight pretty hard.
And that's massive, again, to start off with on the Abaddon. Argus not even opting for early stat items. We'll just go phase boot, so I'm wondering where he goes from there. Is it just the Echo Saber? Does he feel confident in, say, a Radiance build-up? Very open-ended for that safe lane Abaddon. The one lane going really well, though, for the side of Goons is still mid for Esk. Again, as a Wind Ranger, if you can't really use your Wind Run to dodge these shots from the side blades, it doesn't feel great. You can dodge a little bit easier as a ranged hero, but Esk hasn't been having too hard of a time in finding the advantage. Oh,
they finally call Argus. This time around, they get him real nice. So Argus ends up underneath the tier 1 tower without an aphotic shield and could not survive the damage that was being pumped out.
has to respect that a little bit. And I guess that is how you find your openings here on the side of Goons. Good punishment coming out. And that's all while Giant is kind of going around trying to get some stacks up for the recovery. So equalizes a little bit. And the lanes, again, they are looking still a little bit sharper for the side of the Goons. Despite Ravens finding these kills, you are still finding your build-up on Boris. You're recovering nicely on Lil Nick. And you're kind of dominating the lane here for Esk. Much stronger start across every side, every lane for the American Goons, and that was lacking in the last game. The only good lane was Boris. Everything else was just even or less favorable.
Charge into the mid lane, actually cancelled here by Wake. Maybe a bit of a misclick. Wouldn't have really mattered anyway. Just goes right next to Esk and just decides to stop. He's around to try and secure 6-minute power runes at the moment, as Pingus will show up as well. Wake me up. Not going to find a power rune. Instead, it is going to be up top, but Giant is securing a regen rune here for Esk. So Esk is going to be able to get away with this for free. Like RRL was a little bit too busy with a creep wave behind his tier 1 tower at the time to try and contest that. We want to charge out on Giant now. Kara just casually just waiting, hoping the Rubik stays around, and Giant is actually going for the fight because he wants this Observer Ward down, or does get it. Giant he gets stunned up here by Wake Me Up, and he got the ward at least, but he is going to die. Kara having a great time taking just in from everybody this game.
Already up to 6 in the laning silencer, feeling pretty damn good. Managed to scout out the stacks as well. They have a pretty good time finding that. Solo lane now for Argus, not the worst thing in the world with the phase boots up. As long as he's conservative with the aphotic shield use, shouldn't be too bad. He is rushing the Radiance here, Mike. So a pretty nice item build-up coming out. You will steal 1 Wisdom Rune on Pingus. So you do find yourself a nice one, and Wake Me Up did take the other one. So it's still an even trade despite that steal, which is good news for the side of Ravens. You lose both, you don't feel great. Gangstar does hit 6 faster now, so it's a bit of a threat for Boris.
That it is.
Radiant's bottom
3 to 5 right now. Very slight net worth lead the way of American Goons. Esk is having a very good game on the TA thus far as well. 55 and 11 in terms of CS, but there's your focus fire being thrown out. Shackle is not going to latch onto anything. There is a charging coming from Wake Me Up, but he will cancel, of course. So TA was more than safe behind the tier 1 tower. So interesting attempt, but with the trap that was there to slow down RRL, there was just no chance of that kill happening. They do at least zone him out for the 6-minute power rune timing, but again RRL was going to get very unlucky. Wake Me Up forced to take the arcane rune for himself before it was denied off by Giant. They seem to know Giant's around on the Rubik, though Giant knows he's there too. Pingus is going to show up on the Venomancer. The SB should be just fine, though they are bringing even more heroes in here towards the triangle. Boris now going to show up. Kara looking to get caught out. Wake Me Up does at least go for a charge on Pingus, finding one on the Venomancer, as now they're going to try and jump the SB instead. And Wake Me Up, he is going to die for this. It's not the worst situation here for the American Goons. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Both sides, they'll just retreat. No need to keep the fight going.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rather interesting, we see Boris here already. Probably just wants to abandon the lane versus Timbersaw. This is not a sustainable lane, so he has to go elsewhere. Up top, though.
Charge out onto the mag now. Silence was there on Lil Nick, but he already skewered. He does have the RP available, and he may be forced to use it because Curse of Avernus is coming in from Argus. He is still a tanky boy with the Vanguard trying to survive through all this, but the bash is coming out. Not allowing it. Wake Me Up just getting very lucky with the bash. 2 in a row.
Top tower is under attack.
And Lil Nick just never had a chance.
That's pure skill, Mikey. Wake Me Up getting blessed now after a rough last game.
Yeah.
So he gets the double bash, he gets the control. Would have been an opportunity for the RP, as you mentioned there. Right by the tier 1. Could have been the turnaround play, but not happening. with alt skill here. Giant might get skilled up here too.
He may. Slow is there from the curse. Both curses, in fact, as Argus going to be skewered back here, but Giant is still being chased down. Unless Argus decides better of it, we'll back off, even with the borrowed time available. It's not worth diving for a Rubik kill. Needs to get back to farm anyway, because the TA is starting to snowball a little bit here in terms of farm. So charges out again. Speaking of the TA, S going to be chased. Does get stunned up here by Wake Me Up, but RRL was not really close enough. He'll throw the shackles out, but the slow is there again from the traps. Ultimately, Raven's still having a lot of trouble trying to pick off the Templar Assassin. She is fine.
It's been going to be a consistent issue for them until this Atos is up on RRL. And that's the point where it should be a little bit easier to line up for the shackles, to line up for that kill. Maybe as well when you get Italiano starting to leave that lane down bot, you can certainly start to look for these kills. A lot of emphasis on just giving Esk space to farm. And TA is the main win condition here for the side of the American Goons. They have given him all the room he needs in the triangle. So he's starting to build up now on that TA. Desolator Rush is the name of the game. No Dragonlance, no intermediary items, just wants that minus armor up and running as fast as possible. And for the side of Ravens, I'm sure you're letting Esk farm up, but you've got a really free lane for Italiano. Literally no contestation on the Timbersaw. So his Octarine timing with this assembly is going to be pretty on point. RRL, again, not too far off from that full route of Atos. And Argus is inching towards that Radiance sooner rather than later. Once the Sacred Relic up is up, it's a smooth ride into that burn damage, into that mischance, which is not something a TA wants to play up against.
Oh, big chain. Italian gangster. Going through 2 is going to find the Rubik. Giant is immediately down. The mid-tier 1 tower now going to be under siege here from Ravens. Got a very nice Timbersaw timing on Italiano. Very tanky boy at the moment. Rotations are incoming from Leonik and Boris. Kind of hard to even think about going after the Timber, but it seems like Italiano is going to back off out of respect here for the American Goons. Ravens not looking to rush anything. Yeah.
No need to take risks. There is pretty sizable RP punishment that can come out from Lolnik. Again, you're just wanting to build up farm anyway. You want that Atos to be up first on your Wind Ranger. You want that Radiance to be up on your Abaddon. Desolator is fully up for Esk. He is going to go for the Blink next. I don't feel like this is a very smooth time to go for, say, Roshan for sure. Just with Desolator and no Dragonlance. No stats on hand to pad out that TA just a little bit more. It's not the safest. We'll want to pick off before any big objectives, and it looks like Esk is just going to play this farming game. Still up there in net worth number 1, but you're not too far behind on any of the heroes of Ravens. Inside of the Goons, we'll smoke up with Boris and Pingus here.
Here we go. Italian gangster. I mean, he's not the easiest target. He will retreat. They won't even try to make the jump in. Big group up here down at the bot lane from the Goons, but it's not really sure what it's amounting to. Like, so they're probably just hoping to find somebody else. Not quite the case. So American Goons kind of having their time wasted here down at the bottom side of the map. I mean, you are still buying plenty of time here for Esk, who has got the Deso up now, looking into the Blink Dagger next. But I don't think Ravens are concerned about him whatsoever. Like, you're going to have the Radiance Abaddon soon. You've got Focus Fire and RRL. Seems like both those cores are more than happy to just keep farming on the side of Ravens. So a bit of a slower game, to say the least. 4 to 8, 14 minutes in, but
I'll return the favor.
I mean, both sides just trying to remain confident within their drafts. I still feel like they have a scaling issue against the side of Ravens on American Goons end. Like, if we're going to play for the later game, as Wake Me Up, we'll get jumped. Nice charge away, and the second Astral Step charge was never used. So he just charges out.
You don't find the opening? Wake Me Up perfectly fine. He's just trying to play a little bit greedier, farming into the Shadow Blade. He's not really looking to set up for the team. Radiant's now flying up for Argus. Needs to dodge out this engagement. Is under creep vision, but will pull it all the way back just to be a little bit safer. That is room to push up top now. Esk with a Deso will reveal that and can melt that objective fast. Argus probably doesn't mind. With a Radiance up, right now, probably the Manta build, I'd say, is the next thing for Argus. More stats. Burn up on front. You do like the move speed as well, Argus.
Charge in. Wake Me Up. Gonna be on to Giant. Giant gonna cop the charge here from Wake Me Up. Wake Me Up now needing a way out. Is gonna just run towards the west as Pingus also dying. Esk gonna find himself in danger. Gonna get power shot. Will go down. And they go for more now. Lil Nick gonna skew up, but he brings the timber with him. Probably not the target you wanted. Italian a gangster, happy to oblige. Lil Nick gonna go down. Boris gonna try to run, but he's fine. Just that 4 of his teammates are down now, and Ravens are going through the top tier 1 tower. No real contest here.
Nah, it doesn't take too long to melt this one out. Really good positioning, really great use of your spells here from the side of Ravens. The Global Silence to cut off any RP. And then the shield coming out from Argus to protect Wake Me Up in the middle of all of that. Made it really awkward for Lil Nick to look for the RP opportunity. Then again, even if you found an RP with your TA dead so early on, I don't know if you'd even find success there. Like Esk, just a sitting duck. Or at the moment, again, without the stats to pad, without the Dragon Lance, that little bit of extra stats could help out. And probably needs a fast BKB now just to have that protection up against the output of the side of Ravens. Ravens 6k lead up. Radiant's already paying off for Argus. He is, in fact, going for the Manta. So the typical Universal Core build up here, outside of the Radiance build, of course. And the side of Ravens actually still looking to be aggressive. They know Roshan's a key timing here. For a TA lineup, they want to punish it.
Top lane. Wake Me Up. Nice charge. Already Giant getting caught out. Is out looking for more now. Esk looking to retreat, but a nice nether strike. Gonna hold him down. Tingus gonna try to run here on the Venomancer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So they're gonna be okay, but RRL is still looking for a chase as Boris is actually somehow alive. Manages to hide in the tree line and survives another day. But that is gonna be a free Roshan to go the way of Ravens now. No real contest. They are trying to stick around the pit, but no. It looks like they're just going to push out creep waves now. At least they get Argus's courier. Just deny him off that ultimate orb for a little bit. Charges out already, though, from Wake Me Up. Looking for a little bit more. So they have found the Void Spirit with this. He does have one Astral Step charge, and Boris might need to use it right here and now. He will commit, but he gets to the lower ground, but not the lowest ground. And Boris is down. Not good.
What a show of force, though, from the side of Ravens. Understanding their timing so well, playing around with its lineup, with its strengths very nicely. And the side of the Goons just look a little bit lost. They're not able to find any of their team fights, Giant.
Again, not having a very good game on the Rubik is set to fall, and with the Nether Strike, it's not going to take too long. Easy peasy. It's tough, John. It is a very, very tough position.
It's all falling apart a little bit for the Goons. I mean, this lineup can scale up, but now we're talking about stalling the game for a prolonged period of time, and that is not something Ravens would be too interested in. With this kind of draft, they want to play fast. There's no way they're going to be sitting back waiting for too much farm here. Argus is probably just going to wait for his courier to be back up and finish up the Manta. A Manta Abaddon pushes insanely fast. It is so dumb that your illusions will give Curse of Avernus onto the building. So that's like one auto attack each plus one extra, and then you have bonus attack speed versus building. You just melt objectives. Abaddon is rather interesting here right now as Universal type Mike. He's not even showing up for this push. It's just RRL up front and just farming up a little bit more.
Doesn't really feel like they need him right now, to be fair. He could probably just take a bit of a holiday here. Pretty tough, as you can see the stat comparisons right now. Boris is not having the greatest time in the world. But they are charging up top here again. Giant going to be the victim, though. Wake Me Up. I'm not sure if he wants to go into 3 heroes like this, but he does have the backup of the gangster himself. and he just gets away with it. They just have no response to this.
They don't. I mean, your supports barely have stuns. You have one stun really left on your support duo. They just can't stop that aggression. They're forced away just by Italiano up top. 2 heroes having to run off. They lose their bot tier 2, mid tier 2 lined up for next. Full Gleipnir out for RRL, so much damage control, even a double damage rune. He gets blessed by the frog himself. And I don't know how he stopped this on the side of the American Goons. Blink timing for Lil Nick. That has to be it. Like just blink skewer, blink RP. Something like that to set up these fights if you can find it.
Raven's still looking to apply even more pressure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mid lane, the mid tier 2 about to be pressured. Argus just casually taking the top tier 2 by himself. The Boris is going to jump in, but does not land the 8th Remnant. Immediate charge committed as soon as they see that as Lil Nick now shackled up, trying to stop RRL from doing whatever the hell he wants, but RRL is just still going. Lil Nick is going to die. RRL will lose his Aegis for this, but he got a nice pick off for it. It's Giant. Oh, Giant is down as a huge charge from Wake Me Up, landing on 3 heroes. Boris got to run. TA cannot do the same. Esk is down. Ravens are just diving them past the tier 3 towers. They'll lose another.
Middle tower is under attack.
GG is called.
They call it.
Immediate disconnect here from
Jeez.
Giant. I mean, I don't blame them, John. The game is well and truly over. There's no coming back from this. But Ravens, my goodness. I mean, we were saying before the series started that this should be a closer matchup, but apparently Ravens wholeheartedly disagreed, John, as they just rushed them. A very quick series from the boys here, and I mean, if you're the Goons, you are again not going to be very happy, but that is the way the cookie crumbles here today, John.
Yeah, a really strong showing from the Ravens. Goons, unfortunately, taking their second loss series here in the DPC. Ravens taking their third win. A strong start to establish themselves as the front runners, Mike, into potentially getting promoted into Div 1. And again, a spectacular draft, spectacular execution, really, from the side of Ravens. The Goons tried to flex around. They tried to put this Void Spirit into a better lane, still ends up against a Timbersaw. The Venomancer support doesn't really pan out. Like, because it's up against a Timb, you had to win, what, first level 1 to 3? Didn't really happen with Wake Me Up charging and setting up for the team. If setting up for Italiano in particular. And it all just goes from there. Like, none of your lanes feel like the most winning lanes out there. And Ravens, their laning phase is really the key to their success. They get these early timings off the back of it. They get this early aggression. And they know how to use that advantage really early on.
Yeah, that they do. They sure did a fantastic job here, Ravens, and definitely deserving the 2-0 victory. It's no contest from the Goons. You start to ask the question, if Ravens are playing like this, which team is actually going to be able to put up a fight against them? Because they are looking fantastic. Like, you look through the teams that are left here that they have to play against, and sure, there's some nice ones. Like, you got the cut, you've got C-Dub, you've got Wildcard, but I don't know, man. Like, I tell you, the way Ravens are playing, this could be a team that just goes completely undefeated throughout Div 2, as we are going to have an MVP handed over to Wake Me Up. Fantastic SB performance here from the man himself, so Wake Me Up will get the MVP for game number 2. But John, like I was saying, like, if they play like this every series, I don't know who's beating them.
Yeah, this is the cleanest we've seen the team do up against a matchup that we thought would be much more even. It gives me a lot of hope for the side of the Ravens. Again, they've had a pretty decent run last tour as another NA team. They reform, they get branded under Ravens, and it goes off a little bit slower. You know, some series going a little bit longer, but this kind of understanding of the game, this kind of understanding of what your power spikes are, what you're supposed to do around them, how you win lanes, that's something we've seen a lot of these Div 2 teams struggle with, Mike, right? Like, looking for that win condition, looking to build up their lead. So I think Ravens, as you said, if they execute like this again, then I don't know who's going to beat them.
We do have an interview with the MVP himself. Mr. Wake Me Up is waiting by here, so let's go to him and see exactly what he has to say to us. Mr. Wake Me Up, congratulations on your 2-0 victory. So how the hell are you feeling right now?
I don't know, I'm feeling great, that's for sure. I wasn't feeling good, same as always, as my first game. My performance on the lane, I don't know, I got tilted from how much I fed, but my team carried me first game, so I'm really happy.
I was actually about to ask you. That was my first question. I was going to ask you how you dealt with the first game because it's pretty tough. I think it was 4 kills in 4 minutes, or rather 4 deaths in 4 minutes with you. But nevertheless, I mean, you guys made a huge comeback. Like it didn't even matter anyway. I mean, what is this? Was this an outdraft or what? Because John and I thought you guys were going to have a closer matchup with American Goons, but you guys made it look really easy.
I'm not sure what happened, like what was different this time. Maybe this time we scrimmed before the official, so maybe like that's. I was telling my team, we always lose our first game, so we scrimmed and we actually lost our like first scrim, and then I was like, all right, we're gonna 2-0 them. I was like saying it like in a jokingly manner, like, and then we actually like 2-0 them and then we won. I don't know, maybe like that's the secret. We just lose our first scrim, like the first match, and then we win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, that might just be the same. Just keep doing what you're doing because I was just saying, I don't know which team is beating you guys right now. It's like you guys are what now 3-0 in the standings. You tell me, wake me up. Which team is beating you guys? Is there a team beating you guys in Div 2? Because you guys are looking fantastic.
Yeah, you gotta stop jinxing us, man. I don't know. I would say, I mean, honestly, this is like really weird. Like we saw Tilted Boys beat Seed-Up today, so there's like not a team that is like actually gonna dominate or like looks like they're gonna dominate, right? Like anything could happen. We can lose to any team, right? Like this meta is like really, I don't know. This is like a weird meta. Anything could happen. Like even in like you can see in the Dream League, there's not a team that's like dominating, like fully dominating, like Gaming Gladiators were, for example, right? So you know anything could happen. Honestly, I don't want to like say no one can beat us or anything.
Right. Go on, John.
I think I'll just follow through from what Mike asked. What team in particular then are you looking forward for from your remaining matchups? Right, and you can lose to anyone, but what team in particular do you feel like is your biggest concern or the biggest one you want to prep for?
I mean, like I said in like the previous interview, based on the players, probably like the hardest one is Wildcard, right? Since they have like the most experienced players and stuff. So, not sure about the other teams. I mean, the other teams also like they can definitely beat us. Like we're not like that good or anything. We just, I feel like we drafted well and then we did really. I don't know. We were on point today, actually. Now that I think about it, but yeah. Yeah, I think Wildcard is probably like that team to like look out for.
It's fair. Again, consistent with the last time we talked with you, Wake Me Up. I'm curious about game number 2. You know, you guys in the draft, you guys start off with this Timbersaw plus the Wind Ranger coming out, and then you last pick the Abaddon. Have you guys been practicing this Abaddon safe lane together as a team? Did Argus just suddenly call for it? It's like, guys, I want to play Abaddon safe lane. Was this in the pocket for a while?
Not really. I don't think we practiced Abaddon. Not much, if at all. I just suggested like Abba, and then the team was like, okay, it's looks like it's a good Abba game, and like the hero is universal, so a lot of teams have been picking it. So we just picked it, you know. It just happened. We weren't like planning on picking it at the beginning.
It's fair. I think it's showing up, and I'm glad to see you guys had a good time with it because it's a pretty fun hero. Now, I'm curious, going forward, you know, maybe this game is not the best game this series is not the best to ask for this, but what do you feel like is one thing that you'd still want to see you guys improve upon going forward in the DPC?
Improve upon. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, based on, I'm not gonna talk about this game. I'm gonna talk based on like our scrims and stuff. I think like the callouts mostly. We would say something and then we would do something else, right? Like most of the time, like we would say like let's do this, and then half the team would end up doing something else, and then half the team would commit to the call out, you know. And then yeah, mostly this one, I think that's like the most thing that makes us lose games, that not listening to the call out, people doing other like stuff other than what we actually wanted to do. But I think we're doing pretty good so far. So yeah.
It's definitely showing, and I have to say, I'm looking forward to an improvement in that because I feel like that's very manageable for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Wake me up. We won't keep you too long here. Of course, congratulations on your 2-0 victory once again against the American Goons, and we can't wait to speak to you again in the near future.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say, I really like your casting, you both. Like, I watched the second series, and I was like really entertained with your casting. So shout out to you guys.
Oh, thank you so much, man. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Look at that. You pump up our ego before you go. We appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you next time.
All right. I'll see you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What a nice guy. What a nice. You know, Jonathan, we don't get complimented very much. That warms our hearts. Of course, we get to log off now with a big smile on our faces. And you know, come on. These guys made it look easy. We keep saying Ravens. You know, these guys. I don't know if they can actually be defeated. I mean, he was being nice, saying. He said wild card, John. That was the team he thinks he's gonna maybe struggle with, and we can see the leaderboard right now. You can kind of see why he might think that, because wild card is currently undefeated 3-0 as they are on Ravens side of things. John, I'll be honest with you. As much as I think wild card is still one of the favorite teams to go up to Division 1, with the way they've been playing recently compared to how the Ravens have been playing, I can't say wild card are the favorites in that matchup. If I was a betting man, I would probably take the odds on Ravens.
I would probably do the same. I think if you compare all the series played, right, the series where Ravens goes 3 games feel a lot better than the series wildcard goes 3 games. I think wildcard have some really weird issues right now where they're all individually really damn good players, really experienced. They've all played in Div 1, but it's falling flat as a sort of super team here in Div 2. I say that, but they are 3-0. But again, in the games they lose, it looks really rough in comparison to how Ravens tend to look in their losing games, where it looks a lot more competitive. So I'm keen to see that matchup. Of course, the rest of the results shifting around here as well. C-Dub taking a loss, so dropping down to 3rd place. The Cuts still hang in there, not playing any game today. Tilted Boys climbing up with that win, and the American Goons as well, kind of getting dragged in closer to the danger zone off of today's series. So a lot of weird shifts. I think the first series was a major upset, with Tilted Boys actually finding that in a 2-0 over C-Dub, who we thought were also front runners to be promoted into Div 1. Now with that one loss, a little bit shakier in that regard.
They certainly are, Jonathan. They certainly are, but I can't wait to see how these standings do pan out. Of course, we do have the schedule coming up. You're going to have NT up against the Cut. That should be a very fun matchup. Nexus Titans, of course, up against the Cut. And then you've got Wildcard up against Ravens. So there you go. There's the matchup we were just talking about. Wildcard Ravens, that's going to be on our next Div 2 day, and I think that's going to be a very, very exciting matchup. Probably one of the hyper matchups we have for NA Division 2. So I'm looking very forward to that next day of NA Div 2, Jonathan. And hopefully we're in for a good one. By the way, John, couldn't help but notice, as per usual, you start asking job interview questions to poor old... you start asking damn interview questions in the job interview questions in the interview we just did.
Yeah.
Poor old Wake Me Up has to deal with the old question of how can you improve, even though he just won an amazing, a very dominant series. You really give me PTSD every time you do that too, because I'll tell you what, I've had so many interviews where I can tick all the boxes. I do everything they've asked for, and they still have to ask me the stupid question of what are your weaknesses? You know, what do you do badly? Like, shut up. I do everything perfectly. What a stupid question.
Well, I've got to do it, Mike. I've got to do it, Mike. You take the low-hanging fruit this time, and in a 2-0 series like that, what else is there to ask? How do you feel stomping your enemies? Do you want to stomp again? That's a great question. I'll ask that next time. Thank you, Mike.
With that, Jonathan, I think you and I are done for today. Maybe done with our careers, as we are going to head off. But it has been a pleasure casting an Div 2 again. We'll see you guys again in a couple of days for some more great NA Dota action. We'll see you then.